What's up, guys? It's your man, Donovan Sharp, and welcome to this special edition of TSR Live. We're going to do things a little bit differently today. Obviously, this episode, the next few live streams are not going to have episode numbers because the next few live streams, obviously, are going to be about the topic du jour, which is the Karmelo Anthony Austin Metcalf trial, the murder trial, the murder trial of Karmelo Anthony. If I'm not mistaken, I'm here on the West Coast, so that means it's what, 1 o'clock on the East Coast, something like that. So the trial started roughly 4 hours ago. The doors closed at 9 o'clock. But I have a lot to say about this. I do have a lot to say about this, and I would actually like to hear from you guys, whether you agree or disagree, but not quite yet. Not quite yet. We're gonna get into all of that. We're gonna get into all of that in short order. But I just want to, before we get started, I want to just give you guys a timeline of what has happened. We'll take a short break, and then we will come back and we will respond to all of the videos. I've had plenty of debates about this back when it started, and so I'm going to be replaying those. And again, if you disagree, you can pull up, not quite yet, but you can pull up a little bit later. But I want to just go ahead and set everything up so that everybody knows and understands what's going on, and so that we're all on the same page, at least, you know, facts-wise, factually. So for those of you who have been living under a rock, here's a timeline of events that have happened to this point. During a rain delay at the Frisco ISD District 11 5A track meet at Kirkendall Stadium, I don't know if it's pronounced Kirkendall or Kuykendall, I think it's Kirkendall. Austin Metcalf, who is a student at Memorial High School, and Karmelo Anthony, who is a student at Centennial High School, were taking shelter under the same tent. Now, because that tent was supposed to be for Memorial High School athletes only, Austin Metcalf took exception and confronted Karmelo Anthony, presumably to tell him to sit with his own team or leave the tent. And according to eyewitnesses, that is what initially started the altercation. Was Karmelo Anthony coming into the tent, Austin Metcalf noticing and taking exception to that. Witnesses then stated that Metcalf grabbed or pushed Karmelo Anthony. Anthony then pulled a knife from his backpack and stabbed Austin Metcalf in the chest. Stabbed him right in the chest. Metcalf bled out and died in his identical twin brother's arms. His twin brother's name is Hunter. After Anthony stabbed Metcalf, he ran out of the tent, where he later turned himself over to the police. Now, according to the police report, the officer who first accosted Anthony said on his radio that he had the alleged suspect. Anthony then corrected him by saying, "It wasn't alleged, I did it." So a little over 2 weeks later, as I search for my lip balm, because my lips, if I crack a smile, I'm going to bleed to death, and of course I can't find it right now. Little over 2 weeks later, on April the 17th, Karmelo Anthony's parents held a press conference to discuss the incident. Now, at this point, they were joined by a man who goes by the name of Dominique Alexander, who had become the, I guess, de facto spokesperson for the Anthony family. I'll talk more about that a little bit later. A little over a week later, or exactly a week later, as a matter of fact, no, April 17th, yeah, a week later, April 24, 2025, Collin County District Attorney Greg Willis told everyone that a grand jury had indicted Karmelo Anthony for murder, which is a first-degree felony with a possible sentence of between 5 and 99 years in prison. The very next day, the Anthony family started a Give, Send, Go to raise funds for Karmelo's defense. Now, I can't remember what the initial goal was, but I do remember that it was quickly raised to $500,000, then $700,000, and now the goal, I think, is nearly $1.4 million. We'll take a look at that a little bit later on. Now, to date, that particular Give, Send, Go has raised over $600,000. And that brings us to the trial, which begins tomorrow. Now, or today, rather. Now, the judge who's been assigned to this case, his name is Judge John Roach Jr. of the 296th District Court in Collin County. And he recently issued a very strict multi-page order outlining security, media, and the conduct rules for the trial. Clearly, the rules, in my opinion, are aimed to protect juror privacy, maintaining courtroom security, and ensuring a fair trial. But when we go through Judge Roach's mandates, it's going to be clear who these regulations are aimed at. And I'm going to quickly go through what they are. Number one, no courtroom. No courtrooms in the camera. Yeah. Hold on. It's early. Number one, no cameras in the courtroom. Now, as disappointing as that is for people like me who are going to cover this trial, I understand why Judge Roach did this. He doesn't want the theatrics from the defense to influence the public, and he doesn't want clout chasers doing or saying anything stupid to bring attention to themselves. This is going to be a highly scrutinized, highly visible subject that's obviously divided along racial lines, conservative, liberals, etc., etc. Now, I'm sure that there are other peripheral reasons as to why Judge Roach said no cameras in the courtroom, but for my money, those are the main two. And even though it sucks for people who are covering this like me, I totally get it. Number two, all attendees must pass through security screenings. Anyone who's ever been to court as a plaintiff, a defendant, or an observer knows that that includes a metal detector. Okay? They don't want people bringing weapons into the courtroom for obvious reasons. And given that the so-called black community knows that Karmelo Anthony will likely be found guilty if there is a fair trial, black people who are the attendees, those are going to be the ones who are going to be a little bit more scrutinized when walking through the metal detector. It is what it is. Number three, entry is prioritized. There's only going to be 9 spots designated for media representatives. Only 9. After that, it's going to be family members and then the general public. Number 4, the courtroom doors are going to close at 9 a.m. sharp. I think that's Central Time. I'm bad with time zones. And after the doors close, it's nobody in or out while court is in session until scheduled breaks and or recess. Now, to me, this is clearly aimed at the so-called black community, as lower class black people can't be anywhere on time to save their lives. Hell, I'm black and I'm sitting here on nigga time, right? I was supposed to go live 45 minutes ago and here I am. I was supposed to go live 45 minutes ago and here I am. It is what it is. Now, Judge Roach clearly doesn't want YNs and their ilk coming in and out of their court at their leisure, as they are known to do in every other aspect of their lives. Let me put this plainly. Non-black people show up on time far more often than black people, period. Brandon ZA1, who is most definitely probably a troll, says, am I blocked? So now I am waiting for Brandon to start with the ad hominem attacks, racial animus, calling me all kinds of names, blah, 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 blah. This is just what they do, guys. I've been doing this long enough to where when somebody comes in here and says, am I blocked? Usually means they're a troll. Number 5, strict silence. Judge Roach has mandated that attendees must remain silent and respectful. Gestures, facial expressions, or audible reactions to testimony are strictly prohibited. This particular mandate, that is the one that is the most directly attributed to the behavior of the so-called black community. These people have absolutely no respect for authority or decorum. And if you don't believe me, before you blanch in disagreement, just go to any police body cam channel, take a look, and then you can miss me with your bad faith rebuttals. You people don't know how to act in any situation, and Judge Roach knows that. Okay? He's not worried about outbursts from white people. He's not worried about outbursts from non-black people. No. He's worried about outbursts from you people, and you people know it. Number 6, dress code. Oh boy. Uh-oh. Clothing, logos, or items displaying messages or images related to the case are banned. Now, there are 2 aspects here that I want to point out. The first of which is what I just stated. He doesn't want people wearing t-shirts, hats, or apparel that displays messages about the case, which is understandable. I mean, I think we all remember we recently saw President Trump doing a State of the Union address, and there were people actually in the chamber with some pretty crazy stuff. Judge Roach wants nothing to do with that. Totally get it, totally understandable. The second aspect of this is, again, directed at black people. Judge Roach does not want YNs showing up looking like YNs, and he doesn't want hood boogers showing up dressed like they're going to the club. Guys, there's a reason why certain restaurants institute a dress code. And that reason is to keep a certain type of people out of the establishment. Let's speak plainly. Low-class black people, YNs, niggas. This is why there is a dress code. Not just niggas, really rednecks as well. But it's mostly niggas. Well, Judge Roach's rationale here is along those same lines. He doesn't want a courtroom full of black people dressed like they're in the hood, the club, or at the liquor store. Number seven, gag order. Now, I think this has been enacted for a while. A pre-existing gag order remains in place, limiting public statements by attorneys and witnesses outside of the courthouse. Now, there are a few other ancillary rules that Judge Roach instituted, but those are the main ones. And anyone who violates those mandates face immediate removal from the building, loss of media credential, and contempt of court sanctions, which, if I'm not mistaken, I think that includes like jail time. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe 30 minutes in jail, whatever. So people are either going to have to look and act civilized, or they're going to have to be kicked out. So clearly the judge wanted to make sure that these rules were followed to the letter, and he has put in this very effective deterrent to that end. But I want to bring it back to this whole fair trial thing. You guys remember the Anthony family acting like they were the victims? We want a fair trial. We want a fair trial, even though it was their son who had killed somebody else's son. A lot of people assume that he is implementing all of these rules to ensure a fair trial for Karmelo Anthony, which makes sense to a degree. But I disagree. Because as far as I'm concerned, these mandates also ensure a fair trial for Austin Metcalf. Cameras being allowed in the courtroom, guys, the lack of a strict dress code and allowing outbursts in the courtroom, etc., all of those benefit Karmelo Anthony. Theatrics, bad faith actors, disingenuous diversionary tactics were all on full display during the OJ trial. All of those elements, along with the jury obviously being biased towards OJ, led to Simpson being acquitted for a murder he committed. I'm not going to debate whether you think OJ did it or not. I'm not here to discuss that. I just discuss that element as it pertains to this particular case. I don't care what anybody says. OJ did it and he got away with it. That's neither here nor there, right? But I think that Judge Roach had all of this in mind when he laid out these particular mandates. That is my opinion. And so what we're going to do, guys, is we're going to take a look. We're going to take a look at a lot of different things. We're going to take a look at a few debates that I did. We're going to do that a little bit later on. Going to do that a little bit later on in the live stream. I'm going to react to a couple of videos, TikTok videos, Instagram videos. There's one dude who said that he is going to defend Karmelo Anthony because he is black. Then there's the whole cleat sharpener myth that was debunked. The so-called black community came up with every excuse they could think of to justify the killing of Austin Metcalf. So we're going to take a short break. I just wanted to give you guys a quick info. We're going to take a very short break, 90 seconds to maybe 2 minutes. Guys, get up, stretch out, share the video. We'll do the proper Donovan Sharp introduction. We'll get all of the proper reads in, and we will be right back.
woman never belongs to you. It's just your turn. You lost your edge, she lost attraction for you. That's how it works. What'd you think she was gonna do? Or to get complacent in relationships. Get your fat ass off the couch, start lifting weights, and learn game. You're welcome.
And now your man, Donovan Sharp.
What's up, guys? It's your man, Donovan Sharp, and welcome to this special edition of TSR Live. It is Monday, June the 1st of 2026. It is good to have you guys in today. We, of course, are streaming live across multiple platforms. So however you're watching, wherever you're watching from, oh my God. Oh my God. Myles Garrett just got traded to the LA Rams. Oh, Jesus Christ. I swear to God. Oh boy. Well, I guess we know who the Super Bowl favorite is now. Holy moly. A first-round pick and Jared Verse. Wow. Wow, I bet you Jared Verse is pissed. Ay. All right, well, hey, man, the show must go on. Quick announcements before we get started. Make sure you like the video, guys. It is the most important metric that YouTube looks at to determine this video's place in the algorithm. Also, if you regularly like the stream, you are far more likely to get push notifications when I go live. So if you want to help the show and make sure you get notifications when I go live, hitting that like button will help immensely. Also, make sure you hit that notification bell for good measure. Guys, make sure you share this video. Share this video with anyone who pees standing up or anyone who is not red-pilled about race. Imagine your brother, your buddy, your coworker, or even your dad thanking you for changing the very trajectory of his life simply because you shared a video, a short, or a clip. And remember, guys, there's no need to accompany the sharing of any of my videos with some sort of long explanation as to why they should or need to watch it. Just drop the link, and if they have any questions, you can answer them then. But this is the best way to get the word out. Again, no paragraphs of text like you see on the screen. None of this, hey, you need to watch this, bro. This is the red pill truth. It's going to change your life. This is the red pill, bro. The red pill's the truth. Nuh-uh. Don't do it. No. That's not the way to do it. That's not the way to do it. Okay? Simply drop the link and let the chips fall where they may. Also, be sure to join my Discord. We have a lot of fun over there. Yes, we do. We drop videos. We talk about dating, relationships. We share funny videos, memes, and we do talk about current events. Discord is definitely the platform you need to join us on if you want to communicate with the family on a regular basis. So if you have any videos to share, if you have any ideas to bounce off me and the guys, or you're just looking for a community of like-minded men, join our Discord. Link in description and in the chat. If you like the content, if you get something out of my videos, if you learn from my live stream, don't be a cheapskate. Shoot your boy a Cash App. This way you can support the show directly. Simply go to $ Donovan Sharp on Cash App, or you can scan the QR code you see on your screen. I'm not really sure how you do that, but do it anyway. Now, you will see my legal name, which is, of course, Edwin Hopkins, but I can assure you that is me, Donovan Sharp. Also, keep in mind that every Cash App over the amount of $10 gets one of these. Link in chat and description. Guys, make sure you follow me all over social media. I am on Instagram, Facebook, X, Snapchat, and TikTok. You can find all the links to my social media pages in the description, as well as my homepage, and the link is in the chat. Make sure you also follow me on Rumble. Rumble is where I do all of my not safe for YouTube content, like my dating show breakdowns, movie breakdowns, sports watch-alongs, and so forth. Guys, Rumble is where I stream my premium Patreon content. So if you want to join the fun, get educated, and watch my most impactful content live, follow me on rumble.com/Donovan Sharp, link in chat. And finally, if you want the best dating wisdom on the net, make sure you head over to datingwisdom.net. There you will find all of my books and courses from my 5-part 7-hour audio course, How to Build a Quality Woman from the Ground Up, to my 25-hour course on dating and relationships, to my signature series, Womanese 101. You will find quite literally everything you need to dominate the dating market here in the 2020s. So go to datingwisdom.net if you are looking for real-world, actionable advice, as well as step-by-step guidance in terms of how to navigate today's dating and relationship landscape. Pardon me. Oh, I got something in my... All right, good stuff. All right, it is time to do our daily age and location check. So, if you guys would, put your age and location in the chat. Myself and everyone in here would greatly appreciate it. So, for example, I, myself, would type in 48/Reno, just like you see in the chat. The reason we do this here, guys, is because if you're here, there is a better than average chance that you probably think the way we do here at TSR Towers. But you also understand how difficult it is to meet like-minded people who share our beliefs. Well, by putting your age and location in the chat, you alert people here who might live in your proximity that you are watching. You never know. Someone could be watching from your city, your neighborhood, your street, your block, maybe even in your own building. So this particular check is how we build communities of like-minded men. So put your age and location in the chat if you are interested in building relationships with people who think the way we do. All right, good stuff, man. Listen, I got a hell of a show. I got a hell of a show in store for you guys today. Very much looking forward to getting into all of this. Brandon ZA1 on the Rumble side, I accused him of being a troll. He responds with, I'm not trolling. I was a supporter way back when you said, oh, way back when you were in the first studio. I was blocked some time ago just because I said I don't agree with anti-black points of view. I agree with everything else. Brandon, if I blocked you just because you said you don't agree with anti-black points of view, you're lying.
Stop the cap.
Okay, I don't block people who say, Donovan, I disagree with your anti-black points of view. I don't block people who come in here and disagree with me. What I do block, what I do do is I block people who come in here and call me names, who like to troll, who like to do ad hominem attacks. That's what I do. So listen, I appreciate your support, but I'm not gonna sit here and buy the fact I was blocked some time ago just because I said I don't agree with anti-black points of view. Now, I don't remember you in particular, Brandon, but you're not gonna sit here and tell me that I disagree with your anti-black points of view. No, screw you, you're done. No, no. It didn't go down like that. It didn't go down like that, and you and I both know it. I block people for far worse reasons than people just disagreeing. I can guarantee you probably said some stupid shit that you probably couldn't defend. But I'll tell you what, Brandon, hey, look, I'm not mad at you. I'm going to go ahead and put in the pull-up link. If anybody has anything to say, whether you agree or disagree, hashtag pull up. Hashtag pull up. We will have a civil discussion. Okay? And just so you know, guys, I'm not, and guys, if you want to come up and debate this thing with me, if you disagree, I'm more than happy to talk to you. Okay? I understand that things are going to get contentious at times. I get it. Let's have some decorum. Let's not call each other names. Okay? Let's not talk over each other. Let's not be ingenuine. Let's not argue in bad faith. Okay? Because, look, I have said on the air before, if I see or hear evidence that suggests that Karmelo Anthony is not guilty, I will be the first to come on and tell you guys I was wrong. I'll be the first to come on here and tell you that. All right? I have absolutely no issue with anyone who wants to come up and respectfully and civilly discuss this particular case. I'm not looking to get into an argument. Okay? I'm not trying to play who's winning who. I'm not trying to play games. Okay? We're all grown-ups in here. All right? I'm not gonna pull you up if you just want to yell. No. Yelling is what children and women do at each other. And sometimes I guess I am a woman sometimes because I do yell, right? Arguing is what women and children do. We don't argue, okay? We discuss. And we don't debate either, because when you debate, that connotes that there is a winner and a loser. No, I want to have an honest, genuine discussion. If you want to have an honest, genuine discussion as to why you believe that Karmelo Anthony is not guilty or shouldn't be sent to jail, I have no problem with you coming up. I have no problem with that at all. Let's have a respectful, civil discussion. This is not a debate, because the debate means that there is a winner and a loser. All right? So I'll put it to you that way. Brandon says, why is Minister Jap blocked, though? What does Minister Jap have anything to do with this? He has no issue with you. Well, see, there we go, Brandon. There we go. There you go. There you go. See, Brandon, you're already starting. What does Minister Japp have to do with this case and what you said? I'm not trolling. I was a supporter way back when you said you were in the first studio. I was blocked some time ago just because I said I don't agree with anti-black points of view. I agree with everything else. I agree with, and it's interesting when guys come in here, and I'm not saying that this is you, Brandon, but I'm not saying that it's not. They like to come in and they try to sort of soften things. Donovan, I agree with everything you say, but I don't like the way you talk about black people. 9 times out of 10, they just want to come in here and talk a bunch of trash. Brandon, you're off to a bad start. I don't know what Minister Japp has to do with any of this. And I don't even know if Minister Japp is, how do you know Minister Japp is blocked? I don't even know that Minister Japp is blocked. I haven't seen him in my chat in forever, and I haven't spoken to him on the phone in 2 years. Army Vet says, don't come in here advocating for another grown man. Worry about yourself. Yep. Thank you. I'm happy to discuss the case with you, Brandon. I'm happy to discuss the case with you. I'm not gonna play this, put a battery in a nigga's back, blah, 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 blah. Okay, if you want to know what's going on with Minister Japp, go to his channel and ask him. I'm sure he will tell you. I'm sure he'll tell you. All right. Here we go. Let us do the age and location chat. Or check. Ark Survival says, well, let me just go through the chats here, and then we will get to the videos that we are going to. We're going to get to a few of the videos that we're going to react to, including a few debates that I did on this back when this entire story broke. Ozzy World, good to see you in here. Derek Swindoll says, wow, early stream. Yeah, the reason why I decided to stream early is because the trial, I assume, is underway. Now, I've seen a few chats with a lot of you guys saying that jury selection is today. I thought that they had already done jury selection, and I'm not a lawyer. I don't know how these things go. I don't know. Who knows? But King Life says jury selection is happening today, apparently. Okay, fair enough. King Life also says, after the amount of people who get off easy becoming repeat offenders, I'm going to say he needs to do at least 34 years. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. That's interesting because I remember when this story broke, King Life, I actually agreed with him. He said, hey, look, man, I'm good if he gets 17 to 20 years. I'm good if he gets 17 to 20 years. King Life obviously feels a little bit differently now. He says he needs to do at least 34. I can't say I disagree. Jerry Ravens in the house says, what's up, guys? Doing double duty, working and caring for both of my parents. Wow. I know all about it. At least one side of that. Aussie World says, yes, it is Kirkendall. Yeah, I had people correcting me. It's not Kirkendall, it's Kuykendall. Listen, when I lived in Oklahoma, which is closer in proximity to Texas than it is here in Reno, I knew a guy when I went to Altus High School in Oklahoma. His name was Chris Kirkendall, and he spelled it exactly the same way. So I assumed that it was Kirkendall, Kuykendall. I don't care. It doesn't matter. King Life backs up his claim. He says 17 for Austin's years alive, 17 extra to make an example. Okay, all right. King Life says, let's be real. 2 football players going at it. They're just pushing each other. Karmelo technically also broke a sports rule as to keep it a man's fight 1-on-1, 1v1. Yeah, 1v1, that is kryptonite to niggas, guys. 1v1 is niggas kryptonite. Niggas don't like to fight 1-on-1. They like to fight 8-on-1, 9-on-1, 10-on-1, 20-on-1. Right? King Life says, we don't see hockey players pulling out weapons. That will come with automatic charges. Absolutely. Dude, the hockey stick is a deadly weapon. Google Marty McSorley, Donald Bashir. By the way, rest in peace to Claude Lemieux. I cannot believe he took his own life. That was incredible. Lewis says, I feel attacked. Sorry about that. I mean, listen, if you feel attacked, I can't help you with that. Edward Cross says, I almost got deleted over a stop sign. Jesus Christ. Bad Rastafari says, I'm more upset with the judge saying no cameras in the courtroom. Yeah, listen, I understand why he did it. I completely understand why he said no cameras in the courtroom. Totally get it. Totally get it. It sucks for people like us because if there were cameras in the courtroom, holy moly, it would just be live stream. Oh my God, that'd be great. That'd be great. But I do understand why he doesn't want the cameras in the courtroom. I get it. Lewis says, when they find out he was acting in self-defense, they going lose their... I don't know what that means, Lewis. I don't know what that means, Lewis, but you're going to be wrong. You're going to be wrong. You're going to be wrong. This is all there is to it. Karmelo Anthony did not act in self-defense, my friend. He did not act in self-defense. Oh, wow. Okay, so Lewis says, we have Trump to thank for no camera and high-profile cases. Oh, boy. Here we go. Here we go. All right, so we know what side Lewis is on. Well, Lewis, listen, man. Listen, if you want to discuss this, hashtag pull up. Hold on, let me pin the link in the chat. Let me pin the link in the chat. Brandon says, why not call out Fresh for doing the same thing Abba did? Jesus Christ. You know what's interesting? I'll answer that question. You know what? I will actually. You know what? That's a very good question, Brandon. That is actually a very good question. Make it very clear with these. Give me, just give me a second, because I'll actually play a video that will answer that question. And see, here's the thing, Brandon. Just to be clear, you don't really want to know the answer to the question. You don't really want to know the answer to your question. Okay? You don't. Okay? What you want to do is you want to come in here and point out the fact that Fresh got caught slipping. Yes, Fresh got caught slipping, right? But that's just, it is what it is. Everybody makes mistakes. It is what it is. But I'm gonna play you guys a video. Just give me a second. Oh, accountable. That's what I'm looking for. I'm actually gonna play you guys a video. Ah, there we go. It's a short video. Short video. This is the reason why. This is the reason why. Actually, let's do this. And again, to be clear, Brandon, I know you don't want the answer to the question. You're coming here with the intention of disrupting things. And I'm not gonna let you disrupt things, but yeah, I'm gonna let you move along the conversation. I'm gonna let you move along the conversation because that's what we do here at TSR Towers. That's what we do here. So let's go ahead and play this video. What I'm gonna talk about here, here we go. So Brandon asks, oh wait a minute, hold up. This is my video. I don't need to. Sorry, guys. It's been a while. Oop, no copyright. Donovan Cartoon gone. Donovan Cartoon gone. I don't need the fair use stuff. I'll probably move myself over. Okay, guys. So without further ado, this is the answer. Let me just reread Brandon's question just so we all know. As a matter of fact, I'll actually take a screen grab of it just so that we can have some reference. Brandon, I'm beginning to understand why you've been blocked for a while. Number one. Number two, I don't believe you. I don't believe you're a fan. I think you're a troll. I think you're a hater. Because you said what most of my trolls and haters do. You said something that, you know, most of my trolls and haters do is, I agree with everything else except for your stance on black people. Translation, I don't like you. I'm not a fan. That's really what you want to say. That's what you want to say. Let's just keep it real. And you're not interested in the answer to the question that I just put on the screen. You're not interested in that. All you wanted to do was say, Fresh got caught slipping, and I want you to call him out. Well, I just want you to watch this video, and this will answer Brandon's question. Here we go. Just briefly, is there are a lot of guys in my comments after I broke down the fiasco, which was awesome, by the way. I loved it. I like chaos. I know a lot of you guys don't. I do. I thrive. I tend to thrive in chaos. That's just that. Listen, maybe that's, who knows? Maybe that's just me being effed up. I don't know. Whatever the case may be, I liked it. A lot of you guys didn't, but I got a lot of guys in the comments that were telling me, I can't believe he didn't hold
I can't believe he didn't hold Myron Gaines accountable. He justified this terrible behavior. Let me explain something to you guys. You guys that want us to hold other content creators accountable, I understand where you're coming from, but there are certain things that need to be handled behind closed doors. And I'll give you the perfect example. When Myron made fun of Preach's wife doing the hoo, remember that? That was one of the funniest things I had ever seen. But guess what? That was not the right thing for Myron to do. I'll never forget, I was in the shower and I saw it. I cracked up laughing. I got done with my shower and I thought to myself, you know what? He's going to get some blowback for this. So I shot Myron a text. I said, hey, give me a call when, between, this and after hours. He gave me a call. I said, yo, dude, like, that was funny, but you're going to have to understand that you're going to get some blowback from this. And he's like, yeah, I know. He's like, yeah, I know. But I'm, he's like, but I'm tired of these. And I was like, listen, no, you're right. And I didn't have to tell Myron that, but this is just it. I handled that behind the scenes. I handled that behind closed doors. I handled that man to man with Myron. Myron and I, we've been friends for years now. Okay, we've been friends for years. Okay, we have had disagreements. We have had shouting matches at each other. But even after disagreements, even after shouting matches, we're still good friends. We're still good friends. Us shouting at each other, having disagreements, having contentious and confrontations, this is just part of our friendship, guys. This is part of our friendship. I don't love Myron any more or less because of our. This is just how men do things. That's how men do things. Yes, what Myron did, as far as Preach's wife is concerned, was pretty stupid. And Myron has admitted, and he would tell you as much now. But Myron's my brother. Okay? Myron's he's my boy. Okay? We hold each other accountable behind the scenes. I'm not going to come on and do a live stream. Well, Myron's a good friend of mine, but he shouldn't have said that about Preach's wife. No, I'm not going to do that. I handled that behind the scenes. And it's not like Myron didn't know that that's not the way he should have handled it. He knew it as soon as he did it. I called him up. We had a conversation. And listen, what things happened, they kind of went through the fire. And that was that. But the point is I'm not going to come on and do some live stream and point the finger and shame on you, Myron Gaines. You should not have done that. No, that's stupid. That's disrespectful. That's not what friends and family do to each other. We talk all the time. Dude, the same that always talk about how divisive the manosphere is and about how, we got to stick together and there's too much infighting. The same want to say, well, you guys need to hold each other accountable. How the do you know we're not doing that behind the scenes? Huh? How do you know that I didn't have a conversation with Myron about certain things that he's done? How do you guys know that he hasn't had certain conversations with me about things that I've done and said on the air? This is how it goes with family, guys. Think about your brother, your sister, your closest friends. They go off and they do something wrong. They make an ass out of themselves. You don't reprimand them right there. I don't care. Blah, 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 blah. I said it on the podcast the other night. DJ Academics was wrong for reprimanding his girl in front of all these people and cameras. No, he should have picked her ass up, took her ass outside away from the cameras and be like, hey, check this out. You're out of pocket. No, there's no need for him to make a big spectacle out of correcting his girl. Now, there are times when your girl disrespects you in public, you need to check her in public very quickly. Because if you don't, she's going to disrespect you whenever you're in public. But as we all know, men and women are different. You don't correct a man, as a man, you don't correct another man in public. No. If I have a problem with something, Myron, Fresh, Kevin Samuels, Minister Jap, Solo TV, anybody that I'm cool with, if I have a problem with them, or if I think they need to be held accountable for something they did or said, or if I think that, hey, you didn't quite handle that the wrong way, guess what? I'm not going to do a live stream about it and hold them accountable just to appease you grandstanding motherfuckers. No. I'm going to give them a fucking call, be like, yo, check this out. This was funny as shit, but you handled that the wrong way. Yes, we hold each other accountable, okay? But we're not going to do it in front of y'all, man. We're not going to do it in front of y'all. I'm not going to hold some of my best friends accountable in front of you guys just so you guys can give me a bravo. Yeah. Donovan's a real one because he held Myron accountable. No, man. Myron and Fresh, man, that's family. And when your family up in public, you stand by them in public, then you have words behind closed doors. That's how it always goes. If my brother does or says some shit that's out of the way or off the wall and he's getting attacked in the media, whatever the case may be, I'm going to stand by him. I'm going to present a united front. Now, behind closed doors, it's going to be a different conversation. But you motherfuckers who wanted me, I can't believe he didn't hold him accountable. Fuck you guys. If I have an issue with anything Myron does or says, that's a conversation between me and him. You guys don't need to be privy to that, and you don't have the right to be privy to that. I don't give a fuck who you are. I don't give a shit. No, what you motherfuckers wanted was just more red meat. Well, this content creator said this and that. No, no. We ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. Yes, we hold each other accountable. Yes, we do. That is what we have to do. Your best friends have to hold you accountable. We're not about to do it in public. And we're damn sure not going to put on a show just to appease you motherfuckers. Pardon me, just to appease you motherfuckers who want to make sure that there's balance. No. So while you guys complain about the fact that there's so much divisiveness, but then you want us to hold each other accountable in public, not going to happen. You're not going to have it both ways. Not going to happen. And if you're looking for me to publicly hold my guys accountable, you're following the wrong guy. You're following the wrong guy. Myron Gaines is a grown fucking man. I personally didn't have a problem with how he handled things. Would I have handled that a little bit differently? Who knows? I don't know. I've never been in that predicament. But as far as he's concerned, he's like, yeah, I handled that the wrong way. Cool. He took accountability. But if I had disagreed with how Myron handled that situation, I'm damn sure not going to come on and hold him accountable in front of you guys just to put on a show. No, that is going to be a conversation we have behind closed doors. This is what your true friends and family does for each other. So if you guys want us to publicly hold each other accountable, trust me, there's a whole other part of the manosphere that does a lot of public holding people accountable. There's plenty of that stuff out there. You're not getting it here.
And that and that is the answer to your question.
I don't give a fuck who you are. What I'm going to talk about here, for good measure.
For good measure. That's the answer to your question, Brandon. Let's get back to the agent location check. Panda Trucker with the $2 super chat says, I am so ready for this. Absolutely. Jay Blaze says, LA Rams absolute favorites without a doubt. Without a doubt. The Rams, dude, holy God. I'm just glad they listen, the only thing that gives me solace about this trade is the fact that they traded Jared Verse, because Jared Verse is a problem. Dude, Myles Garrett on one side and Jared Verse, dude, honestly, cancel the NFC title game. Put him in the Super Bowl. Drew Raven checking in from the desert. Not to be confused with the dessert. Jay Blaze is now 41, checking in from Maine. Oh, I guess you've recently had a birthday. Happy birthday. Sandwich watching from Wisconsin says, go Brewers. Sean Morris, watching from the 619 Ice Dragon Kid, watching from Tulsa, Oklahoma. Aussie World from North Texas. JD Bocanegra from San Antonio, Texas. Yeah, man. Go Spurs, go. Listen, I've got the Spurs in a gentleman's sweep, guys. I got the Spurs in a gentleman's sweep. I got the Spurs in 5. They're an absolute juggernaut. They are here. If they don't sweep the Knicks, it's going to be a 5. It's going to be 5. It's going to be a 4 games to 1 series. It's going to be 4 games to 1 series. Good stuff. Edward Cross checking in from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Preman watching from Baltimore. Justin Consciousness from Rosa Beach, Florida. Good to see you in here. Sean Morris says, if pointing out black degeneracy is anti-black, then everyone here is anti-black. Stop being a victim. Listen, he's not. He just came here to try to disrupt things. But I've already completely just dismantled him. That's why he's shut up and hadn't put anything else in the chat. Because that's what he came in here to do. He came in here to troll. Listen, man, just because you're not calling me names and ad homs doesn't mean you're not trolling. That's the way it is. Scott Valdez, also watching from Tampa. King Life says Brandon's trying to cause controversy. He's an The Castro 92 says, yo, what's up, DS? I've been waiting for this trial to finally start. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Sandwich 1846 says, block him again. I don't need to. I don't need to. I don't need to block guys like Brandon, man. I really don't. I really don't. Looks like Juju Smith-Schuster is going to the Giants. Good stuff. Emmanuel says, incredible or sad, Donovan? Ooh, sorry, I got to that a little bit late. I don't know what you're referring to there. Yeah, ProMan says he went to Lawton MacArthur. Yeah, I remember Lawton Eisenhower, the Ike Eagles. I remember the Lawton Eisenhower Eagles. Emmanuel says Fresh didn't pretend for once. I have no idea what you're talking about there. Edward Cross says Abba is 170% times worse than Fresh. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Fresh did it with one girl. Abba did it with, like, a bunch of bitches. G. Lee says, now we see why Brandon was blocked before. Yep. Perman says, niggas are going to learn just how hard the turn will be once the world looks for accountability. Absolutely. Emmanuel is just in here trolling. Okay, so Emmanuel's a troll. Looks like he's just in here talking shit. That's fine, whatever. Is that all the age and locations we've got in here today? Yeah, yeah. Phoenix Light Games is in the house. I'm gonna tell you what, man. My job would be a lot more difficult without Phoenix Light Games, for sure. For sure. King Life, referring to Abba, says, yeah, Abba is supposed to be, quote, Mr. Integrity. He spoke on abortion before and on others who have been in similar situations of what he's going through. So how, after years of talking on this, you come out doing worse? Right. But because Abba's a loser with money. Abba's like Rich Cooper. He's a loser with money. Abba's got money. He's a loser. And and listen, I don't follow them, but I haven't heard or seen anything from Abba and Preach about myself, Fresh and Fit, or the Manosphere. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but it sounds like they've backed off. Rightfully so. I think Abba and Preach understand that if they ever talk about anything Red Pill again or talk about us, their ass is going to get cooked. They're going to get cooked. Yeah, Jose Garcia says, quote, holding your friends accountable in public is snaky. Right. Holding your friends accountable, that's literally turning on your friends. We're not doing that. We're not doing that here. King Life also says that is a pure demon rat. Condemn it, but be doing it at a way worse level behind the scenes. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. Phoenix Light Games, checking in from Coral Springs, Florida. Good to see you in here. Eben Zur checking in from the 305, is just down there. Emmanuel is from Emma, Nigeria. I have no idea where that is. I have no idea where that is. Is it Emma, Nigeria? Emma 20. Good to see you in here. Nigga. Clearly you are just in here trolling. It is what it is. The Castro 96 says, hell nah, Spurs are not sweeping. Well, I didn't say they were going to sweep, Castro. I said if they don't sweep, it's going to be a gentleman's sweep. They have no answer for Victor Wembanyama. They don't. Who's going to check him? Who's going to check him? Who's going to check Victor Wembanyama? Who's going to stop that dude? OG Anunoby? Landry Shamet? Right? Who, like, what is the answer for Victor? Karl Anthony Towns? No. Victor Wembanyama, dude. Spurs in 5. Wembanyama, MVP. Six Pass of Fred. Oops, sorry about that. Says, haven't seen you live at this time before. Yeah. Yep. Molten Mage Gaming checking in from Orlando. He also says, nah, Myron had to cook them again. He released another video a week or so about Myron. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. So Abba is still out here talking trash about... Swear to God. Well, guess what? Listen. He's free to talk about what he wants to talk about, but I'll tell you what. Gonna have a lot less impact. Ay. Oh boy. That's because, see, the reason why Abba and Preach talk about Fresh and Fit is because that's what pays their bills, guys. Fresh and Fit feed Abba and Preach. Literally. Anytime they talk about anything else, they get barely any views. Barely any views. They talk about Myron and Fresh, they talk about Fresh and Fit, that's when their views go up. Blank Sand checking in from DC. Good to see you in here. Ark Survival says, how long do you think the trial will be? I've heard that it's going to be between 2 and 2.5 weeks. That's what I heard. The Castro makes a very good, he actually makes a very good point. He says, Spurs coming off 7 games, while the Knicks had a week rest will not be a sweep. Okay, I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you. No, I did, again, I want to make it clear. I did not say that the Spurs are going to sweep the Knicks, okay? The Spurs were going to sweep the Knicks. No, it's going to be a gentleman's sweep. Julian Schmidt says, turn the tables. Austin would be walking free without question, but with a medal. No, he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't. Julian. If Austin Metcalf had stabbed Carmelo Anthony to death, Austin Metcalf would be in prison. He'd be in prison, as he should be. But here's the thing, Julian Schmidt, the tables haven't been turned. See, again, this is another disingenuous argument that the so-called black community likes to come in here. Well, if the tables were turned, the tables were not turned. The tables were not turned. No. Carmelo Anthony stabbed Austin Metcalf to death. Carmelo Anthony should go to jail. He should not have a medal. See, that's the difference. And whoever pulled up, I'll get to you in a second. See, that's the difference between the so-called black community and other communities. The so-called black community, they like to exalt and praise the worst of their society. Everybody loves King Von. Run him up, shoot him up, kill, murder, whatever. Non-black communities don't do that. They're like, okay, we're going to put you off to the side. Going to put you off to the side. Now, maybe Austin Metcalf gets a redneck medal, right, from those guys. But the white community would not have given Austin Metcalf a medal, and you know that. Interestingly enough, let's say the roles were reversed, and let's just say, for the sake of argument, that Carmelo Anthony instead stabbed Austin Metcalf. Oh, well, they didn't give Carmelo Anthony a medal. No, they gave him $600,000. Turning the tables, he says again. Austin would be walking free without question, but with a medal. Yet here you are talking about the inverse, and Carmelo Anthony got literally over $500,000. Brandon says, didn't you admit paying for a woman's apartment while she was seeing another guy on the side? Sounds like an L to me. Yes. Yep. Matter of fact, Brandon, that's inaccurate. That's inaccurate. I actually rented a woman, a single mom. I rented a single mom, a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house with a backyard. And she was smashed. She was getting smashed by her baby daddy who had just gotten out of prison. And yes, that was an absolute L. Taught me many, many lessons. And again, Brandon is now showing why he was blocked before. So now Brandon is going to come in here and try to talk about, yes, I've never run from my L's, guys. I've told you guys how I almost got baby trapped. I told you about the 19-year-old single mom. The drug addict, who played me, got me kicked out of all this. Yes, I admit my L's. That's why I'm here. Sounds like an L to me. Huge L. Absolutely huge L. But the interesting thing is, Brandon, since you followed me from the beginning, like you say, that woman has called into my show twice, trying to get at your boy, right? She's called into my show twice. Yeah, I took the L, but look at me now. And guys, this is the difference between, I guess this is the difference between people who are genuine and people who are ingenuine, okay? I'll admit my L's. I will absolutely admit dude, I took L's after I took the red pill, right? I got played, I got cheated on when I was in Vegas. Absolutely. I don't run from that. It is what it is. Keep them coming, guys. Keep them coming. I got all of y'all. Keep them coming. What else you got for me, Brandon? Ay. I guess I was supposed to get upset and block him again. All right, let me go. Oh, Jay Blaze has pulled up. Let me add Jay Blaze to the show. Jay Blaze, what is going on, my brother?
Hey, what's up? The
What's up,
Rams
man?
are going to be nasty this year.
Oh my god, dude. Bruh. Yo, I literally found out about this on the air that, like, honestly, I don't really know. I mean, oh, dude, I don't even know. What do you, I'm speechless.
And
What do you got?
Miles Garrett is going to be like going wild because he's finally away from the Cleveland Browns train wreck, and he's going to be so happy to get out of there.
Yeah, and not only that, I think, and it's interesting when players who play for historically bad organizations, when they get traded to a good organization, they always have great years. They always have good years. How many sacks? I'm gonna put the over under. I'm gonna put the over under sacks for Myles Garrett in 2026-27. I'm gonna put the over under at 17. I'm taking the over. I think Myles Garrett gets at least 20 sacks this year.
I think he gets probably 20 around there. I would say.
He probably does. So what's on your mind, man?
I'm just thinking we're seeing the Arena Zarutska where these liberal judges are letting these like criminals, and typically they get these liberal justices and they just let these black guys go. Are we going to have this trial turn out to be like a Rodney King where it's just the is it on that par? Is 2026, is this our Rodney King trial?
No, this is our OJ trial, Jason.
OJ?
This is our OJ trial. And get this. Niggas are going wild out no matter what the verdict is. Newsflash, guys, newsflash. I wasn't going to mention this until later. A lot of people are afraid of the verdict. Oh my God, what if Karmelo Anthony gets convicted? Blacks are going to wild out. They're going to wild out whether he gets convicted or he's acquitted. Okay, this is what the so-called black community does. They look for a reason to break the law, commit crimes, be violent. Okay, so if Karmelo gets put in prison, racism, we're going to wild out. If he gets acquitted, oh shit, this kid got away with stabbing a kid in the heart. We're going to go wild out. What do you think?
Did you see the video of the white liberal guy who said he was going to commit violence at the trial?
Yes. He said that he was going to be from an elevated. Oh my God. Yeah. Whatever. What's his name? Harley Davidson. Somebody. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. We did not have the liberal white Karens of now that we did in the 1970s, and we did not have these like the white guilt we have today.
Yep.
I think this could turn out to be pretty wild.
Yeah, and this is going to be crazy, dude.
If this was any other place than Texas, if this is in like a more blue state, it would be
Minnesota, New York, California. Yeah, it'd be open. It'd be open and shut. Carmelo Anthony would walk. He'd skate in a week. Yeah.
And there are some liberal justices, but it does look good that they have a good judge because he said no cameras there. And I think that's probably the good decision. And I'm going to assume there's going to be some YouTubers that are there in the courtroom.
Yep.
Like taking notes.
I think Sarah Fields, what's his name from the quartering, says that he's got someone on the inside. I can't imagine it being anyone other than Sarah Fields.
Yeah, I would assume.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, it's going to be interesting. And I don't know how he gets off because dude, it's open and shut, dude. He went there to commit violence.
Listen, here's the thing, and that's the thing. There is a world, Jay Blaze, and even though it is in Texas, a red state, just given the environment, okay, all the pro-blackity blacks, okay, there is a world in which he gets acquitted. There absolutely is a world in which he gets acquitted because of all of the social media. Because the thing is this, man, this is the reason. The reason why Trump is in office is because the people that voted him in, they're not beholden to what's on social media. The Democrats thought that they were going to win in a landslide in 2016 because they pay attention to their social media following. But it's interesting. When Devin and I had first started talking, I remember she says, yeah, you know who put Trump in office? Trump in office was the silent majority. And so the silent majority here, we're about to find out. And I'm hearing today is voir dire, jury selection, right? Today is jury selection. This is a very critical day if indeed today is jury selection, okay? The OJ verdict, I think, had 9 black people. Correct me if I'm wrong. And I remember after OJ was acquitted and you're free to go, one of the jurors stood up and raised his fist with black power. That is absolutely positively a possibility. Okay. And so there is a world in which Karmelo Anthony is found not guilty. Now, I've been on record before saying, hey, look, if there is a video or if there are multiple eyewitnesses that say, hey, look, man, Austin and Hunter were stomping out Karmelo Anthony, there was nothing he could do, blah, 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 I'll be the first to say, okay, well, guess what? That was self-defense. Okay, but pushing someone, grabbing someone, that does not give you the right. And I'm actually going to pull up the legal definition. That doesn't give you the right to plunge a knife into someone's chest.
No, it doesn't. And it's just going to be, this could be a wild.
It's going to be crazy.
Yeah, depending on either way it goes. And I think Karmelo would have a much better shot if he had hired better representation in terms of between the trial, because he got that race baiter that hurt
Dominic Alexander. That absolutely hurt him. Oh my dude, can you imagine how badly Dominic Alexander polluted the jury pool?
Yeah, he did huge damage to Karmelo, and dude, he was there for his own profile. He was not there for Karmelo. And if Karmelo should have hired like a PR agent or something, but he used up all. I think the family used up all the.
They used up all his money, man. Yeah, they used up all his money. And listen, man, there's speculation on SUVs and houses and blah 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 blah. Okay, fine, whatever. I don't care what they did with the money. Okay, personally, and I really just don't give a shit about what they did. The point is that Karmelo Anthony's family did him wrong. $600,000, it's like $614,000. That is more than enough to hire the kind of defense attorney that gives you the best chance of getting a favorable outcome, which is no jail time.
Yeah, exactly.
Good stuff.
They did him dirty, and he's going to have to get with probably a public defendant. And that is not the way you want to do that. It's wild.
It's all bad.
I don't know if any of you watched that HBO show where the guy had like the knife and stuff.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
like it just shows you how instrumental like a good reputation is for this kind of case.
Yeah,
and
OJ. Look, OJ Simpson is the perfect example. He hired the best civil rights defense attorney the dream team money could buy, and it worked. OJ deserved his freedom. He deserved his freedom. I think he did it. He deserved his freedom. I'm gonna let you go, Blaze, because I got people in the chat making disingenuous arguments. Thanks for coming up, brother. I appreciate it, man.
Later.
That is Jay Blaze checking in with your boy. Julian Schmidt says hold on, I'm gonna get to that in a minute. Julian Schmidt says also it wasn't a knife, it was a cleat sharpener. He was a football player. Bro, do you know what a cleat sharpener is? See, again, this whole cleat sharpener thing, all of these lies, like the one that Julian Schmidt just said, that's a lie. He didn't stab him with a cleat sharpener, number one. Number two, they were at a track meet. If they were at a track meet, why would he bring a football cleat sharpener to a track meet? He wouldn't. Okay? Another lie. And it doesn't matter if it was a cleat sharpener. It doesn't matter if it was a machete. It didn't matter if it was a pocket knife. The weapon, he brought a weapon onto campus. Okay, it is illegal to bring a weapon on campus. You know what? Hold on. What does a cleat sharpener look like? Let me just look this up. Cleat sharpener, and that was debunked. That was debunked years ago. Oh, isn't this interesting? What does a cleat sharpener look like? Oh, you guys are gonna love this. What does a cleat sharpener look like? Oh, here we go. That doesn't look like a cleat. What the fuck is that? Oh, that looks like a battery. What does a cleat sharpener look like, actually? Nobody, and again, Julian, you don't know what a cleat sharpener I don't know what a cleat sharpener is. What the hell, what does a cleat sharpener look like? It doesn't matter. I don't even know, dude. I'm seeing I'm seeing a bunch of stuff here, right? There's a blade sharpener. Yeah, dude, that's BS. That's BS. That is absolute BS. And even if the cleat sharpener, and cleat sharpeners aren't sharp. Number one, number two, I don't even think they use cleat sharpeners. Don't they just like replace the spot? Again, guys, that's one of the many lies that the other side is using. Okay? He was there for a track meet. Carmelo Anthony was a track star. Where's your rebuttal for that, Julian? It was a cleat sharpener. He was there running a track meet. He wasn't there for a football game. It was a track meet. Where's your rebuttal there? Where's your rebuttal there? Oh, that's right. There is none. There is none. Brandon, the troll, says this. Let me translate for you. Says a real man would immediately stop paying the rent and have her evicted. Guess I have to teach Don how to deal with these situations. All good. We all got us. All good. We all start somewhere. Number one, would have stopped immediately and have her evicted. Wait, hold on. A real man would immediately stop paying the rent. No. A man's man would have never put himself in that situation in the first place. Okay? I shouldn't have put. I shouldn't have been in that situation in the first place. Right? And then you said, I guess you'll have to teach Don how to deal with these situations. All good, we start somewhere. Yeah, listen, we all got to start somewhere. I look forward to you teaching me how to deal with women on your upcoming YouTube channel. Appreciate that. Real Rain 89 says, up till last year, I didn't even know they made cleat sharpeners. I don't know. Tabitha Goen says, the police report reveals that it was a black-handled knife. There you go. It's a black-handled knife. They found the knife. Man, come on. Lies. Julian Schmidt says the only reason Carmelo would receive a long sentence would literally only be to appease white people. No. The reason why Carmelo would receive a long sentence is because he is guilty of first-degree murder. It has nothing to do with appeasing white people. The reason why he would receive a long sentence is, well, justice. That's why he would get a long sentence, is because of justice. All right. Dre Raven with the $2 super chat says, you can't have a Rodney King in Texas. Maybe not. Julie Schmidt says, this dude called in to talk about sports. Yeah. Jay Blaze is one of my best friends. And if you have a problem with it, then you can kick rocks. Dre Raven says, we're overdue from a call from Carla, aren't we? Yeah, she should have called me back. She should have called me back in 24. So she called me back in 18. Then she called me back. Then she called again in 2020. Then she called again in 2022. I haven't heard from her in 2024, and I have yet to hear from her in 2026. Carla's washed up, guys. She's washed up. That's why she didn't call anymore, because she knows. God, she looks so, oh my God, dude, that bitch was fucking bad. But I guarantee you, she's a fat ass bitch. G. Lee says, how could you teach about the red pill if you've never been through anything? Brandon keeps illustrating his lack of maturity and critical thinking. Yeah, and again, guys like Brandon, didn't you admit? You know what? This is funny. This would be like somebody making. Let's just say that there was Ethan Suplee. I don't know if you guys know who he is. Ethan Suplee. He's an actor. He was on My Name Is Earl. He was a big old fat guy, dude. He lost a bunch of weight and now he's jacked. Me going in, what Brandon just did would be the equivalent of me going in to Ethan Supplee's comment. Ethan, weren't you 400 pounds 10 years ago? How stupid do I sound? Yes, he was 400 pounds 10 years ago. He isn't now. Aben Preach made fun of me for getting played by a 19-year-old crackhead, as they said. She wasn't a crackhead. She was a meth head. Either way, yes. Oh, ha, ha, ha. Donovan got played by this. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Ha, ha, ha. Stephen Curry has missed most shots he's taken in his life. Guys, we all, just like Brandon says, we all got to start somewhere. Okay? I started in 2010. I started in August of 2010, and now here we are in 2026. Try again, Brandon. Try again, Brandon. You're 0 for 3 at this point. You're 0 for 3 at this point. Now I know why I blocked Brandon. He's one of these nigga trolls. Yeah, it is what it is. Frank B says, and the Giants re-signed OBJ. That's a nothing burger. Odell Beckham Jr. is washed up. He's done. He's done. He's absolutely done. Julian, where are you at? Where you at, Julian? See again. See, guys, this is why nobody pulls up. This is why nobody ever pulls up. Okay? Nobody ever pulls up because they know Karmelo is guilty. They know he's guilty. They know he's guilty. They know he is guilty, man. Black flipped in my... Oh boy, Black flipped in my mind. I'm just going to call you flipped. Says Victoria, Rose, Smith, Cash, German, Cannon, Hinton, Austin, Metcalf. The only way forward is resegregation now. No. The only way forward is to hold people who commit crimes accountable, regardless of their race. If a white person stabs a black person, an unarmed black person in the chest, they should go to prison. They should go to jail. That's how it is. Rucker says, from what I understand, there's no such thing as a cleat sharpener. I don't know, man. Thomas says, Julian watching too much Black Twitter. Dude, Julian's not watching anything. He's not watching anything. Speaking of which, and guys, this is I'm gonna go ahead and react to this video that I found on TikTok. This thing's going around. What a lot of people who are coming in here and doing is they're engaging in racial idolatry. Okay, they're engaging in racial idolatry. They're only defending Carmelo Anthony simply because he is black. That's it. That's it. That's it. They're using every other excuse that they can think of under the sun. It was self-defense. It was this. It was a cleat sharpener, blah, 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 blah. None of that matters. None of that matters. The reason why they're defending Carmelo Anthony is because he is black. And as ridiculous as the guy on the screen that I'm about to respond to here, at least this guy is upfront about it. Black Flip says, thanks for covering this right now, Donovan. No problem. Flock with a Glock says nobody resharpens cleats. They get new cleats or run with dull spikes, or Flock, or I think cleats nowadays, and I think you can take off the spikes and like screw in new spikes. Like in the NFL, I don't know if this is, I mean, I don't play football. I think in the NFL, if there's like a rainy game or if the field is soggy, they'll go out there and they'll try to see if they can cut. And if guys are slipping, and you guys have seen it, if guys are slipping around or the turf is a little bit slick, they'll go back to the locker room and they'll get longer spikes. Some guys bring in, I mean, the equipment manager brings the extra spikes, or they just, they just unscrew that set of spikes and put the deeper spikes in. Nobody sharpens cleats. Nobody sharpens cleats. This isn't 1926. This is 2026. This is 2026. That's how that goes. You guys can see, guys, listen, man. These people are desperate. They're desperate, man. They are absolutely, they are desperate. They are desperate. Justin Consciousness says, yeah, you can, Don. I had cleats like that. Well, Carmelo Anthony did not have cleats like that, Justin. And shout out to you, Justin Consciousness, for being in here. Good stuff. Shout out to you for being in here. Yeah, Carmelo didn't have those kind of cleats. Number one. Number two, you're not 17 years old. Okay? Just because you had those kind of cleats doesn't mean those kind of cleats exist now. Number one. Number two, Carmelo Anthony had to have had those cleats and the cleat sharpener. So just because you had the cleats and a cleat sharpener does not mean that Carmelo had those cleats and a cleat sharpener. Again, let me reiterate. We're talking about football. Okay? The murder happened at a track meet. Not a football game, a track meet. All right? So the whole cleat sharpener thing, that is absolutely, that's crazy. That, again, it's a lie. It's cope. It's cope. It's desperation. Again, listen, man, the so-called black community is desperate. They are absolutely desperate. They're putting anything out that they can think of. They're putting anything out there that they can think of. Actually, so I got a lot of people in here, including Brandon and now Julian, said that he didn't just walk up, it was self-defense. Let's take a look at this. Let's take a look. What is a legal self-defense in... Oh, wait, hold on. Let me take this off. What is a legal self-defense in Texas? Sorry, guys. What is a legal self-defense in Texas? Let's read, shall we? Come on. There we go. Trying to get it so it fits. There we go. All right, we're going to start from here. I'm going to read this area. It says, while Texas does not have a formal, quote, stand your ground law, it has laws involving self-defense, no duty to retreat, and the castle doctrine that together allow someone to use force if they reasonably believe they, face an imminent deadly threat, Texas defense attorney Todd Shapiro, who is not involved in the case, told News Nations. Self-defense laws, which are called stand your ground laws in some states, generally remove the duty to retreat, allowing people to use deadly force without first trying to escape if they reasonably believe they face an imminent threat of death or serious bodily harm. Anthony's lawyers will likely have to show that he faced an immediate deadly threat and had no other option but to use deadly force, Shapiro said. Let's take a look.
All right, so Anthony was being held on $1 million bond, which was crazy. Today, they reduced it to 250 grand, which is, you know, still sizable, but he wound up getting out. All right, so Mark, first of all,
And by the way, guys, just so you guys know, I had no problem with the judge reducing the bond from $1 million to $250,000. Listen, if I were Austin Metcalf's father or brother or family, I probably would have. I'll admit that. But the reason I didn't have a problem with that is because this kid is probably going to get convicted. He's probably going to get convicted. And so in my mind, if he's going to be spending the next at least, 20 to 30 years in prison, the least, in my mind, what this accomplishes, at least he gets to spend what little time he has as a free man with his family. So I'd have a problem with that. I know that a lot of you do. If you do, I get it. I understand. Right? I understand. But if he's going to be, if he's going to be going to prison for the rest of his natural born life, listen, I wouldn't have had a problem if he stayed in jail. I wouldn't have had a problem if the $1 million bond stayed $1 million. I'm not up in arms about the $250,000. I'm not. If this kid is going to prison for a while, at least he can spend the last, few months that he has as a free man with his family. That's just the way I see it.
idea of race, I mean, you lived it with Zimmerman in a big way. There's
King Life with the $5 super chat says, one thing Brandon's brain doesn't realize is that stuff happened while you was blue pill. Abba's doing this while being red pill aware. He knows. He understands.
so many people who believe that that's why.
Brandon says, boom, there you go. He will walk on self-defense. Austin attacked him and he was outnumbered. No. It said a reasonable belief that you are going to face death or deadly harm. Pushing someone does not give you the right to stab someone in the heart. Okay? And there were multiple eyewitnesses that said it was just those two. Metcalf grabbed him. He pushed him. That does not give you the legal right to stab someone. That is not self-defense. Nice try.
Zimmerman wound up beating that case. But what do you see here? What are your questions? What will matter?
Oh, no, it's definitely a consideration. It always is, whether it's a sort of obvious what we're doing or the implicit one, because we all carry these implicit biases with us that perceive or impact how we perceive an event. Now,
here we go. Julian Schmidt is already backpedaling. He says, that's cool and all, but I don't think that man-made laws should trump natural, inalienable laws, especially in self-defense. In some, quote, states, you some states say you can't shoot a burglar if he's not facing you. Be for real. I am being for real. I am being for real. And yeah, if you don't listen, you can think that man-made laws should trump natural, inalienable laws. Okay? Or you might disagree with that. My friend, that's the law of the land. Okay? We can't just bend laws and make them think. What you're doing right now, Julian, is you're doing what Christians like to do with the Bible. There are like 270,000 different kinds of Bibles. A lot of fake Christians like to quote scriptures and twist it to justify their actions, right? So for example, well, I'm going to the club on a Saturday night. Well, don't you going to the club like you're going to church tomorrow? Well, God forgives, right? God forgives. That's the way it goes. That's the way it goes. Black people are trying to say, well, he felt like his life was in danger. No, it wasn't. If he felt like his life was in danger, he would not have said, touch me and see what happens. Let me look again. Let's be reasonable here. According to the police report and according to eyewitnesses, Karmelo Anthony reached into his bag and said, touch me and see what happens. Does that sound like someone, again, let's just use common sense here. Does that sound like someone who is afraid for their life? Is touch me and see what happens, is that someone who sounds like they're afraid for their life? If two Brock Lesnars were to accost me in the tent, if I'm Carmelo Anthony, and Hunter and Austin Metcalf are bearing down on me, and I think, shit's about to go down, why would I say touch me and see what happens? Why would I say that? Why wouldn't I just pull out the knife and stab him, right? That wasn't self-defense, my guy. That was a warning, okay? That was a warning. Again, let's reiterate. You have to have a reasonable expectation, a reasonable fear that your life or physical bodily harm is in jeopardy. If you really do believe that you are in danger, you are not going to look at your assailant and say, well, I think my life is in danger. Touch me and see what happens. No, I don't want him to touch me. And the reason why I don't want him to touch me is because I think my life is in danger. You guys see where these monkeys, you see how they, and again, like we've got monkeys in here. We've got apes. We've got niggas in the chat using primitive argument. It was self-defense. My guy, did you read the police report? Have you watched what's going on? Anyone who fears for their life would never tell the assailant, touch me and see what happens. If you think someone is going to kill you or do bodily harm, why would you warn them, hey, if you do something to me, here's what's going to happen? No, you don't want to see what happens. No, you don't want them to do anything to you, because what they do to you might be deadly. Touch me and see what happens means Carmelo Anthony was not afraid of whatever he thought Austin was going to do. He was not afraid of what Austin Metcalf was going to do. He was not. Oh, here it is. Julian Schmidt says, warning signs exist for a reason. If you ignore it, then the repercussions are on you. Carmelo Anthony should walk, period. There you go. You just lost the argument, Julian. There it is. See? I just defeated Julian's weak argument, and now he's like, okay, well, warning signs exist for a reason, which makes no sense whatsoever. No sense whatsoever. If you ignore it, then the repercussions are on you. Carmelo should walk, period. Okay, perfect. Excellent. You just lost the discussion, and you've had more time to think than I do. I'm up here doing this on the fly. You're sitting here thinking, you're probably on your phone researching Chat GPT. Bro, you just got beat in a debate that you're not even in, my guy. Warning signs exist for a reason. Well, if a warning's what? So let's just go back here. Let's just go back here. A warning, when you literally just defeated your own argument. When you warn somebody of the repercussions of their actions, that is not someone who is afraid of the other person. That's not someone who's afraid of the other person. Julian says, saying I lost doesn't make it true. You know what, Julian? I've heard enough from you. I want you to pull up. Because you've been defeated. Your argument sucks. Everybody knows it. Go ahead and pull up. Where's my pull up? Go ahead and pull up, Julian. No. Saying I lost doesn't make it true. Yeah, actually, it kind of does. It actually kind of does make it true, Julian. You absolutely, not only did you lose, dude, you got fucking annihilated. You just sat here and said warnings exist for a reason. A warning is not something that someone issues if they are in reasonable fear for their life or bodily harm. That's it. You're done. That's it.
Broke ass niggas.
That's it. You said warnings exist for a reason. Warnings are not something that people who fear for their lives issue. People who are afraid don't issue warnings. Touch me and see what happens. No. If somebody pulls a gun and points it at my face, shoot me and see what happens. Does that happen? If Brock Lesnar were in front of me, and Brock Lesnar is a huge dude, am I going to say, hey, touch me and see what happens? Nah. Nope. Nope. Nah. I'm pulling out the knife and I'm doing it right there. I'm not going to warn anybody. Hey, touch me and see what happens. Nah, bruh. Anyone who says to another person, touch me and see what happens, is not a person who is reasonably in fear for their life. That's it. You're done. It's over. It's over. Little King says that was a threat, actually not a warning. You're probably right. You're probably right. You're probably right. Anything else? Anything else? Brandon says, I heard Donna's a Washington Wizards fan. The hell did you hear that from? No, I like the Sixers, which isn't really too much better, I guess. Wizards fan, whatever. Just because you said it doesn't make it true. Yeah, actually, it kind of does. It kind of does. Let's continue.
It's going to come down to it, and I disagree with the guy who said this is not a self-defense case. Yes, I think he said it. This is definitely a self-defense case because it always is one until you look.
Here we go. Now this is the opposition. Let's go.
Facts of the case and compare the two. You have to compare who was the initial aggressor. Was it an aggressive act for him to go up and say, get away from the tent? Did he do more than that? My understanding was maybe he touched him and put hands on him.
Yes, he touched him and put hands on him. That doesn't mean that somebody is fearing for their life. If somebody pushes you or puts hands on you, that's not a reasonable expectation of bodily harm or death. It's not. King Life says, a warning is, if you touch me, I will defend you. Right. I'll defend myself. Right. Right.
Granted, that makes the decedent in this case maybe the initial aggressor. But you really still then have to look at what
King Life, I'm sorry, says, if you touch me, I will defend myself. Yes. The example, the equivalent to that is, King Life, is let's say that Devin and I are asleep. The alarm goes off. He somehow figures out how to trip the alarm, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my weapon and I'm going to call out. I'll be like, hey, we got weapons back here. If you come in here, there's going to be problems. That is a warning. That is a warning. What Carmelo Anthony did was a threat. A warning is like, hey man, like, I don't know what you have, right? I don't know what you have, but look, if you come any further, if you escalate this, there's going to be problems. That's a warning. Touch me and see what happens is a threat, gentlemen. A warning is something you give to, and again, that's a different situation, but if you are in close proximity with this person, telling them, hey, touch me and see what happens, that does not come from someone who is in reasonable fear, who is in fear for their life. You don't threaten or warn someone of the repercussions if you're not afraid. Touch me and see what happens tells you right there that you're not afraid of what that person is capable of doing. Touch me and see what happens lets everyone know that Karmelo knew that Austin Metcalf was probably unarmed. Oh, really? Touch me and see what happens. Touch me and see what happens. That is someone talking to someone that they are unafraid of. Touch me and see what happens was a threat, guys. Nobody tells anybody who is, and again, Francis Ngannou. Let's say Francis Ngannou breaks in here right now, right? Do you, and let's say I have a knife. Do you think I'm going to say to Francis Ngannou in close proximity, yeah, touch me and see what happens? No. Oh, no. Oh, hell no. Nope. No. I am not trying to catch no. I do not. Oh, no. I do not want Francis Ngannou touching me. No. Hell no. No. Oh my God. Yo, I'm starting to get scared thinking about this shit right now. Francis fucking Ngannou? You think I'm a warn him? That dude would fucking kill me. He would literally kill me. Why would I tell him, touch me and see what happens? Why would I do that if I really thought he could kill me? No. If I thought he could kill me and I'm in this room, mama, right? Mama? Brandon digs himself a deeper hole, says he verbally warned him and Austin still attacked him. This will be justified. Verbally warning someone, and again, Brandon, I want you to use your brain here. When you warn someone, Touch me and see what happens. That says right there that you are not afraid of what they are going to do. Touch me and see what happens means that you know that if they do indeed touch you, you are going to survive long enough to carry out the see what happens. Do you guys see where this is going? Are you guys seeing where this is going? Guys, I'm literally destroying all of your arguments in real time. Brandon, I'm going to put this up on the screen. Oh, you guys, I'm going to tell you what, you guys are just making this case for me. You guys are making this case for me. You guys are making this case for me. And listen, let's just go ahead and put this up here. Let's go ahead and put this up here. Oh my God, you guys are just making this too easy. I'll tell you what. And it's interesting when dumb people come in here. It's interesting when dumb people come in here and try to make the argument for the other side. You guys make me think about elements that I had not thought of before. Let's go back to the legal self-defense. And let's just use common sense here, guys. Let's use common sense. Like, Brandon, you're cooked. It's over, dude. Like it's done. You're done. This is it. You know he's guilty, and you're just grasping at straws now. Let's read here. It says, while Texas does not have a formal stand your ground law, it has laws involving self-defense, no duty to retreat, and the quote castle doctrine that together allow someone to use force if they reasonably believe they face an imminent deadly threat. Okay? Verbally warning someone, threatening someone, let's just use the softer word. Warning someone about the repercussions of their actions are not the actions of a person who thinks that their life is in danger. Okay? If someone points a gun at you and you say, shoot me and see what happens, that's stupid. You know what's gonna happen if they shoot you? You fucking die. That's what happens. If I said to Francis Ngannou, touch me and see what happens, if Francis Ngannou hits me, I'm either going to die or close to it. Okay? If they believe, look again, look. If they reasonably believe, hold on. You guys are cooked, it's over. If they reasonably believe they face an imminent deadly threat. Someone who reasonably believes that they face an imminent deadly threat would not say, touch me and see what happens. They would not. They would not. So Brandon, again, you just walked right into that trap. By the fact that he actually verbally warned, this is why Karmelo's going to get convicted. The fact, and this is coming straight out of Karmelo's mouth, the fact that Karmelo told Austin, touch me and sees what happened, by definition, means that he was not afraid of what Austin was going to do. That's why he warned him. Brandon ZA says, all cap, everyone in here just doesn't like it that a black person defended himself. And there you go. Now you're done. That's it. There it is. You're done. You're cooked. That's it. You're done. You're cooked. That's it. See, now you're not even talking. Now you've just gone from micro to macro. We're just mad that a black man defended himself. No. No, we're not mad at all. I'm actually not really mad at all. I think it's sad. I think it's sad that a kid killed another kid. Like, lives have been. But yeah, what you just said, Brandon, bro, that has nothing. No, sorry. That's not an argument. That's not a rebuttal. You know what that is? You know what that is? That's submission. That's surrender. You are now waving the white flag. That's what you're doing. Let's go over this again. If they reasonably believe they face an imminent deadly threat, they can use deadly force. Someone who really believes that they are in imminent danger of being killed would not say to the assailant, touch me and see what happens. The fact that Karmelo Anthony verbally warned him before stabbing him, by definition, means that Karmelo Anthony was not afraid of what Austin was going to do. Touch me and see what happens means that Karmelo Anthony had a reasonable expectation that whatever Austin did or touched him after he got touched, he was going to be able to carry out the see what happens. Self-defense goes right out the window. There you go. That's it. It's over. It's done. It's done. That's it. That's it. It's over. That's it. It's done. It's cooked. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's why, dude, this is why Karmelo's going to prison, guys. This is why Karmelo's going to prison. Oh boy, you guys are real. Boy, you guys are stretching. What else you got, Brandon? You gonna call me poo-poo face? You gonna call me a bootlicker, Uncle Tom, all that? Oh, they went down the wrong pipe. Oh, God. DJ BFit says that they even fight before he stabbed him. No. Oh, God. Give me a second. Legend says a rattlesnake doesn't shake the rattle because it's scared. It does because it is angry and warning you it will strike. Yet Julian cited, quote, natural law. Yeah, that's exactly right. And Brandon, of course, waving the white flag. We will see after the trial. All of you will be embarrassed. No, Brandon, you'll be embarrassed. Because now you're not even defending your position. Now you're telling me, okay, well, we'll just see. We'll just see. When you guys find out what happens, you're going to all be embarrassed. Bro, bro, like, you're cooked. You're cooked. You're cooked. And here's the thing. I guarantee you, Brandon and Julian, you guys know he's going to prison now. You ain't never heard nobody talk like this before, have ya? You ain't never heard that. All of these rebuttals that you guys have not heard any rebuttals to that. He warned him, bro, he's cooked. How are you going to defend that now? You can't. That's why, all cap, we'll see after the trial, you will be embarrassed. No, he won't. No, he won't. Now, again, let me back up. There is a world in which Karmelo Anthony does get acquitted. There's a world in which he gets acquitted. We've got the OJ factor, right, with racially biased jurors, et cetera, that could happen. We have the district attorney saying, hey, look, man, let's just give this kid manslaughter. Let's just give this kid manslaughter so the city of Frisco, Texas doesn't burn. Or let's let this kid off, whatever the case may be. And to be clear, guys, niggas gonna wild out. Whatever the verdict is gonna be, niggas gonna act out. Niggas are gonna act out. It does not matter. If Karmelo is convicted, niggas are gonna wild out. If he is acquitted, niggas gonna wild out. And here's why. If he's convicted, niggas gonna wild out because, well, they wanted a nigga to get away with killing a white boy. And he didn't, so now they're gonna go and loot. But if he is acquitted, they're gonna say to themselves, oh shit, Karmelo Anthony stabbed a white boy and got off with the self-defense. Defense. That means we can go out and we can commit these crimes too. Either way, no matter what the verdict is, brace yourself. Brace yourselves, guys. It doesn't matter. I'm telling you, niggas are lying in wait. They're like, yo, we gonna loot, we gonna steal, we gonna rob, we gonna murder, no matter what the verdict is. There it is. You will all be embarrassed, bro. Go away. It's done. It's done. Janik Latalian says, saying that to Brock Lesnar is something that will generate immediate clarification. Yes. Some guy says, how dumb do you have to be to think Karmelo was defending himself? He did not even attempt to retreat. No, these people aren't stupid. The reason why they're saying that Karmelo Anthony acted in self-defense is because he's black and no other reason. That's it. They're defending him because he's black. That's racial idolatry. Brandon says a lot of people in the chat gaslighting. Maybe, but Karmelo Anthony is still guilty and you know it. Yeah, you're right. People are in the chat gaslighting. Absolutely. Yep. Yes, I did rent a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house for a single mom who was fucking her baby daddy. Yep. 2 points for you. Absolutely. Karmelo is still guilty. And you now know that. That's why you are not debating me about that in the chat anymore. That's why you're not debating that in the chat, because you know I'm right. You know I'm right. You know I'm right, and you don't like me. You've never been a fan, and I knew you weren't a fan. As soon as you come in here, am I blocked? Guys, I've been doing this a long time. I knew Brandon. I knew who and what Brandon was. I knew who he was as soon as he came in here. Am I blocked? I'm a big fan. I just don't like your take on black people. Then, of course, he goes into the Abba and Preach thing and Fresh this and Single Mom this and all that other kind of stuff. Cool, Brandon. I got you, bruh. No, you're cooked, homie. You're cooked. You're done. You've been exposed. Move along. Molten Mage Gaming says, Donovan, when are you applying? He says, when are you applying to be a zookeeper? Okay, that was good. That was good. That was good. That was good. A lot of people have asked me why I wear what I wear now. Two reasons. One is for branding, right? One is for branding. If somebody sees a video with me in this, that automatically shows them that that's Donovan Sharp, right? It's not an accident that I made this my avatar. So there's no accident that I made this my avatar. Number two, my right eye lets in too much light because of an eye injury I had back when I was 8 years old. And that's why I wear lenses that dim the light a little bit. That's why. Brandon says, no need to debate. I know the outcome already. Yeah, you do. So do I. Actually, no, I don't know the outcome. I know he is guilty and I know he should be guilty, but I don't know what the outcome is. Anything could happen. But the reason why you don't want to debate is because you know you can't defend your position. He's cooked. It's over. It's done. It's over. It's done. Little King, in response to Julian, says, idiot, a warning when you have a force multiplier that no one else knows about doesn't make it any better than what you just said, Julian. There you go. There you go. Carmelo Anthony knew that he had a knife. Carmelo Anthony knew he had a knife. He also knew that Austin Metcalf likely did not have a knife. And then he warned him, touch me and see what happens. That is first-degree murder, my guy. I'm sorry. It's over. It's done. You're cooked. You're cooked. It's done. It's done. I've just defeated, again, let's reiterate. You have to have a reasonable expectation that death or bodily harm would befall you. If you thought that someone was going to kill you or maim you, you would not warn them, touch me and see what happens. No. Again, let's go back to the example that I gave you. If I'm in that same situation, I sit in a tent and Francis Ngannou comes up and tells me to move, am I going to tell him, touch me and see what happens? Of course not. Why? Because I know that Francis Ngannou can fucking kill me. Carmelo Anthony knew that Austin Metcalf could not and would not kill him. He just asked him to move. Touch me and see what happens. That is a warning. That is a threat. You do not threaten people that you are afraid are going to kill you. Sorry. Alaskan K says reaching in the bag and saying that could be considered premeditation. No, reaching in the bag is premeditation. You guys, and here's something else that a lot of people are sort of making a disingenuous argument for. Well, if first-degree murder, it has to be premeditation. Guys, you do not have to write up a manifesto and do some sort of video for premeditation to be established. It takes a split second for premeditation to be established under the law. Okay? There does not have to be some manifesto or some, whatever, right? I'm going to do that. No. You don't have to tell. Documenting, journaling, some sort of secret. No, it doesn't take any of that to establish pre-selection. It takes a split second to establish pre-selection. Carmelo Anthony brought his knife to school. That could fall under premeditation. Why would you bring a school to knife if you did not expect to use it? Number two, he reached into his bag and said, touch me and see what happens. That is quite literally premeditation. If you touch me, see, that's premeditation. That's premeditation. Keep them coming, guys. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. You guys are cooked. Starboy says, in my book, and please use, don't use all caps, guys, says, in my book, it would all depend on how much of a threat Austin posed to Carmelo. That would dictate what happens to Carmelo. Nope.
Yep.
Oop. I mean, nope. No. Here's the thing, Starboy. If Austin Metcalf really did pose a deadly threat to Carmelo Anthony would not have threatened him, warned him, touch me and see what happens. Again, let's use the argument. If Francis Ngannou and let's use the nigga argument. If two Brock Lesnars are standing in front of me, you better leave this tent. And guys, I'm 6'2", 250 pounds. I got a fucking temper problem. And if two Brock Lesnars, you need to leave this tent. Oh yeah? Touch me and see what happens. Are those the actions of someone who is fearing for his life?
Nope.
Of course not. The fact that Carmelo Anthony verbally threatened Austin Metcalf, do something to me and I'm going to do something to you, automatically tells us that he thought that whatever Austin was going to potentially do was not going to prevent him from doing what he wanted to do. If you thought someone was going to kill you, you would not tell them, touch me and see what happens, if you thought they were going to kill you. Brandon ZA says it's why Carmelo made so much money because everyone knows he's innocent. No, actually, no. Number one, Carmelo's parents made a lot of money. Number one. Number two, if everyone knew he was innocent, why would they donate money? If they knew he was innocent, dude, Brandon, you're really getting your ass kicked here. If the so-called black community knew that this was just an open and shut case, why would they donate in excess of $600,000? Why not just let him have a court-appointed attorney? This is just open and shut. Let the court-appointed, no, we ain't got to worry about it. No, you're good. No, save your $10, $20. No need to donate to the GoFundMe. No, he's good. Yeah, no, that's not why. No, the reason why Carmelo made so much money is because black idolaters, like the guy on your screen, want to see another black man walk for committing a crime against a white person. That's it. If everyone knew he was innocent, why did they donate $600,000? Because they know that he's going to need a Johnny Cochran type lawyer to get him out of this mess. You guys, oh my God, you guys are, boy. Honestly, I expected better. I really did. I thought that I was gonna, and again, let me back up. If there are facts of the case, if there are circumstances, elements that we are not aware of, that clearly shows that Carmelo thought he was at risk of being killed, I'll be the first to come on here and tell you, I'm bad, my bad, I got it wrong. That sentiment still holds true. It still holds true. Not gonna sit here and tell you that You guys are dug in. This is the difference between people who are genuine and the people who are disingenuous. Because let me ask you a question, Brandon. I already know what the answer to this is gonna be. Actually, this is sort of a trick question. If you saw evidence that clearly showed that Carmelo Anthony did not act in self-defense, if you saw and heard evidence that would support Carmelo's guilt beyond all reasonable doubt, would you admit that you were wrong? And the answer is going to be no. No, you're not going to admit that you were wrong. You know that you're wrong. You want to be right, but you know you're wrong. You're cooked, dude. You're cooked. Alaskan K says Carmelo wasn't even supposed to be there. Here's another argument. I'm gonna play the video. I'm just gonna spitball. Oh, wait a minute. Shout out to Mac with the $20 Cash App, says whoever's late buys the donuts and the coffee. Goddamn right. Appreciate that very, very much. Let's go back to the whole sporting event thing, right? This was at a track meet. Carmelo Anthony presumably sat in the tent because he was trying to get away from the rain. Now, I don't know that anybody has competed in high school sports. I'm sure most of us probably have, right? I play baseball, okay? If we were in a rain delay, okay? If I'm in a rain delay, or if we're playing a baseball game, and someone from the other team comes over and sits in our dugout, what am I supposed to do? Just let them sit there? No, hey, get the hell out of here. You got your own dugout. You got your own tent. Go over there. Why in the world would someone from the other team come and sit in our dugout? Brandon, oh no. I can't even read this out loud. I gotta put this up on the screen because Brandon is really, yo, this is crazy. Oh, I love it. Brandon, keep it coming, bruh. Starboy, please, Starboy, listen, I'm glad you're in here, but dude, bro, I'm gonna delete this comment. No, Starboy, I'm gonna read your comment. Okay? But I need you to quit with the all caps, my guy. Quit with the all caps. We're not fourth graders, okay? Let's use capital and lowercase letters. Let's use proper punctuation. All right? Let's use proper punctuation. I like that you're in here. Let's stop with the all caps. You guys are gonna believe how stupid this is. Watch this. This is funny as hell. Brandon just keeps on. Dude, Brandon keeps. Oh boy, he is the gift that keeps on giving. I've seen a lot of evidence. It points to Karmelo defending himself against a mob of agitators. Oh, have you now? I'm sorry. Are you a part of the defense team? Are you a part of the prosecution team? Have you seen the evidence? Have you seen the unsealed documents? You've seen a lot of evidence, and it points to Karmelo defending himself against a mob of agitators? So now it's not only 2-on-1, now it's what? 8-on-1, 5-on-1, a mob of agitators? and again, this is evidence that you've seen. Where did you see this mythical evidence, Brandon? Where did you see this mythical evidence, Brandon? Guys, this is why the other side knows. This is why we know the other side is desperate. Look at these statements. I've seen evidence and it was 8-on-1. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Ay. Jesus Christ, you people. That's it. Yeah, Brandon's grasping at straws now. He's grasping at straws. He's really worried now. He knows what it is. All right, so let's take a look at this video. And look, shout out to this guy. Even though I disagree with his sentiment, at least, unlike Brandon and Julian, at least he's just coming out and admitting, hey, you know what? I'm defending Karmelo Anthony because he is black. Oops, wait a minute. Jesus Christ. I got somebody in the pull-up room. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to react to this video, and I'll get right to you.
I'm just speaking for myself. Yes, I'm gonna say it out loud. Yes, I am defending Karmelo Anthony because he's black.
There you go.
I'm defending him because he's black because you attacked him. Because
the reason why we attacked him, sir, is because he killed another student. We didn't just attack Karmelo Anthony for no reason. No, he killed another student. He killed another unarmed student in a tent that he was not supposed to be under with a weapon he was not supposed to bring to school. That's why we attacked him. Has nothing to do with the skin tone.
he was black. You decided that he was a thug because he was black.
No, we decided he was a thug because he killed someone.
You decided that this young man shouldn't have a bond because he was black.
No, we decided that this young man shouldn't have a bond because, again, he brought a weapon to campus, which is against the law, and he stabbed another student to death. Has nothing to do with the fact that he's black.
Decided that this young man should be charged as...
Xerxes says if Chud is innocent, so is Karmelo. Hold on. Who the hell is Chud? Who is Chud? Somebody tell me who the fuck Chud is. I want to continue with this.
As an adult because he was black.
No, we want him charged as an adult because he committed an adult crime.
This young man should get life in prison because he was black.
No. We want this young man to get life in prison because he murdered someone. Has nothing to do with the skin tone.
You didn't even know the details. You still don't know the details of the...
No, we know the details. The details are in the police report and all over the internet. See, this is guys, this is another argument that niggas, well, you don't know the details. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Pardon me. At this point, we know enough. And here's the thing. This nigga knows as much as we do. This nigga knows as much as he do. Pioneer Patriot says, how do you not know who Chud is? Bro, I'm 48 years old, dude. Guys, Chud the Builder. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm like, guys, check this out. Check this out. Let me just clear something up here. Okay. I'm a 48-year-old man, okay? I got a wife, I got 2 dogs, and 4 cats. Okay? I'm not a creature of the internet. I'm not on my phone scrolling all day. Okay? I got shit that I gotta take care of at home. My wife and I would like to ride bikes. We went to a minor league baseball game this weekend. I don't live on my phone. Okay? So can somebody please tell me who the fuck this Chud guy is? Did this Chud the Builder kill anybody? Ay.
Case. So yes, I am defending Carmelo Anthony because he is black, and you are attacking him because
No, we are attacking
he
him.
is black.
No, we are attacking him because he committed a crime.
You respect nothing.
No, we respect the law.
His father said he didn't think this was a black or white issue. He didn't.
Okay, just because his father Metcalf said that this wasn't a black and white issue does not mean that it was not a black and white issue, right? Now there's the white supremacist. Well, his father said this wasn't a black and white issue. Oh, well, now who's the white supremacist? Now who's the white supremacist? No, now we're just supposed to take the word of Austin Metcalf's father, who is a white man. It's not a racial issue, so it's not. Nice try, bro.
Didn't want it politicized. You turn it right around and you politicize it. You make it a black or white issue.
No, we didn't make it a black or white issue. You niggas did. You niggas did.
And you think black America is...
Oh my God, Starboy with the $2 super chat says, with your hothead, I think you would step to Francis. You think I would step to Francis, do you? You think I would? I'm not afraid of much, guys. I'm not afraid of much, all right? When I was in my younger years, I was a little bit of an adrenaline junkie. That's why I like to fight people who were larger than me. This is why I was a roller coaster junkie. It's part of the whole ecosphere. Part of my flaws. It is what it is. I would absolutely never, dude. I wouldn't fight Francis Ngannou if he were on TV. Hell no. Hell no. No. No, sir. No, sir. Oh my God, no way. Panda says, if the soccer cleat doesn't fit, you must have quit. Man, oh man, no, I would absolutely never in a million fucking years, ever, no. Listen, I appreciate the vote of confidence. There, Starboy, you give me too much credit. I am very much afraid of Francis Ngannou.
Supposed to just sit back and let you find this young man guilty in the court of public opinion before he could even get a fair trial. Now, it don't work like that. It's cause and effect.
Okay, getting a fair trial, it's what's cause and effect?
You attacking him because he's black, I'm defending him because he's black.
Okay, no. The cause and effect here, we're not attacking him because he's black. We're attacking him because of people like you. And guys, you want to know something? This is the really sad thing about this. I personally don't know Carmelo Anthony, but by all accounts, I don't know who he is. He might be a good dude, he might not be, right? But people are getting so invested in this, they're not actually thinking about the people involved in the case. And let me give you a quick example. The abortion and anti-abortion, the pro-life and the pro-choice crowd. We've seen protests, and these people get in each other's faces. Man, they are getting in each other's faces. But the people who are pro-abortion, they're not thinking about the fact that little babies are being killed before they're born. No, the reason they're upset is because of what the other side is saying. That's where this man's animus is coming from. This man is racist. Let's get that right. This man is racist. But this man's vitriol and his bravado has nothing to do with the way he feels about Carmelo Anthony or Austin Metcalf. No, he is very upset. He's a racist. He doesn't like white people, and he doesn't like black people like myself who call out nigga shit. That's what this is. That's what this is.
That's how that works.
Bad Sneakers with the $20 Rumble Rant says, I didn't know you turned 40. Happy birthday, Donovan. Dude, bro. No, bro. No. Bad Sneakers. I am 48 years old. I am 48 years old. I turned 49 on August. Oh my God. I turned 49. I turned 49 in just over 2 months. No, bro. I'm damn near 50. I'm damn near 50. Boy, oh boy.
You still looking for your Trayvon Martin. You still looking to get even. You just have to be the victim.
Get even, bro. Like, niggas have been getting even. Have you heard of Arena Zarutska? Get even? Get even for what? Irina Zarutska was stabbed to death in cold blood on a train. He has been deemed incapable or incompetent to stand trial. Who are we trying to get even for? Who are we trying to get even for? Danger Close. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Danger Close says Donovan versus Ngannou. I got Donovan by round 1 doctor stoppage. Yes. 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 Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes. Round 1 doctor stoppage. Round 1 doctor stoppage.
Y'all need to grow up. You need to grow up and have an honest conversation about race relations in America.
No, you need to have an honest conversation about race relations in America. Look at this guy's face. This guy is pissed off at white people. Guys, this man is a racist. This man is a racist. Full stop. These are the guys. These are the types of people who are in my chat right now.
You need to get honest with yourself.
I'm being honest, buddy.
And some of you people probably were allies back in 2020. Some of you people probably were on the internet going, if Black America just educate us on what it's like to be Black in America, until something like this happens in the truth.
You know what? It's funny. What is it like to be Black? And I'm scared of white people. No, I'm not afraid of white people. Donovan Sharp, I am not afraid of white people. You want to know why I'm not afraid of white people? Because I know that if I do get killed or murdered or maimed or assaulted, I know it is going to be most likely someone. I know it's going to be someone who is Black. The biggest threat to Black men in America is other Black men, other Black people. That's the biggest threat to Black men in America. Most Black men who are murdered by other Black men, other Black people. Okay? What is it like to be Black in America? You want to know what it's like to be Black in America, sir? It's being afraid of your own race. That's what it's like to be Black in America. Nice try.
Do you come out? So yes, I'm saying the loud part out loud. I'm saying the quiet part out loud. Yes, I am.
No, there is no quiet part out loud. $600,000 is loud enough, buddy.
Defending Karmelo Anthony because he is Black, because you have attacked him because he is Black.
No, bro, we attacked him. We attacked him because niggas like you are defending his homicidal tendencies. He's defending him because he's Black. Guys, and again, look, I disagree with this guy. At least he's keeping it real. All right, Brandon, you're out of here, buddy. You're out of here. You're just talking shit now, dude. You're done. Jesus Christ, forever. Nice try, Brandon. See you later. Jesus fucking Christ. Brandon, bro, you got absolutely mollywopped. I took you behind the woodshed and I fucked you up. You had absolutely no argument. Every argument, the cleat sharpener, none of that shit flies, bro. And you know it. That's why you move to ad hominem attacks and things that have nothing to do with the case. Things that have nothing to do with the case. You know you're wrong. You don't have to admit it to me. You know you're wrong. Just says, could be self-defense. I just have to wait on the facts. Nope, it is self-defense. It is not self-defense, bro. It is not self-defense. And here we go, guys. Just 121 has exposed himself as someone. Yeah, Just 121, bro.
I'm not speaking.
I don't care. Just 121. This was absolutely not self-defense. This was not self-defense, bro. Just 121. Could be self-defense. I have to wait on the facts. Translation, I want Karmelo Anthony to get away with this crime because he is Black and Austin Metcalf is white. Just say it out loud. Say it out. Listen, at least this dude is keeping it real. Right? At least this dude right here is keeping it real. At least he's letting us know, hey, look, man. Look, I'm defending the little nigga because he's Black. Straight up. At least he's honest, right? Now, we got disingenuous niggas coming in here with all these fake arguments. Well, dude, hold up. Wait, hold on. Let's just, this is funny as hell. This is funny as hell. Because Brandon has absolutely taken the L. Has absolutely taken the L. Oh, shout out to Thomas Willie on the alternate channel. Says his family spent all the HoFundMe on material objects and not representation. Ha ha ha. Flame Shot, also on the same channel, says exactly he had intentions of using that knife on someone. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for chiming in. Let me go ahead and put that chat up here so I can close this window. Just I just want you to look at these arguments. I just want you to look at these arguments that Brandon put up, which signaled to me very early on this fight was over. This fight was over. If justice is served, Karmelo's black ass is going to prison for the rest of his life. Straight up. Where the hell did it go? Oh, there it is. I don't want that. I don't want, you know. Let's take a look at this. Oh, that's the fresh and fit on Auburn Breeds. That didn't make no damn sense. Yes. He verbally warned him, and Austin still attacked him. This will be justified. He verbally warned him. That's argument number one. Okay? This will be justified. No, it will not. Here's why. When you verbally warn someone, touch me and see what happens. Let's just back up a little bit more. Hang on a second. Just to give you guys proper context. Just so that Brandon can continue taking these L's. Because Brandon, you are going to take this L, my friend. You and other niggas like you are going to absolutely take this L. You're going to take this L. You are going to take this L. Pioneer Patriot says, in a perfect world, Karmelo gets life and Chud walks. Okay, whatever. Yeah, people, and it's funny, this is something else niggas do. They like to bring in other cases to strengthen their position. Well, if he did this, no, we're not doing precedent here. Sorry. Nope.
Nope.
So Brandon says, so what is legal self-defense in Texas? As you guys see on your screen, let me read it. It says, while Texas does not have a formal stand your ground law, it has laws involving self-defense, no duty to retreat, and the quote castle doctrine that together allow someone to use force if they reasonably believe they face an imminent deadly threat. The Texas blah 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 blah. If they reasonably believe they face an imminent deadly threat. Someone who reasonably believes they face an imminent deadly threat, look at the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, would not verbally warn him. You would not verbally warn someone, touch me and see what happens if you thought you were going to die. I'll give you two examples. Someone breaks into my house. Okay, someone breaks into my house. I get the burner out. I'm gonna call out, be like, bruh, I got a weapon. If you don't leave, I'm gonna deal with you. Right? Now, the reason why I'm warning him and threatening him is because I'm not in his proximity. I don't know what he has. He's away. Like, I know he's in my house. The alarm went off. Hey, bro, I see you on my camera. I've got a weapon. You better put that pew away. If you don't, there's gonna be problems. The cops are on the way. That's a warning. Okay? But if I wake up, if this guy somehow figures out how to cut the alarm, come into my house without Fernando, number one, he would never get into my room because Fernando would have absolutely warned me. But if Fernando is, I don't know, if Fernando doesn't warn us at first, if I wake up and this dude has a gun in my face, to me, I'm thinking, okay, I'm reasonably believing that I'm going to face an imminent threat. Okay? If I wake up with a gun in my face, this means I think I'm going to die. If someone has a gun in your face, there's a reasonable expectation that you might die. Okay? If I grab my weapon and shoot him, that's self-defense. Okay? What I didn't do is, if I wake up and he's got a gun in my face, okay, touch me and see what happens. If you reasonably believe you face an imminent deadly threat, you are not going to verbally warn anybody. People who really believe that they're going to die are not going to warn or threaten the other person, do this, or this is going to happen. No. Karmelo Anthony reached into his bag, knowing that Austin Metcalf was not armed, and said, touch me and see what happens. Those are not the words, nor are they the actions of someone who reasonably believed they faced an imminent deadly threat. I'll put myself in his case and use the other example. Brock Lesnar. If I'm at a wrestling event and it's raining and I go to the WWE tent or whatever the hell it's called now, and I sit down, I'm making myself comfortable. I'm not supposed to be there. And two Brock Lesnar's come up. You need to leave the tent. Brock Lesnar could snap me in two. Francis Ngannou could snap me in two. Do you think I am then going to turn and say, oh yeah, I'm not supposed to be here? All right, Brock, touch me and see what happens. When you tell someone, touch me and see what happens, that automatically tells everyone that you are not afraid of that person. You're not afraid of the touch me. If you are really afraid of the touch me or the shoot me, or in Francis Ngannou's case, crush my skull, I'm not going to say, punch me and see what happens. No, I don't want him to punch me. I don't want him to touch me. If I really do believe my life is in danger, I'm not going to warn the other person to take action so that I can take action. Guys, this is not self-defense. It's over. It's done. It's done, guys. This kid is going to prison, no matter what you guys think or say, man. Like, it's over. Actually, I shouldn't say that. He should go to prison. He is absolutely guilty of first-degree murder. There is a world in which Karmelo Anthony gets away with this. Courtroom shenanigans, diversionary tactics, etc., etc. This is why Judge John Roach Jr. decided not to put cameras in the courtroom. And good for him. Good for him. But verbally warning someone tells you, that person, and everyone around you, including potential jurors, that you are not afraid of what that person was going to do. And you guys want to know something? I'm not even a lawyer. I guarantee you, the district attorney, they're probably going to pull that card. They'll be like, oh, really? You guys are arguing self-defense? Okay. Well, under Texas Penal Code, blah, 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 if you reasonably believe you face an imminent deadly threat, you can use bodily harm. You know what the prosecution's gonna say? Yeah, okay. You just heard, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you just heard Mr. Anthony, the defense team, say that he stabbed Austin Metcalf in self-defense. This is the self-defense. This is legal self-defense. If they reasonably believe they face an imminent deadly threat. Let me ask you something, jury. If you reasonably believed that you were in imminent danger of being killed, would you warn the other person to touch me and see what happens? Rhetorical question, of course. Rhetorical question. I know you can't answer that because, you guys can't talk to me, right? Okay? The defendant, Karmelo Anthony, knew he had a weapon. Austin Metcalf did not. Karmelo Anthony said to Austin Metcalf, touch me and see what happens. If Karmelo Anthony, again, according to Texas law, if he reasonably believed he faced an imminent deadly threat, then why on God's green earth would he tell him to touch me and see what happens? Let's just say that Austin Metcalf were Superman, right? Let's just say he could kill him in one punch. So you just X-ray, heat vision, right? Let's just say that Karmelo Anthony knew that Austin Metcalf had the capability of killing him right then and there. If he really believed that Austin Metcalf would have or could have killed him, why would he tell him, touch me and see what happens? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, those are not the words, nor are they the actions of someone who reasonably believed that their life was in danger. That's the bottom line here. Karmelo Anthony did not act in self-defense. This is premeditated murder in the first degree. And his own words and actions prove this beyond all reasonable doubt. So much so that when he was accosted by the first police officer, do you know what he said? He said, no, it's not alleged, officer. It's not alleged. I did it. So not only did he threaten the victim by telling him, touch me and see what happens, which, by the way, tells everyone here that he clearly was not afraid for his life. He commits the murder. Then he goes and tells the officer, nope, it wasn't alleged. It wasn't alleged. I'm the one that did it. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that right there is guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. Thank you. There's your closing statement, gentlemen. There's your closing statement, gentlemen. There is your closing statement. Guys, that's it. That's it. Starman says if Karmelo didn't intend to kill Austin, he may get off. Oh, Starboy. You're letting your niggas show. Don't let your niggas show. See, what you're trying to do is you're trying to establish premeditation. Okay? It doesn't matter if he intended to kill him. If I were to get into a fight with someone and we get in a fight and I beat the crap out of him and he ends up dead, well, Your Honor, Mr. Sharp didn't mean to kill the victim. Do you think I'm going to get off? Of course not. If you run somebody over in your car or want to try to scare somebody, you want to hit somebody, let's just say you decide to run somebody into the car. Well, Your Honor, he didn't mean to kill the defendant. No. He is still going to prison. Whether you meant to kill the victim or not, you killed him. You killed him. Legend says niggas keep proving the stereotype and why black fatigue exists. Coming into the chats of content creators they don't like to spread false information to defend a criminal. Yeah, let him do it. Let him do it. Let him do it. We're just using common sense here. We're just using common sense. We're using common sense here, guys. Karmelo Anthony is guilty of first-degree murder. Whether or not he gets convicted for it, that remains to be seen. Let me read some other chats here. King Life says, even 17-year-olds can't enjoy life flexing because niggas be out here jealous. Yeah, that's true. Oh, you're talking about the Dion Wiley the third thing. I was actually going to release a video on that yesterday, but I didn't have the time because I was too busy landscaping. Way too busy landscaping. I'll get to the person who's pulled up here in just a second. Sean Morris says, I avoid black neighborhoods, but I have no issue with white ones. Make that make sense if whites are so bad. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Y'all know what it's like to be black in America? Yes, I do. What it's like to be black in America is being afraid of your own race. Because as a black man in America, I am far more likely to be killed by a black person than a white person. So no, this is absolutely not self-defense. This is over. G. Lee, with the $5 super chat, says, I have only one other black family in my neighborhood, and it's so refreshing and quiet. Yeah, you know what? It's interesting. I think I think I'm the only black person in our neighborhood. You guys know me. My wife is white. You know what I'm saying? My wife was white, so... And dude, my neighbors talk to me all the time, dude. They talk to me all the time because I'm always out in the garden working. All right, let me see who we got pulled up. Phoenix Light Games is in the house. All right, wait a minute, hold on. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Phoenix Light Games, what's going on, brother?
Hey, Donovan, how you doing today, man?
I'm actually doing pretty good, dude. I got a, just off the record here, I got a brand new lawnmower, an electric lawnmower, and I fucking love it. So that's how I'm doing.
That's cool. My mom actually, she loves those things too.
Oh, I fucking love it, dude. Dude, by the way, guys, they're not paying me to say this. Get an electric lawnmower, saved my life. Okay, or changed my life. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. You did get this. Well, two things. You did get the link I sent you, right? When I compiled everything for you, like you asked.
Oh yeah. I got it. I'm gonna go through all those here in short order. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Just making sure. And if you do want to click, you want it quickly. I did send the Discord link to your phone, so if you want to open up real quick, it'll just take you straight there. Also, oh yeah, I'm asking this question facetiously on
Okay.
behalf of Brandon in the chat, who I think you blocked him, right? Again.
Yeah, I blocked him, but he won't pull up.
Okay, I'm pretty sure he's still watching because that's what haters do. Because they're telling the truth. It's so addicting to hear, but
Yep.
it is what it is.
They hate they love they hate to love it.
Yeah. So Donovan, facetiously, I'm asking, why do I'm pondering here? Why do niggas like Brandon study the law?
I don't know, Phoenix Light Games. Why don't you tell me?
I guess I've been pondering about it for about maybe a year plus. I think maybe I talked about it with you maybe 9 or 10 or 11 months ago.
Somewhere in there.
Probably.
And just let me ask, what was your conclusion as to, like, why is it that what was the conclusion that you came to that said, why do niggas study the law?
Man, as a black person, it was so hard for me to come to this conclusion, It was just so hard. But I think they study the law in order to find loopholes to give themselves an excuse to not take accountability or disobey the law.
There it is. Did you hear that, boys and girls? The only reason why niggas study the law is to try to find loopholes to help them get away with breaking said laws. And Brandon and Julian, you guys all in here, and I think there's somebody else in here who thinks that who thinks that they know what's going on. That's the only reason why you people study the law, is to try to find these disingenuous loopholes. Insane. Oh, I do not want to watch this. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
This is unbelievable. Like the arguments that he was making, like all of them were loopholes. The cleat thing, or what, or trying to muddy the waters with premeditation.
Yeah, right.
Like he was literally doing I just love it. Donovan, you have no idea. Like, it's refreshing to me when niggas come in the chat and they just vindicate my points over
all the time. The time, dude.
I get now I get how Myron feels whenever he does these debates to colleges, and he makes these points, and these people just come up and they validate his point every freaking time.
Every time, man.
So and Brandon, if you want to, and here's the thing, that's my name as well. I don't claim him. So I don't claim him.
So as a Brandon, you are officially disclaiming Brandon ZA1 in the chat. Got it. Okay, duly noted. Yeah. So it is written. So it'll be done. Got it.
Yeah. So Brandon, I highly encourage you to go to YouTube on my username and visit my channel. I'm pretty sure you're gonna see a bunch of playlists where all the arguments that you make on behalf of the black, or not black, the nigga community,
thank you,
will be validated once you go through every fucking playlist I created for Donovan Sharp. And if you want to know what the name of that channel is, it's called The Hard Archives.
The Hard Archives.
Yeah, and bro, and let me tell you something, man. Like every couple of days, I come up with a new idea of how niggas show themselves. Like bro, Donovan already knows this. I already sent him a playlist, Jailhouse Niggas, bro. Jailhouse Niggas. What's another thing? What's another new one I did? Perfect examples of how not to date black women.
There you go.
Actually, to prove that black fatigue is not just something that affiliated with the cops, I also made a playlist where Good Samaritans actually step in and help cops arrest these niggas. I called it Good Samaritans with black fatigue. So if you want to go check those out, be my guest, and you can just see how fucking animalistic, savage-like, and primal you fucking monkeys are. So, on that being said, I'm enjoying today's call-in show.
Good.
And the Karmelo Anthony case, bro. Like, high likelihood he's going to prison. High likelihood, and here's the thing. Like, I agree with you. There's a world where Carmelo Anthony is not going to be
Convicted, yep.
he's not going to be he's not going to be convicted, and
I gotta run,
likelihood
PLG. I gotta run because I got Yannick Latalian, and I got another troll in the chat. I'm getting ready to eviscerate. But thanks for coming up, man. Thanks for coming up,
Okay,
and
no
keep them
problem.
coming, brother. Keep them coming, man. I appreciate it. All right, Yannick Latalian, I'm gonna get to you here shortly. Jay Briz says so much black fatigue, but stay on black channels. Salty and logic. I have no idea what that is. Jay Briz says the one calling Karmelo guilty are the same ones calling Chud innocent. You know what? It's interesting, and I assume Chud is some. I assume whoever this Chud guy is probably a white guy who killed a black guy. Maybe so. Maybe so. You might be right about that, Jay Briz. You might be right about that. Are there racist people calling Carmelo Anthony guilty? Absolutely. 100%. You look, Jay Briz, 100% correct. 100% correct. I'm gonna get to you shortly here, Yannick. 100%. I'm sure there are plenty of racist white people. Lock that N-word up. He's got to go to prison. That doesn't mean he's not guilty. just because racist people want Carmelo Anthony locked up doesn't mean that he's not guilty. Well, Your Honor, there are so many racist white people that want Carmelo Anthony locked up because he is black. Oh, well, then, by the power vested in me, or whatever the hell they say, let's acquit him. No. Just because racist people want Carmelo Anthony locked up doesn't mean that he's still not guilty of the crime of first-degree murder. Nice try. Let me think. There was one more, and then I'll go to Yannick or Janik. Daryl Bradley with the $2 super chat says, would jurors rule first or second degree? I think best case scenario, if you're looking for justice, it's going to be first degree murder. Worst case is probably manslaughter. Voluntary manslaughter. I had Beans' dumbass say involuntary manslaughter. What you mean? You mean he just accidentally stabbed him in the chest? No. Involuntary manslaughter is you driving down the road and you swerving to get out of somebody's way, okay? And you hit somebody and killed them. That's involuntary manslaughter. You weren't trying to kill the person you ran over. You were trying to avoid. That is involuntary manslaughter, okay? Involuntary means he didn't do the thing that he did to the person. And what Beans meant when he said that, he just wanted to remove more accountability from Carmelo Anthony. Another disingenuous tactic. And here's another thing, Jay Briz. Calling black people the N-word is not against the law, bro. It's not against the law. Okay? And I want to bring Yannick on in a second here. Okay? Let's just say there's a scenario. Let's say there's you know what? Actually, I'll tell this story and then I'll bring on Yannick. I tell this story all the time, and I've told this several times. I know a lot of you guys are going to hear this for the first time. I used to deliver mattresses back before I moved to Vegas. Delivered mattresses in and around the Atlanta metropolitan and urban areas. Every once in a while, we'd have to go and make a delivery out in some podunk town. This time, it was Jasper, Georgia. Okay, Jasper, Georgia. Me and my delivery partner Jeff, we get out of the truck. We go into the gas station, pick up hot dogs, chips, soda, whatever. It's lunchtime, whatever, right? We get to the register. Old white guy, all right, behind the register. I pull out a $100 bill. It was like $18, $19, whatever. I pulled out a $100 bill. You know what this dude said to me? He's like, I didn't know niggers carried $100 bills. He said this to my face. He looked me in the eye and said, I didn't know niggers carried $100 bills. You want to know what I did? You know what I said? I said, yeah, we do all the time. Can you break it? He took it, said not another word to me. Now, let's just say, let me finish the story. He gives me my change. We go back out to the truck. We get in the truck. I'm seething. No, Jeff is seething. Man, did you hear what that dude called you, man? He called you a nigga. Why ain't you do that and da-da-da-da-da? I said, bro. Let's play that scenario. If I reach over and try to do something to this man, what do you think he would have done? I don't know. You would have whooped his ass. I was like, you don't think? Okay. And if he really thought he could whoop that dude was 70 years old. You don't think he's got a shotgun? You think he's got a weapon behind the counter? Oh, I didn't think about that. I said, Jeff, that's why I don't let that word control my behavior, my guy. Because if I reach over and I grab him and he shoots me and I'm dead and the cops show up, guess what? He's got a self-defense claim. That's self-defense. Yeah, he reached over the counter, he tried to grab me, and I've got decent. I thought he was going to kill me, and I shot him, officer. He's getting off. That is self-defense. That is self-defense. But let's just say for the sake of argument, run back the same scenario. I didn't know niggers carried $100 bills. And I jump over the counter and I beat the fuck out of him. Or I pull out my weapon and unalive him. And the cops show up and say, okay, this guy is dead. What happened? Well, he called me the N-word, officer. Do you think they're not still going to take me to jail? Calling someone a nigger is not against the law. Okay? Shooting someone, however, is. All right? And this is what black people got to get out of their minds. They use this N-word excuse to justify their bad behavior. They called me the N-word. So, it's just a word. It is not against the law to call somebody a racial slur. If it would, all niggas would be in prison. Black people call white people crackers and all kinds of crazy stuff. They don't go to prison. There is nobody who is in prison right now who is there because they called somebody the N-word. In the United States, you're the N-word. You're under arrest. You just called a black man the N-word. No. It's not against the law to call somebody the N-word. It is against the law to assault someone. Insane. All right, let me go to Janik L'Italian. Now, Janik, is it Janik or is it Yannick?
It's Janik.
Janik. Okay, Janik. All right, what you got for me today, brother?
Real quick, I just want to chime in on the case. I'm just thinking, can you imagine if he walked?
Yeah. I think there's a possibility that he might, but here's the thing, Janik. I think that the so-called black community, I think they're going to loot, I think they're going to destroy things regardless of the verdict. I think that if Karmelo is convicted, they're going to go out and loot, kill, murder, rob, homicide, whatever. If he gets acquitted, they're going to do the same thing because now they have a license to do it.
Not in Texas, they aren't.
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm just talking about the so-called black community. Okay? If Carmelo Anthony is acquitted, niggas are still going wild out. Hey, we wilding out, blah, 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 blah. And let me clarify what I mean. The reason why they're going wild out is because a black man just got away with committing murder against a white person, an unarmed white person at that. This kid brought a weapon to school, which is illegal in and of itself. That's a crime. Went and sat under a tent uninvited that he wasn't invited to and stabbed an unarmed man to death. Stabbed an unarmed kid to death. Okay? That's what it is. Hold on. Yeah, Janik, hold on. Xerxes says, stop the free speech talk. You provoke people, you getting dealt with. That's the nigga attitude right there, Xerxes. Stop the free speech talk. No, I'm not going to stop the free speech talk. Free speech is not against the law, Xerxes. If you provoke people, you're getting dealt with. Okay, maybe, but those people are also going to get dealt with by the law. Okay? That's the nigga attitude. If you call me the N-word, you going to get dealt with. Cool. You going to fuck around and find out. Cool. Your ass is going to prison. Just like Carmelo Anthony's black ass. Free speech is absolutely free speech. It is not against the law to call somebody the N-word. And if you want to deal with it, then guess what? You're going to have to deal with the consequences too, my nigga. What? Go ahead, Janik.
No, that's really all I wanted to bring up is what if he walked, what the situation would be. I'm not qualified enough to comment on the case further than that. That's all I wanted to bring.
Okay.
I got to run.
Very
I got
good.
another call.
Okay, cool. Shout out to your cats too, man.
Cheers. I got 4-2.
Oh, hey, dude, I gotta give you Don DeMarco for that, man. Hey, look, I'm all about cat people. But that right there, Xerxes just verified the stereotype. If you provoke people, you gonna get dealt with. They're just words, my guy. They're just words. Street justice is not legal justice. If a white person goes up and calls a black person the N-word and the black person kills that white person, his black ass is going to prison. Because what the white person is not against the law. What the black person did is. If somebody calls you the N-word, that's not self-defense. Well, why'd you kill this man? He called me the N-word. Okay, what else happened? Just because somebody calls you the N-word does not mean that you are going to be afraid that you are dying. See, there you go. So no, I'm not going to stop with the free speech talk. That is literally the First Amendment. Next. Yeah, well, listen, for those of you, I'm going to have to look up this Chud the Builder thing. says trying to act like he doesn't know who Chud is I don't know who the fuck this Chud guy is, man. I assume this Chud guy killed a black person or whatever. So let's just say that Chud is guilty of what is it, murder or whatever. Hold on, fucking hell, dude. You know what? Fuck you. I don't have to prove nothing to you, man. I don't give a fuck. This Chud guy, whether he's guilty or innocent, has absolutely nothing to do with Karmelo Anthony. Nothing to do with Karmelo Anthony. So there you go. Ooh, sandwich 1846 a steak nachos. Oh my god, dude. Yanika XD says Don Chud is white guy calling black people N-words on the street and getting mad. Oh my god. Are you fucking, oh my god. Are you serious? Okay, hold on. All right. Okay, I'm curious now. Chud the Builder. Oh shit. Oh, attempted murder? Chud the Builder, known for racist content. Oh, here we are. Oh, there's a Wikipedia. Damn, this dude's got a Wikipedia page on him? Okay, well, let's check it out. Let me educate myself on who this Chud the Builder fellow is. And yeah, okay, so guess what? Yeah, Chud the Builder is racist, clearly. Chud the Builder is racist. Okay, fine. That doesn't mean Karmelo Anthony isn't guilty of first-degree murder. Sorry. Electric Highbed Brid says, Don's in the Chud game now. Yeah, Chud is basically a rage-baiting streamer. Oh, okay. All right. I'm in the Chud game now. Well, let me just read this. And I assume by I'm in the Chud game. See, this is what niggas like to do. So I guess Chud the Builder is racist. And so now I'm in the Chud game at this point. No, I'm not in the Chud game. I'm not in the Chud game. I'm not going around calling black people the N-word. But that doesn't mean that Karmelo Anthony is not still guilty. Sorry. Daryl Bradley with the $2 super chat says before Chud the Builder, he was a fairy. Okay. All right. Well, let's go to this. Let's go to this here, man. Let's check out who Chud the Builder is. Oh Jesus, let me remove this stupid ass comment here. Hey Jay Briz, how would you like to talk to me? Jay Briz says, don't talk about Chud before you lose the majority of your fan base. We all know they support him. I'm not afraid to talk about anybody. I'll talk about who the fuck I want and when the fuck I want. And if they don't like it, they can kick fucking rocks. So now you're trying to control. See this. I swear to God, niggas, you guys are all the goddamn same, man. I swear to God, Jay. Jay, you're a monkey. You're married to a monkey. Go fucking fuck your mom, dude. Like seriously, you suck. You suck. Yes, right. Alaskan K says we respect Don and his opinions even if we disagree. Right. Guess I'm in the Chud business. Jesus. All right. By the way, if you have anything to say, all right, it's time to get the band hammer out because you guys are getting on my nerves now. Guys, I am not afraid to talk to you. Electric Hybrid, I'm not afraid to talk to you. I'm not afraid, but I'm not going to go back and forth with you guys in the chat. If you guys disagree, you are more than welcome. You are more than welcome to come up and talk to me about it. Here is the pull-up link, okay? Because this is what men do, okay? This is what men do. Men, we talk, okay? Women and niggas like to go back and forth in the chat. I'm not afraid to talk to you. You're afraid of truth. No, I'm not. Why don't you come up and tell me the truth? Hashtag pull up and tell me why you think I'm wrong. I don't want to hear ad homs. I don't want to hear nothing in the chat. Come on, let's go. Pull up. I'm not afraid, so I'm gonna go ahead and take that away right now. Well, Donovan blocked me because I'm not afraid of it. I'm not afraid to talk to anybody except for maybe Francis Ngannou and Brock Lesnar. Francis, Brock, if you're watching, don't pull up. No. Don't. You're good. You're right. Whatever. You got it. Everybody else, either pull up or shut the fuck up. All right, let's read here. Dalton Levi Etherly, better known as Chud the Builder, is an American alt-right live streamer known for his confrontational IRLs in Tennessee. All right, Brandon Truth, hang on one second. I'll come right to you. In Tennessee, Etherly's online persona, characterized by frequent use of racial slurs and harassment directed at black people, has led to public condemnation, platform suspensions, and legal controversies. Damn. He received national media attention in 2026 following a shooting outside of a courthouse in Clarksville, Tennessee, which resulted in Etherly being charged with attempted murder. Okay. So, okay, arrest in Nashville. Refusing to pay. Okay. On the afternoon of May 13th, oh, this happened. Oh, okay, this happened recently. This is why everybody's talking about it. Okay. All right. Real Rain says haters never call in. They never do. And when they do, they always run. But it is what it is. I got somebody waiting now who I guess is not. On the afternoon of May 13th of 2026, Etherly was scheduled to appear in Montgomery County Court over an alleged $3,000 debt owed to a credit company. Outside the courthouse, he became involved in an altercation with a black man identified as Joshua Fox. During the confrontation, Etherly allegedly drew a handgun from his pocket and fired multiple shots at Fox. Reports also stated that Etherly actually shot himself in the arm. Oh my God. This dumbass shot himself in the arm. Are you serious? Oh my God. They shouldn't call him Chud the Builder. This nigga, yo, they need to change this nigga's name to Cheddar Bob. Y'all remember Cheddar Bob? What, did Cheddar Bob shoot himself in the dick or some shit like that? You know what I'm saying? Cheddar Bob? Chud the Builder. Anyway, police responded to the scene, and Etherly was subsequently arrested and charged with attempted murder, employing a firearm during a dangerous felony, aggravated assault, and reckless endangerment with a deadly weapon. His bail was set at $1.25 million. Following the shooting, Etherly live-streamed himself speaking with first responders, during which he claimed that he had been assaulted by Fox and acted in self-defense. Okay, there we go. Okay. All right. Okay. So that's who Chud the Builder is. Okay. All right, fine. Whatever. I don't care. Fine. Whatever. So Chud's a racist. He's a dick. Whatever. I don't care. Who gives a fuck? I don't give a damn. Oh, there we go. Okay, so there we are. Chud the Builder, a.k.a. Cheddar Bob. Right? Like, dude, honestly, he should probably be convicted of stupidity. How the fuck do you shoot yourself in the arm trying to shoot somebody else? The fuck? Oh, he's got to give San go. Okay, after the shoot. Oh, he's raised $150,000. All right, well. All right. Okay. Well, listen, if you believe that Chud the Builder is guilty of attempted murder, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. That has nothing to do with Karmelo Anthony. Nothing to do at all. Yes, I'm sure that there are probably racist white Americans who are free Chud the Builder. Chud is innocent. Well, why do you think Chud is innocent? There are racist white people in America who are behind Chud the Builder because he is racist against black people. That has absolutely nothing to do with Karmelo Anthony. Sorry. Nothing to do with Karmelo Anthony. Nice try. Nice try. Nice try. I'm going to react to quite a bit more. We are just getting started here at TSR Live. We are 2 hours and 48 minutes into the live stream. We are doing very, very, very well. Big act debated Myron on Chud. Oh, okay. Okay. Legend says Myron cooked AK in the Chud debate. Guys, listen. I've been dealing with some personal issues, and those who are closest to me, those who I consider my friends, they know exactly what's happening. Okay? They know exactly what's happening. Phoenix Light Games knows what's happening. Jay Blaze knows what's going on. King Life knows what's going on. They're not going to tell anybody because these are close personal friends of mine, but I've been dealing with some pretty heavy stuff in the background. Okay? So I don't have time to be on my phone all the time. I'm not a creature of the internet. I didn't know who the fuck this Chud the Builder cat was. I think it's funny he shot himself in the arm. I think that's funny as shit. Fucking Cheddar Bob. Just 121 says, I agree with y'all because I don't want to get blocked. No, you don't get blocked for disagreeing. Just 121. You get blocked. Here's what'll get you blocked. Here's what's going to get you blocked. Okay. What gets you blocked is coming in here and trolling, ad hominem attacks, blah, 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 blah. You don't get blocked for disagreeing. You get blocked for continuous disagreement. And then when the debate is over, you continue to disagree, even though I've defeated you in the debate. Well, you didn't defeat me in the debate. Really? Why don't you come up and talk to me? If you're going to go, if you want, that's why I block people. If you have a disagreement with anything I have to say, I don't mind going back and forth with you for a little while. I did it with Brandon. I did it with Julian. That's what I did. I subsequently and systematically defeated all of their arguments. All of them. They had the benefit of time and introspection on their phones. I'm doing this on the fly, live and in living color. And they still lost those debates. But they still want to keep going. No. You've wasted enough of my time. I've given you enough of my energy. If you want to debate, if you want to discuss this, then you can come up and talk to me. But if you're going to keep going, that's when I block you. So Just, I don't want to hear, and that was disingenuous, Just 121. Okay? Now you're trying to characterize, well, if you disagree, you get blocked. No, Just, that's not why you get blocked, and you know it. I have people disagreeing in my chat all this episode, and I've had people disagree all this episode. I went back and forth with them. I didn't block them immediately, my guy. Just, I think you need to say what's on your chest, bruh. I think you need to say what's on your chest. I think Just 121, I think he's a nigga. I think he's a nigga. I think Just 121 is a nigga, and I think he wants Karmelo to get off because he's black, and he's afraid to say so because he doesn't want to get blocked. But he's saying, well, I don't want to disagree because I don't want to get blocked. No, you're not gonna get blocked for disagreeing. You're not gonna get blocked for disagreeing. No, you're gonna get blocked for trolling. Nice try. Frankie says Eagles suck. That wasn't very nice of you. Dude, they do now, especially now that the fucking Rams have goddamn Myles fucking Garrett. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Shut as a psyop to keep our minds off the current. Dude, look. OP few, this guy. Jesus fucking Christ. You people with these fucked up goddamn. Look, whoever you are, Seattle Mariners logo, old school. Hold on. Cause I'm about to ban you too, dude, because you're already getting on my goddamn nerves. Bro, stop copying and pasting shit that you see online. This is ridiculous. Chud is a psyop, guys. Whoever you are on the screen, you don't know more than anybody here, bro. We all have the same internet, okay? We all have the same internet. You are not smarter than anyone here. You don't know anything none of us do. Stop trying to act like you're smarter than everybody else. Let's just talk about the topic. American foreign policy, da-da-da-da-da. Shut the fuck up about that. Shut up. Jesus Christ. That's another thing that'll get your dumbass blocked, trying to act smart. Frankie says Karmelo is an evil man. No, Karmelo is a stupid man. Karmelo is a stupid man. Fucking psyop. Jesus, I hate people who talk like this. But we have to be cognizant of our rhetoric due to the fact that we know violence is possible at any time. Bro, like, we get it. Okay, whatever your fucking name is, Pieto, Pokwoku, whatever. You're smart. We got it. Stop it. You're acting like a woman. We got it. Interestingly enough, nobody pulled up. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. These guys are so big and so tough and this and that and the third. Get on my goddamn nuts. Dude, I hate when people talk like that. Real Rain 89 says, when will people learn not everything is a psyop or conspiracy? Dude, bro. Dude, I can't stand people like that. Look, we all know that it's very dangerous to be gullible, to believe everything you see and hear. It's equally as dangerous and infinitely more fucking annoying when people disbelieve everything. Nothing they see is, oh, it's a psyop, it's a conspiracy. That's not really what happened. Okay, cool. Start a channel and go talk about it somewhere else. Not here. I don't give a fuck. I just don't care. I just don't give a I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Okay, you're smart, you're a genius. Start a channel and talk about shit that nobody else knows about. Don't do it here. I don't give a fuck. Jesus Christ. My God. Oh, here we go. Yeah, here we go. POV says, did the Browns not get enough? No, they got Jared Verse and a first-round pick, but god damn, dude. We got another super chat here. Mason with the $5 super chat says he is going to prison, and unless there's any strong evidence to support his actions, he's about to be grabbing pockets. Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, Karmelo's going to prison, man. He's absolutely going to prison, dude. This Q5 Seppo says, I never heard one person call Chud a PSYOP WTF. Oh my god. Dude, now you're gonna start using the fucking emojis. Oh my god, I can't stand these people, dude. I can't stand these fucking people, dude. Look, man, whatever the fuck your name is, like I'm not trying to be mean-spirited here, man. Like I get it. You know what I mean? Let me just be honest. Let me just be human. I understand, right? Like I get it. You know, I understand there are such a things as psyops and conspiracy theories and all that. I get it. I understand it. I'm just not into that kind of stuff, right? All I'm asking is that just talk about the topic at hand, okay? And if there's maybe an ancillary something that might have something to do with the case, you can put that. I don't need to hear all the psyop and we don't really know what's going on and this and that and a third. Ay. All right, Quentin Peterson, what's on your mind?
Hey, what's up, bud?
What's going on?
Man, great fan, man. First of all, I'm sorry that I like this. Sorry that you're going through whatever you're going through. I hope.
Oh no, it's okay. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's
all
fine.
right,
I appreciate
cool.
that. Thank you.
Well, what I meant from here in the Chud game now was pretty much that. I'm interested in seeing like your comparisons now. Like, I'm happy that you're aware of it because I wanted to hear your opinion on it. And just the comparisons, like they raise money for each other's based on their race alone, you know?
Yeah.
And do you think like public opinion would affect like the outcome of this? Like,
yeah, I think
like, either way, black people are gonna burn it down if it's like house wins for black people with Karmelo Anthony, and with Chud, it's like you know, if he gets off or whatever because he's racist and saying this or whatever, free speech, that they might burn it down again. You know, it's like just wondering what you think about that.
Well, look, man. I mean, just based on the limited information that I have, it looks like Chud is guilty of attempted murder. And again, I don't know all of the details. If he's coming out of court and some dude is giving him static and this and that and the third, and he pulls out a gun and starts shooting at him, that's attempted. I don't know I don't know if he shot if they said attempted murder. I guess he shot the guy. If Chud the Builder pulled out a gun and he did not believe that his life was reasonably in danger, he is guilty of attempted murder. That's all there is to it.
Exactly. Plain and simple. That's what I think, right? But like,
yeah.
I'm just wondering if things are going to get muddied and public opinion has.
Oh, they will. They definitely will, because it's interesting because I wasn't aware of this whole Chud the Builder thing literally until I was on this. and so yeah, just based on the Wikipedia, you know, or just people in the chat telling me, some dude was giving him static when he came out of court. He pulled a gun on him. He shot him 1, 2, 3 times. The guy didn't die. He's getting charged with attempted murder. You can't be pulling out your gun and shooting people for saying shit to you that you don't like. You just can't do that. So there you go. Just like you can't, just like you can't pull out a knife and stab somebody just because they push you or put hands on you. That you have to have a reasonable expectation. You have to have a reasonable fear that your life is in danger. And when one person says to another person, touch me and see what happens, that tells me right off the bat, right away, that they are not afraid that that other person is going to kill them, because they warned them, touch me and see what happens. Okay? By definition, and I'll give you a personal example. Maybe you were watching, maybe not. If somebody if somebody breaks into my house and somehow he gets past my security system and my cute little dog, he doesn't warn us. He puts a gun in my face. I'm in my bed. There's a reasonable expectation that I might be killed at that point. Am I going now? If I pull out my gun and I shoot the guy and the cops come, blah 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 blah, that's going to be self-defense. But what I'm not going to do, as I'm lying in the bed with a shotgun in my face, is, oh, you want what I got, huh? Yeah, touch me and see what happens. No. Someone who is afraid they are going to die, they're not going to say to the person that they are afraid is going to kill them, touch me and see what happens. That right there is there's not even any laws on the books. That's just common sense. If you really are afraid that someone is going to kill you or do that much bodily harm, why would you tell them to do something to you unless you didn't know that you would retaliate?
To do something back. That's why.
There you go. There you go. Hold on. Jake Starr says he's talking about Amru. It's so funny. People think that they're the only people who know that Myron Gaines' name is Amru Fuddle. Listen, okay, Jake Stars. You, like everyone else who has Wikipedia, knows that Myron Gaines is Amru Fuddle. Thank you very much. Okay, now please go ahead.
Yeah. I just wanted to hear your opinion. I know you're talking about it. I said like now you're gonna start a series because it seems like everybody, it's like the new the white version of Carmelo Anthony. Maybe it's not, maybe it is, but it's just people are on like both these cases, looking at both of them like, oh, black and white and this and that, and like they're just hyping it up. They're just hyping it up,
Yeah, Carmelo Anthony, listen. Yeah. Carmelo Anthony was wrong for stabbing Austin Metcalf. And based on what I know, Chud the Builder, whoever the fuck this guy is, shouldn't have shot old boy. It is what it is.
Yeah, it seems like clear-cut cases. Clear, like.
What are your thoughts on Carmelo Anthony?
My thoughts on Carmelo?
Yep.
Well, man, he made a bad decision. I don't know exactly. I don't know if he's a good kid or not, but like, man, you brought a knife to class, and then that's your first mistake, and then you're gonna provoke someone, and then you're gonna use it. Yep. I mean, that's horrible, and it can almost be premeditated murder. It's just horrible.
Well,
and that's what they're trying to put on Chud too, because he's going around saying the N-word this, N-word that.
Okay, all right. I'm not talking. No, hold on. Stop.
Oh,
I'm not talking.
You don't want to cross paths there.
No. Yeah, I don't. I'm not. Okay, bro. Like, don't talk while I'm talking. I'm not comparing Chud to Carmelo. That's not what I'm going to do here. The two cases to me are independent of one another, and I'm not going to use the Chud stuff to defend Carmelo or whatever. No, don't. I'm not doing that, and I'm respectfully.
Not to defend Carmelo.
Okay, that's not what I said. I just okay. I understand that. We're definitely not going to do that. But yes, we both feel that Carmelo Anthony is guilty of first-degree murder. Now, there is a world absolutely in which Carmelo Anthony is acquitted. Just because I believe he committed first-degree murder does not mean, does not mean that he is going to be convicted. I think he should be, and I think he will be. But there is a world in which he does not get convicted because the jury doesn't want the city to burn. What are your thoughts on that?
Because the jury doesn't. Sorry, say that again. Because
the jury, let's just say, if you're on the jury for Carmelo Anthony, and you're in that jury, you're deliberating. Hey guys, listen, man. If we convict Carmelo Anthony, black people they're gonna loot. The Rodney King, what's his name, George Floyd. So there is a world in which jurors decide maybe to convict him on a lesser charge to sort of lessen the blow. That, I think, is the only way that Carmelo Anthony either gets acquitted or gets convicted of a lesser charge.
Right. Yeah. I guess they're just trying to mitigate damage at that point.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right, I'll give you the last word, my friend.
No, man, it's a pleasure. Thank you for having me up here.
Thank you.
It's when you said. I was trying to come up here, but I was preparing and stuff. But
that's all good.
It's when you said.
I like the shades though, man. Those are clean. I
was getting ready to come up. You're like, oh, I got to come up now,
Good stuff, man.
I mean, I'm not one to talk on the internet. I want to do get into more not influencing and
Oh God, I don't recommend it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Just
don't do it.
On, you say some positive things. I mean, you got to do something.
Sure, that makes
right?
sense. That makes sense. No, I got you.
Just anything just to get the ball rolling. I mean, this is way out of my comfort zone. I don't really like doing this stuff. But
no, I'll listen. But real talk, all jokes aside, this game, this ain't for the weak, man. It's not for the weak.
No,
Because a lot of people say, yeah, I just want to upload a few videos. Then they start to get some traction, and then they rightfully invest in better cameras, better equipment, blah, 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 blah. Then they really get into the game, and then it swallows them whole because there's a lot more to this than just the camera work. There's a lot that goes into it. So my advice to you, listen, if this is what you want to do, absolutely do it. Just be careful because this game is crazy out here, man.
Oh yeah, I know, and with you guys, you guys got some big balls. I mean, what you guys do are just like, it's just phenomenal work. You put yourself out there for the rest of us. It's like a massive sacrifice that you guys do.
Well, I wouldn't look. I mean, listen, I appreciate you characterizing it that way. And listen, don't get me wrong. There have most definitely been costs to what I do, but I'm just telling you straight up, and everybody else, the juice is absolutely worth the squeeze. For all of the hate and vitriol that I get on the internet, for all the times I've been doxxed and lies told about me, dude, I have generational wealth, man. Like, I don't have to work again for the rest of my life. And to me, that was worth it. So there we go. That's it.
All right. Awesome, man. I'll be listening. Thank you.
All right. Well, thanks for coming up, brother. All right, man. All right. Appreciate that very much. Hey, who knows? Maybe this guy, Quentin Peterson, is the next Donovan Sharp. Yeah, dude, this game is not for the weak. Man, this game is not for the weak. Jake Starr says someone said they didn't know who he was. Oh, come on. Like, now Jake Starr, see, Jake Starr is gonna come in here. See, Jake, dude, bro, just take the L. Like, Jake, I've been doing this, guy. Oh my God, these people. I swear to God, these people, man. Jake, you took a swing and missed. And it's okay. This doesn't make you a bad person. I'm not gonna ban you. I'm not gonna talk shit. You took a swing and missed. You thought you came in here with information that nobody else had to try to impress people. I've known Amru Fuddle since before he was on YouTube. As a matter of fact, I was the one that gave Myron the idea to start Fresh and Fit. And I've got the video and the evidence and everything to prove it. Okay? Don't nobody know Myron better than I do. I've known this dude's name is Amru Fuddle forever. So when we're in here talking about Myron Gaines and you come in and say, well, he's talking about Amru, by the way. That is you trying to act like you know something that nobody else. Well, wait, who is Amru? Well, you didn't know that Amru was Myron Gaines, bro. That is literally exactly what you were doing. It's okay. Take the L. Racist speech is protected under the First Amendment, guys. Racist speech is protected under the First Amendment. Let me repeat that. It is not against the law to be racist. It is not against the law. It is not against the law to call black people N-words. It is not against the law to say racist things in public. Even racial commentary is protected under the First Amendment. Freedom of speech covers everybody. Freedom of speech covers everybody. I'm gonna give my voice a little bit of rest and play the video for you niggas, just in case you guys think I might be capping. I'm just go ahead and play this for you guys, give my voice a little bit of a rest. There we go. Colt the Jolt says the bald guy crushed Myron in LA. Okay, I haven't watched it yet, but whatever. So I guess he doesn't like.
Some guys are probably wondering.
Oh, wait a minute.
So I know some guys.
So this is the Fresh and Fit origin story, and then we're going to react to the cleat sharpener video.
Are probably wondering, Donovan, or actually not Donovan, Myron, how did you meet Donovan Sharp? How did you make this happen? Because a lot of people have asked, like, hey man, how did you guys become friends and everything like that? Because obviously we do our show Weights and Dates on Sundays now. Sundays right before the 7th. Yes. Sundays at 6 right before the 7th. And so it started, man. I actually got a consultation with Donovan, and we were talking about, you know, shooting stuff about fitness, game, everything like that. I was like, hey man, you're a pretty knowledgeable guy. Would you like to come on the show? And I was like, dude, it'd be an honor. And he had me on, and we talked about fitness. We did a show, and then we started doing it pretty much like weekly, bi-weekly, where we would do like fitness shows. And then I'll never forget, Donovan was like, hey man, you need to make a YouTube channel. You need to do this. You can definitely make a pretty good living for yourself doing this stuff. And I was like, in my head, I was like, man, I don't know if I want to leave this school teacher job,
right?
and do
school
this.
Teacher, listen, you're a school teacher, and then you moonlight as a florist, right?
Exactly.
We don't want to tell them that.
And then Chippendales on Sundays.
There you go.
But right after the 7. But I was like, man, Jesus. Do I, you know, and I took it seriously, man. And you know, fast forward about a year later.
Yeah.
And now I got Donovan Sharp in the studio here in Miami, Florida. At the Panorama Tower, not the TSR towers, but the Panorama Tower. So, man, it's an honor, and I just want to say on air, thank you, Donovan, because you're a big inspiration for why we have the studio right now, why we've went so hard with the quality. And yeah, man, thank you so much.
Yeah, listen, the interesting thing is before we had our consultation, I remember you used to call into my show a lot.
Yeah.
And I remember, and I used to see your area code every time. And I think the third or fourth time you called me, I said, okay, this guy is in the field. This guy knows more than a lot of my other callers. That to me was the genesis of, maybe putting a bug in your ear in terms of, starting a show, maybe doing a podcast and then going to YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
And so I said to myself, okay, and you're the most knowledgeable guy in terms of fitness and nutrition I've ever talked to.
Thank you, man.
I've had other fitness and nutrition guys on my show. I've had Drew Bay, I've had a couple of other guys, but nobody you seem to be the most confident, number one. Number two, what you say makes the most sense. And then you came with the graphics and all of the facts.
PowerPoints. Yeah.
Right. And then you understand women, you understand how women work. And I was like, this guy could really start doing things. And so I remember when I started doing shows with you, I said, okay, this dude really, really knows what he's talking about as far as, being fresh and fitness, if I can do a little show plug there. And then I remember I was actually talking to my Patreon audience. I did a Patreon only broadcast probably for about a month and a half. And towards the end, I said, guys, I'm going to align myself with someone. And this guy is a young and up and coming guy. And a lot of my patrons are like, are you going to align with this guy, that guy? I said, nope, this is going to be Myron Gaines, because this is the dude. This is the next dude. Like when I'm dead and buried, or if for whatever reason, YouTube, deletes my channel right before I get to 100,000 subscribers.
He's right there, guys, by the way, almost at 100,000.
No, I think I'm 901 subscribers away from 100,000. I never thought this day would come. But I figured as soon as I'm, if I'm gone or they find some way to erase me off the internet, you're the closest there is to, I guess, another me.
Yeah, so, man.
Yeah. And guys, what's funny? Behind the scenes, like, you guys are so similar. And that just goes to show the power of networking. Myron came in, added value to Donovan's show.
Yes.
Donovan said, you know what? This guy has potential. Let me look into him. And then from there, it blew into this.
It's very true, man. Powerful. It's very true. And then me and Fresh met through Solo TV. Yeah. So if I didn't do the 7 with you, I would have never met Solo TV. I would have never met Fresh, and then we wouldn't even have had this. So, guys, this is, not to plug our Instagram course, which Donovan's affiliate code is below. Yeah. But like I always say it, me and Donovan met, and then Solo TV, and then through Instagram, I actually had a phone call with Fresh for an hour, and he's like, "You're RP aware, I'm RP aware too. Okay, we deal with bimbos. Yeah, this is awesome." And then we met up. So I guess we'll get right into the questioning. But there you go, guys. There's a little background there of how we all met. And yeah, man, I'm just happy to be here.
Real quick, as far as networking is concerned, what Fresh said was is very, very important. I get a lot of guys who call into my show and they mention their show a whole lot. Yeah. Right, they do that. And I've never really minded until it started becoming more frequent. Mm-hmm. And then it hit me. They said, you know what? I said, you know what? These guys are trying to do what Myron sort of did. They're trying to do what MLD sort of did. See, the reason why, and shout out to MLD.
Shout out to Modern Life Dating. Guess Salt, guys, it's out.
Yeah, Salt 2.0. But MLD, the reason why he got on the Redman group is because he used to call the show and he used to add value to the show. For, I don't know, minute and a half, 2 minutes, he would talk about girls, game, what it's like out on the streets. And the more he called in, I remember the last time he called, Rolo's like, we got to get that guy on the show. The rest is history. Well, it's the same with you. You used to call in and tell me about what's going on out here on these Miami streets, and I said, okay, I got to get this guy on. Well, what the guys are doing now is they're trying to circumvent having to add value to the show. They think that if they call my show or send in a super chat saying, hey, thanks for giving me the inspiration to start my show, or hey, people talk about this on my show. Okay, that's all well and good, but you gotta add value. Like, why do you you can't just start a podcast and then just call into other people's podcasts or make appearances on other people's podcasts just to talk about the fact you have a podcast. We have to you have to show that you know what you're talking about. MLD did it, you did it, and that's why you guys are where you are. And Myron always says, thanks for taking a chance on me. I didn't take a chance on anybody. I studied you long and hard before I ever made a decision to align with you. So, and I don't just put my name on anybody. I always make sure that I vet them. Now, I have made personnel mistakes in the past, as you guys have all known. Sometimes I've aligned myself with the wrong people. It's come back to bite me in the arse. But
okay, there you go. So there you have it. There you have it. There's the fresh and fit origin story. The fresh and fit origin story. So, you know, when I say stuff like that, a lot of people just say, oh, you know, blah, 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 blah. You know, you're just clout chasing. No, I don't have to chase clout. Number one. Number two, I'm not interested in chasing clout. I live a quiet life in Reno, Nevada, and I'm absolutely, I'm happy where I'm at. I'm happy with my life. I live
for the whole black community.
Okay, we don't care, bro. I don't give a damn. I'm very, very happy with where I am in life. I'm at peace. I am at peace with, for the most part, I'm at peace with who I am and what I've accomplished. And you know, I'm a content individual, man. I do what I get to do what I want to do every single day, which is help men, play with my cute ass dog, and help men. And I really can't think of a better life. Really can't think of a better life. So shout out to you. Okay, so we are going to react to another, and I don't really know why I'm going to react to this, because I've already sort of talked about this. But this is the cleat sharpener thing. I don't even know. See, so we can't call Karmelo racist if we're saying that Chud is not. Guys, I want you to make one thing clear. Oh, did we trade AJ to the Patriots finally? I want to make one thing clear. Whether Carmelo Anthony or this Chud guy is racist or not has nothing to do with anything. Okay? Yeah, but Chud the Builder's racist. Okay, fine. Yeah, but Carmelo Anthony is racist. I don't care. Doesn't matter. Right? And honestly, I don't think Carmelo Anthony, I mean, maybe, I don't even think Carmelo Anthony was racist like that. Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't, but that has nothing to do, damn it. That has absolutely nothing to do with the facts of the case. That has absolutely nothing to do with the facts of the case. You know, people, he's not on trial for a hate crime. He's on trial for first-degree murder. Luke Perry says, Carmelo's a YN. I'm tired of them getting away with shit. 100% think he's guilty. Yep. Yeah, he's guilty. Carmelo is absolutely guilty. Whether or not he gets convicted, that's a whole other story. All right. Let us check another video here. Cleats sharpener, and was the stab premeditated? Let's go.
After all, it was a cleat sharpener. And what you guys do not understand, if this was a cleat sharpener, that completely changes the entire dynamic of the case. The reason why that is because what do people look for? What do judges and juries look for when somebody claims self-defense? You need proof that you actually feared for your life. And what is better proof than a man using cleat sharpeners to protect himself? When you see somebody that's really fearing for their life, what do? They look for any object, they look for any person, they look for any place.
I'll tell you when somebody fears for their life, I'll tell you what they don't do. They don't say, touch me and see what happens. That's what they don't do.
So what they can do to protect themselves in that moment.
Right, but they're certainly not going to warn their deadly assailant to do something so that they can.
The only defense he had was cleat sharpeners. And you know what that tells me? That means that Karmelo was under duress. Y'all don't understand.
Okay, under duress does not mean you are fearing for your life. Just because you're under duress doesn't mean you think you're gonna die. No, you can use deadly force if you think you're gonna die. Sorry. Yeah, Nick says no weapons of any kind in any school grounds. Period. Yeah, absolutely. Like, dude, Karmelo broke a couple of laws. He broke 2 laws. The first law he broke is he brought a knife to school. The second law he broke is he stabbed Carmelo Anthony. iChief says, "Holy crap, you're a cornball." Yeah, I've been called that. Yeah, I can be a bit of a cornball sometimes. It's not something I've ever heard before. So. Oh my God! Hold on, Danger Close 141. I'm gonna Don DeMarco this with the $5 Rumble rant. Says the only conspiracy theories I'm interested in are which tits are real and which are fake. That is my psyop. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Love it. Love it.
Under duress is proof of you fearing for your life. You fearing for your
Being under duress is not proof that you fear for your life. You can be being under duress encompasses many, many, many different things. If you are in fear for your life, you are in fear for your life. Okay? Now, when you're in fear for your life, you are under duress. But just because you're under duress does not mean you fear for your life. Nice try there, kiddo.
Safety. And I've heard people talk about, well, this was premeditated. That make no sense. How can
It doesn't. No. Here we go again. This guy didn't know. This guy didn't know what he's talking about. It takes a split second to develop premeditation. Okay? A lot of people say, well, this wasn't premeditated.
it be premeditated if they approach him? How could it be premeditated if it took them to attack him more than once before he defended himself? You know how difficult it would be.
Attacked him more than once. See, this is the time. This is the type of. I want you guys to make. I want to make this clear, guys. Okay? It takes a split second to develop premeditation. This dude is sitting here trying to disingenuously say that because there was not a manifesto, because there wasn't a jury, there wasn't some sort of list, there wasn't a letter, there wasn't some video, some sort of secret diary. No, you don't need a manifesto or some secret diary to prove premeditation. Premeditation is Karmelo Anthony reaching into his bag, telling Austin Metcalf, "Touch me and see what happens." The see what happens is the premeditation. The see what happens is the premeditation. His hand is in his hand is in his bag and on his knife. Touch me and see what happens. That is premeditation. King Life with the $5 super chat says, Don, please show us a cleat sharpener. Dude, there's like 100 different kinds of cleat sharpeners, and none that I saw are even close to being murder weapons. But again, cleat sharpeners are used in football. They were not at a football game, they were at a track meet. Try again.
Be to prove that it was premeditated. That means that Karmelo would have to plan all of that in order to take the life of the other brother. And also, if it was premeditated, why did Karmelo run after he attacked one of the brothers?
Because he knew he was guilty. He knew he was guilty.
If it was premeditated, why did he not attack the other brother? If it was premeditated, why did he only stab the dude one time? If it was premeditated, why did he turn himself in? All of that.
If he was what is he talking about?
Doesn't make sense. So when you hear people say it's premeditated, they don't know what the hell they're talking about.
You know, and not only that, again, it takes a split second to develop premeditation. Okay? Him reaching his hand in his bag and grabbing his knife and saying, touch me and I'll sue. I'm thinking Rocky 5. Says, touch me and see what happens. That's premeditation.
Premeditated is something that can be proven. You would have to prove that he knew brothers were going to be there. He knew the brothers were going to approach him. And something else, if it was premeditated, most people would have actually used a weapon to take that person's life. Nobody looks at cleat sharpeners as a weapon. If it was premeditated, he would have actually brought a weapon with him.
But it was premeditated. And the weapon that he brought with him was the knife. The knife with the black handle. Does this guy not is this guy not following is he not following the story? What are we doing? If it was premeditated, he would have brought the knife. Or he would have brought a weapon. He did bring a weapon. And the weapon is what he stabbed Austin Metcalf with. What are we doing?
I saw from that police report, all of the people that were speaking, they were speaking on.
All right, mods, get your band hammers out. Get your band hammers out. Anyone who's in here just trolling to troll, get rid of them. Just, to the Shadow Realm. To the Shadow Realm. Don't let these, my mods, if anybody disagrees, okay, you don't block them if they disagree respectfully. But if they're just coming in here, just trolling, just get rid of them.
Behalf for Austin, meaning that it sounded like Austin was around peers. Why would somebody make a premeditated attack when you are around your family? Typically, when something is premeditated, the culprit would do that when you're in a vulnerable position. Nothing's vulnerable about you approaching somebody.
Yes, Austin Metcalf was in a vulnerable position. Karmelo Anthony had a weapon, and he did not. This guy's making... I'm sorry. My bad, y'all. My bad. I should not have... dude, I thought he was going to come with something stronger than that. I thought he was going to come with something stronger than that. This nigga has no clue what the fuck he's talking about. Who the fuck sent me that shit? God damn. Boy, that was trash. Absolute trash. No clue what he's talking about. All right. Now we're going to start Now we are going to hold on a second. Oh, the beans video. Yes, I remember the beans. Oh, yeah. Moving. So what's our... here we go. Perfect. All right, so we're gonna start reacting. We're gonna start reacting to the to the baits. Yeah, I think I'm cooking. I'm absolutely cooking this episode. And I don't usually use those kinds of words, but dude, I'm cooking these boys. I'm cooking these boys today. Let's see. Who else we got? Seriously, if anybody is in here trolling, just get rid of them, guys. Just get rid of them. Thank you, guys. And again, like, if somebody comes in here and wants to respectfully disagree, I have no problem with that. No problem with that at all. I have no problem with that at all. Just people just coming in and calling names and all that, blah, blah, blah. John Mitchell says he just wants Karmelo off the hook for killing Whitey. Yep. And that's the thing, man. This is what these monkeys won't admit. And listen, shout out to the other guy. At least he's coming out and saying, "Hey, man, I'm defending Karmelo Anthony. I'm supporting Karmelo Anthony because he's black." Okay. Listen, disagree with him. I might, but at least he's being honest. At least he is being honest. At least he's being honest. Let's see. Jake Starr says, as soon as the Twins asked him to leave, that's when he premeditated to harm. No, Jake Stars, I would argue that that could be it. He could have premeditated. He brought a knife to school. That could be premeditation, right? But as soon as he reached into his bag and said to Austin Metcalf, touch me and see what happens, literally premeditation. Literally. You do not warn or threaten someone that you are afraid is going to kill you. I'm sorry. Nobody does that. Nobody does that. Nick says a society cannot function if you have laws that only apply to everyone according to color, especially under the law is the only equality there is. I agree. John... Pioneer Patriot says, when is the actual trial? The trial started today. P-Dub says, Don Damage hitting with facts, they can't stand it. No, they never can. Alaskan K says, it seems like everyone on the Karmelo side just makes shit up. Yeah, the reason why they're making shit up is because they know he's guilty. John Mitchell says, Karmelo was the only one who knew to what level this was going. Austin thought it was just another scrap, and his life was taken over the dumbest shit. Right. He knew that Austin Metcalf was unarmed. Karmelo Anthony, this is why he told him, touch me and see what happens. Touch me and I will stab you. That's it. All right, so I'm gonna start. We're gonna react to some of my debates about this. This is actually just a few days. You guys are going to see. You guys are absolutely positively going to see the bad faith, the disingenuous arguments that people make with this case. Let's start this one. Black Ram 2 says Austin was playing Macho Man and got his feet put in the air. Yeah. And Karmelo's dumbass is going to prison for it. So there you go. So yeah, listen, you can laugh about it if you want to. Yeah, he was trying to play Macho Man and he got put his feet in the air. That's cool. Yeah, listen, have your fun. Karmelo's black ass is going to prison. So there you go. So what's on your mind, man?
Well, I wanted to jump in right where you were at on the Karmelo case, because the issue that I'm having with the case is that it seems like black conservatives are having this conversation. It's like they're trying to convict the kid in the court of opinions. And the problem that I'm having with it is that I only hear them having that conversation from the angle of the kid who unfortunately perished and like his sibling and anybody else that's talking. Nobody is having a conversation from Karmelo's POV. And I'm trying to understand why that is.
I'm not Carmelo Anthony, so I don't know. My guess is that. Oh wait, hold on. That might have flown over my head. So you're telling us. So your contention is that nobody's talking about this from the point of view of Carmelo Anthony.
Yeah, it's like. So what I'm hearing is people will say, you know, oh, he stabbed the kid, he did this, he did that. Other people said this, other people said that, other people said that. But they
I got you. Okay, that makes sense.
He said. What about what he said though? He was in the inside of the experience. What he says doesn't matter at all.
It does matter, and what he says is all over the police report. He told the cops, "I did it," and then when he says, "I've got the alleged stabber," he says, "No, officer, and it's not alleged. I did it." He said he put his hands on me, and that's why I stabbed him. Then he told the story. I went into the tent. I mean, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I don't think we've heard his account of the story. That's actually a very good point. That we haven't heard his, I guess, detailed account, like step by step.
Right.
But Black Ram TV says, my question is, if Austin had a real bad issue, why not notify an adult? Yeah, he probably should have notified an adult. He probably should have. Yeah, I agree. I think that Austin Metcalf should have been like, okay, this kid is under our tent. He shouldn't be. Okay, Austin Metcalf in retrospect should have absolutely gone and got an adult. That does not mean that he deserved to die, Black Ram. Nice try. Bring it on, Black Ram. Bring it on. Bring it on. Black Ram, I'm telling you right now, you don't want the smoke here, bro. You don't want the smoke. Put in anything you want in the chat. I'm ready for it. You're not going to win a debate with me if we're voice to voice or in the chat. Okay? Whether or not Austin Metcalf went and got an adult has absolutely no bearing on this case with regards to Carmelo's guilt or innocence. And I agree with you. I think that Austin Metcalf probably should have gone to say, okay, this kid is in our tent. Let me go get an adult. He didn't. Okay, that doesn't mean he deserved to die, and that does not mean that Carmelo Anthony is not guilty of first-degree murder. Nice try. Round 2. Be that as it may, that doesn't mean that he's not guilty. Now, I do agree with you. I do agree with you on this point. We can't convict the kid in the court of public opinion. But guess what? We're not able to, okay? Because the court of public opinion, this case isn't tried in the court of public opinion, it's tried in the court of law. So yeah, we can convict him in the court of public opinion all we want to. What really matters is what happens in the courtroom.
No, absolutely. But I'm just saying, like, for me personally, right, when we have these...
Black Ram TV says, I ran track. Uh-oh, Black Ram, you walked into it. Oh, Black Ram walked into it. Uh-oh. Oh, Black Ram, you just lost. You just lost the argument. Oh, no. Oh, you see, we're starting to cycle through. We're starting to cycle through niggas now. Oh, Black Ram, you are about to take an L. You are about to take an L, my guy. You are about to take an L. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. And I've already made this point 100 different times in 100 different ways, and you're about to lose here. So Black Ram says, let me just put this up here. Black Ram says, I ran track. Dude, this is the nigga trap. Yeah, you triggered my trap card. You know what? I need to get that sound drop. You've triggered my trap card. Black Ram says, I ran track. I sat under many tents, never had an issue. Austin was warned before he put his paws on Carmelo. That's right. He absolutely was warned. He absolutely was warned. And that is why he is guilty of first-degree murder. Why do I say that, Black Ram? Here is why. He is arguing self-defense, which I assume you're also arguing self-defense. Okay? Here is what the law says about self-defense in the state of Texas. While Texas does not have a formal stand your ground law, it has laws involving self-defense, no duty to retreat, and the castle doctrine that together allow someone to use force if they reasonably believe they face an imminent deadly threat. If Carmelo Anthony really believed that he was facing an imminent deadly threat, he would not have warned Austin Metcalf. Your words, Black Ram. You said Austin was warned. Austin was warned. You don't warn someone you're afraid of. Okay? if somebody broke into my house and put a gun in my face and said, give me all your money or whatever the case may be, I am not going to say to the guy with the gun, touch me and see what happens. You want to know why? Because I don't want to die. If I think I'm going to die, I'm going to put my hands up or I'm going to grab something to try to defend myself. I'm certainly, and if I do something to the person with the gun in my face, I'm certainly not going to warn him. Because if I warn him, I don't want to give him a head start. He's got the gun in my face. I don't want to die. I'm not going to say, all right, I've got a gun down here. I've got a gun down here. And you've got a gun in my face. I've got a gun down here. You better not do anything or I'm going to shoot you. No. The fact that Karmelo Anthony warned Austin Metcalf right there destroys self-defense. Because if you think another person is going to kill you, you are not going to warn them and threaten them, hey, do something to me and watch what happens. Am I wrong? Let me put myself in that tent. If I'm Karmelo Anthony and two Brock Lesnars come out, you need to leave this tent. If I'm not going to tell them, touch me and see what happens. Why? Because I'm afraid they're going to kill me. Karmelo Anthony responded with deadly force. The only way that's legal is if he thought if he thought his life was in danger. You do not threaten, you do not warn the person you think is posing an imminent viable threat. Touch me and see what happens. Nice try. That's a wrap. Go home. Thanks for flying United. Drive home safely. There you go. That's it, Black Ram. There is no rebuttal to that. You do not warn someone if you really do believe that they are going to kill you. Black Ram. Oh, this is good. Let's go. Black Ram says, warning comes before destruction, point blank. Right. Warning comes before destruction. Totally agree. Warning comes before destruction. I 100% agree. Okay? But the person who is doing the warning in order to do the destruction has to have a reasonable expectation that destruction is going to be done to him. Okay? You see what I'm saying? Hold on. Black Ram says, so you've never had a fight? Damn it. He said, so you've never had a fight? You've never been in a fight and told someone if you swing, they're going to swing to get it? Stop it, bro. Yeah, I've been in those situations before. Okay? Touch me and see what happens. I didn't have a weapon and neither did the other guy. Okay? And if I'm in front of somebody and I say to that person, touch me and see what happens, which you just alluded to, does that tell you that I'm afraid that that other person is going to kill me? No. If I really thought that another person was going to kill me, if I thought my life was in danger, I would not say, touch me and see what happens. One person who says to another person, touch me and see what happens, is not afraid of what that other person is going to do. What they are doing is letting everyone know, if he touches me or does whatever it is, I know that I'm not going to be harmed. I know that I'm not going to die because I'm going to be alive for him to see what happens. You're done. That's the logical brain, bro. That's it. You're done. You're done, bro. You're done. That's it. I will repeat this until I'm blue in the face. If you really do believe that someone in front of you is going to kill you, you don't warn them and say, touch me and see what happens. That is a warning. That is a threat. Here's what actually happened. Karmelo reached into his bag after Austin Metcalf was giving him static and said, touch me and see what happens. That action, my hand in the bag telling him, touch me and see what happens, I'm not afraid for my life. I don't think I'm going to die. And the reason why I know I don't think I'm going to die is because I'm telling the other person, touch me and see what happens. Nice try. You guys are, Gnome Billy says Donovan is way too logical to argue with these chimps. Bro, that's it. Black Ram. Oh, yeah, he's retracted messages now. Yeah. Black Ram says, so who initiated the whole thing? How do you know what he had? You sound stupid. There were no other weapons found. No. How do I know what he had? I don't sound stupid. They didn't recover any other weapons. The only weapon they recovered at the crime scene was the weapon that was used to kill Austin Metcalf. Austin Metcalf didn't bring a weapon to track. He was there to run track. That's why I know, number one. Number two, it doesn't matter who initiated the whole thing. It was Karmelo Anthony who initiated the whole thing by going into the tent in the first place. That was the initiation point. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, let me just use your logic. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, I actually like debating like this because it doesn't allow you guys to talk over me. I think I actually like this. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, that Austin Metcalf and Karmelo Anthony were teammates. Let's just say that they knew each other. They didn't necessarily like each other, whatever. They were teammates. Karmelo Anthony belonged under the tent. Austin Metcalf gets up. You know what? I don't like this. I don't like this black boy, Karmelo Anthony. Karmelo Anthony, you need to leave the tent. Karmelo says to Austin, I'm not going nowhere. Austin gets up, pushes him. Leave the tent. Leave the tent. Karmelo Anthony reaches into his bag and says, touch me and see what happens. Karmelo Anthony is still guilty. So it doesn't matter who initiated the whole thing, number one. It doesn't matter who initiated the whole thing. The argument is self-defense, not who started it. See, niggas love this. Well, you started, I'ma finish it. Yeah, your ass is gonna get finished in prison. Who initiated the whole thing has nothing to do with the crime. Has nothing to do with it. Oh, you stabbed this kid to death? Well, he started it. Oh, okay, you get to go home. No. No. And how do I know what he had? He didn't have anything. He was unarmed. They didn't find any other weapons at the crime scene except for the weapon used to commit the murder. Nice try. KJax1 says self-defense. Nope. I hope you're listening. I hope you're listening. This kid brought a concealed weapon to school. He brought a concealed weapon to school. Where you at, Black Ram? Where you at? Where are you at? Where are you at? Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Keep it fucking coming. You guys are wrong. I don't even want you to pull up. Put your bullshit ass rebuttals in the chat. See, now Black Ram is quiet as fuck now because he knows I'm right. He knows I'm right. Even if they were teammates, even if they were, hold on. Is it illegal to sit under someone's tent? No, it's not illegal. Karmelo Anthony sitting under the tent was not against the law. Was not against the law. No, Karmelo Anthony didn't break that law. You want to know what is illegal? Okay. It's illegal to bring a weapon to school. It's illegal to stab an unarmed individual. Let's go to the next one. No. Is it legal for someone to put their hands on me? No. Did Austin buy that tent? No. Was he trying to publicly humiliate Karmelo Anthony? Did he get what he asked for? Yes. Publicly humiliating someone is not against the law. Okay? Even if the tent had belonged to Karmelo Anthony, Karmelo is still guilty. You're trying to muddy the waters with facts that have nothing to do with the overall bearing of the case. Like, dude, you're low IQ, dude. Black Ram MTV 2, I think the 2 is your IQ. I think that's what the suffix is. No, it's not illegal for Karmelo Anthony to sit under the tent. No, it's not. Is it legal for someone to put their hands on me? No, it's not legal for someone to put their hands on you. If someone puts hands on you, you put hands on them. You don't put a knife in their chest. I don't know what Austin buying the tent has something to do with. Was he trying to publicly humiliate, blah, blah, blah? Did he get what he asked for? Austin Metcalf did not ask Karmelo Anthony, hey, I'm going to mess with you so you can stab me to death. Bro, you literally sound stupid. Like, you literally sound stupid. Like, I swear to God, like, dude, you have the mind of an ape. Like, you are a monkey. You're a monkey, my guy. You're a monkey. Monkeys are stupid. You sound like an absolute monkey. That is a nothing burger. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Bro, was he trying to public, even if he wanted to, hey, look, everybody, it's Karmelo Anthony. Ha, 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 ha. Why did you stab this kid? Well, officer, he was publicly humiliating me. Yeah, sorry, kid. You're still under arrest. You're still under arrest. Well, Austin Metcalf shouldn't have gone over there and yelled at him. Okay. All right, Austin, don't yell at other students. Go get an adult. Okay, cool. That doesn't mean you deserve to die. Try again. Try again, bruh. Try again. You people are stupid. You people are stupid. And Black Ram 2 says, answer all my motherfucking questions. There it is. He says, you make no sense. Bro, I'm making perfect sense. I'm making perfect sense. Bro, I am literally eviscerating. Hold on, because you probably don't know what eviscerate means. I am literally defeating your argument step by step. And now you're retracting comments. Now you're retracting comments because you're done. You're defeated. No, like, guys, nobody time this dude out. Nobody time this dude out, because this guy is a fucking idiot. These are the types of people who are defending Karmelo Anthony and donating their money to his GoFundMe. Monkeys just like this. Monkeys just like this. Answer all my motherfucking questions. I just did. What else you got? What else you gonna put in there that you're gonna retract? Unbelievable. Stan with Carmel says, why do you ban folks for disagreements? I don't ban folks for disagreements. I'm going back and forth with someone who disagrees right now. So stand with Carmelo. What you got for me? I'm not banning people who have disagreements, and even if I did, that doesn't mean Carmelo Anthony is not guilty. Legend said with the $2 super chat says he didn't bring a knife to school to cut apples. No, he did not. No, he did not. So is it against the law to sit under someone's tent?
Yeah, nope.
Ooh, nope. Nope. It's not against the law to sit under someone else's tent. Is it legal for someone to put their hands on me? No, it's not legal for someone to put their hands on me. Is it legal to bring a knife to school? Is it illegal to bring a knife to school?
Yeah.
There were only 2 crimes committed on April 2nd of 2025. Carmelo Anthony brought a knife to school. That is illegal. And he stabbed Austin Metcalf. Those are the 2 laws that were broken. Yeah, Austin Metcalf probably should have gone and gotten somebody to get the kid up out of there. He didn't. He ended up losing his life. In retrospect, that's what he probably should have done. He didn't deserve to die. Try again. You guys are absolute. Stand with Carmelo says Timu failed Myron. Okay, now here's the thing, Stand with Carmelo. I don't mind if people disagree. Okay? But if you're just gonna come in here and call names and troll, that's when you get banned. I don't care if you disagree with me. I really don't. I don't care if you disagree with me. I honestly, I mean, dude, I'm disagreeing with whatever his name is. I've already forgotten his. I'm disagreeing with Black Ram too, and he's getting his ass kicked right now. So yeah, listen, listen, you can come in here and disagree. You're not gonna come in here and start calling me names. Okay? You're not gonna come in here and start calling me names. That you will get banned for. You're not gonna get banned for disagreeing. Absolutely not. If you disagree, please put in your rebuttals. Come on up. Come on up. Keep them coming. Where you at, Black Ram? Where you at? Where's your look? Where you at? Like seriously, bring it on. Where's your pithy little comeback? Where's your pithy little comeback now? Nowhere to be fucking seen. That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
Conversation. And I'm speaking. That's why I'm literally speaking specifically about black conservatives, because that's what concerns me.
Okay.
Right. We live in a day and time where we have way more black people.
James Smith says 3 laws were broken, but he put his hands on him first. Yes. Yes. He put his hands on him first. But again, I reiterate, the only way that Carmelo Anthony gets off on acting in self-defense is if he thought his life was in danger. Okay? Just because someone puts hands on you doesn't mean you get to stab or shoot them. If someone puts hands on you, you put hands on them. If someone puts hands on you, that doesn't mean you reach into your bag and stab someone. Next, Trey, the NBD with the $5 super chat, says, for your patience debating these sim me yawns. I don't need patience with this. I don't need patience with this. Black Ram 2 says, now you don't see my comment. Which comment are you talking about, dude? Which one? Which one, Black Ram? Which one? Which one? Which one? I see 2 retracted messages, and I've answered all of your MFing question. Fucking idiots, man.
Who are aligning with conservatism, and it seems as if they choose to turn off their brains, right? They choose to turn off their ability to think for themselves and then just align with what they think the ideology or talking point should be coming from the political ideology that they subscribe to.
Well, hold on. This has nothing to do with any ideology, okay? Carmelo Anthony stabbed an unarmed student to death. My ideology, my conservative values has nothing. And I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example here, okay? King Penguin says, Bra said, don't get offended over name calling. You get offended over name calling. I'm not getting offended over name calling. I'm just banning people for calling me names. That's not getting offended. That's just keeping my chat clean. Try again. I am staunchly against abortion, okay? And it has nothing to do with the fact that it's not political or religious for me. For me, the reason I believe abortion is wrong is because... Oh, wait a minute. I got people... hold on. I got people who have pulled up. My bad. Oh, Panda Trucker. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, Panda Trucker. What's going on, brother? How you doing, man?
Now, what kind of self-hating black man are you that you're going to come in here and you're going to give Karmelo a bunch of. I'm just fucking with you, dude.
You're a racist.
Did I do it? Did I do the racist right?
You did. You well, hold on. You need a little bit more of a southern drawl, right? Like, look, man, I don't hate black. Look, I'm not racist. I love niggers. That's probably where you should have gone. Please continue.
I think everybody should own one.
Yeah, exactly. Hold on, Panda. Hold on. Panda Trucker. King Penguin says if colors were reversed, they'd give Karmelo a medal. Actually, King Penguin. Wait, if they were no. Hold on. Let me answer this. King Penguin says if the colors were reversed, they'd give Karmelo a medal. No, if Carmelo Anthony were white, he'd be in prison already. Okay, but the black community didn't give Carmelo Anthony a medal. They actually gave him something better. They gave him $600,000. They gave him $600,000. Nice try. Okay, what you got for me, Panda?
And they released him on PR on frickin' house arrest.
Yep. And again, look, honestly, I don't have a problem with the house arrest. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
And I know it's not, and listen, I'm not Mr. Metcalf. I'm not Hunter Metcalf. So if someone had killed my brother, I wouldn't want them out on house arrest either. But this is why jurors are dismissed because of conflict of interest, right? To make sure that they are as objective as humanly possible. But me being on the outside, being objective, if this kid is guilty, and if he's going to be sent to prison for 20 plus years, I don't have a problem with the judge allowing him to spend what little time he has left of his freedom with his family. I have no problem with that.
I mean, the poor kid, he ruined his own life. So
he did.
Give him a little bit of a chance to frickin', do what, men things, have his last little frickin' sow his wild oats or whatever it might be. Sure, cool, whatever. But, I actually called because I was going to bring up another story, and I think I may have talked about this before.
Oh, wait a minute, Panda. No, hold on. I gotta let you go because we gotta stick with the Carmelo Anthony. We gotta stick with the Carmelo Anthony story. Sean Morse, guys, we gotta keep it relevant. Because this is I've been on here for 3 hours. Gotta keep it relevant. Sean Morse, what you got for me, brother?
Hey, can you hear me, man?
I got you loud and clear, brother.
Perfect. I'm not gonna be long. I just want to rant here. First of all, niggas are fucking stupid.
Yes, they have.
How in the blue hell are they making an argument for self-defense? They sound exactly like the single mothers who raise them. Because if you listen to black women talk to their sons, especially their teenage sons, this is exactly what they sound like when they talk to them. They sound exactly like this.
Yes, they do.
And all these guys are doing are just repeating what their moms told them. That's it.
Yeah, that's it. That's all there. Dude, that's all there is to. And the funny thing is, black women create the men they complain about. These are the men. These are the men who are defending Carmelo Anthony.
And these are the men that they're going to later be saying, "Oh, men ain't shit. They don't want to do nothing." Well, they made these guys, and they can come in here and listen to the fruits of their labor right now.
There you go. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thanks for chiming in, Sean.
No problem, man.
All right, appreciate it. Yeah, he's right. This is fatherless. This is fatherless behavior. This is the fatherless behavior. Hold on. Black Ram says, I said the other Metcalf brother said his brother grabbed Carmelo Anthony. You're biased. When can a black man defend himself without being... Wait, hold on. That doesn't make any sense. Dude, hold on. Hang on a second. I'm going to put this up on the screen. Because Black Ram, now you're just talking out of your ass, dude. You were literally talking out of your ass. You're just talking to talk. Let me just make sure I can read this. He said, I said the other Metcalf brother said his brother grabbed Carmelo Anthony. Your bias. And I need some punctuation, but that's okay. I said the other Metcalf brother said his brother grabbed. Okay, right. Yes, Austin Metcalf absolutely. Listen, by all accounts, yes, Austin Metcalf either pushed or grabbed or punched Carmelo Anthony. Okay? He says, you're biased. When can a black man defend themselves without being looked at as a suspect? Why can't it be innocent until proven guilty? He is innocent until proven guilty. That's why his black ass isn't in prison. And yes, black men can defend themselves, but you can't kill someone, pardon me, you can't kill someone and then cry self-defense if you had a weapon and they did not. Yes, a black man can absolutely defend himself. I've said many, 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 many times. If somebody hits you, if you're out in the street, hit him. If somebody hits you, hit him back. Fine, whatever. Okay? If Austin Metcalf pushed Carmelo Anthony can then respond with force. Let's listen. All right, you want to push me? Let's go. They get in a fight, they get in a tussle. Okay, whatever. No. Carmelo Anthony reached in his bag and says, touch me and see what happens. Austin touched him, pushed him, whatever the case may be. That's not deadly force, my guy. That's not deadly force. Or I'm sorry, that's not self-defense. Okay? John Mitchell says, why couldn't Carmelo just throw hands? The reason why he couldn't throw hands is because he knew he had a weapon. Okay? And let me say something, and again, Al Corp says it was self-defense. Again, Black Ram. If you think the person in front of you is going to kill you, the last thing you are going to do is threaten them. Touch me and see what happens. I'm gonna use this example again. If Francis Ngannou accosted me and says, get out of this tent, I'm not gonna be like, oh yeah, Francis Ngannou? Touch me and see what happens. No. If I have a knife, I'm doing it right. I'm not going to warn him. I'm not going to warn him. So yeah, okay. So Austin Metcalf grabbed him first. Well, fine. Yeah, you're right about all that. Okay? The defense is self-defense. And when you warn someone if you warn someone, touch me and watch and see what happens, that tells everybody around and in the courtroom that you are not afraid of the person. You were not afraid. And if you are not afraid of the consequences, that removes the defense of self-defense. Black Ram says, how many black friends do you have that you genuinely love? Oh, God. Not too many. Odd Corp says, ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. Nobody had a gun. Odd. Here we go. Now we got niggas in here. Yeah, he deserved it. Ain't no fun when the rabbit. Austin Metcalf didn't have a gun. He didn't have a gun. He pushed him. Even if he punched him. I'm sorry. Knife ain't self-defense. You guys are just talking. Yeah, you guys are stupid. Wrong to kill people before they are born, right? It doesn't have anything to do with my religion or lack thereof. It doesn't have anything, and I'm not a religious, I'm not an overly religious person. I am formulating I'm formulating my opinion based on what I know. It has nothing to do with my conservatism. It doesn't matter when one person, regardless of color, sex. Alaskan K says also, if Carmelo Anthony was in fear for his life, why didn't he just leave? The reason he didn't leave is because he was not in fear for his life. That's the point. Someone who is in fear for their life is not going to warn the other person who they think is going to kill them, touch me and see what happens. No, you run out of there or you stab him first. If you have a weapon and you say, touch me and see what happens, you're not afraid. And fear is the element necessary to argue self-defense. The fact that Carmelo Anthony told Austin Metcalf, touch me and see what happens, that proves that he was not afraid that Austin Metcalf was going to kill him. And again, was going to kill him. Not hit him, not push him, not get him in a headlock, no. In order for self-defense to be proved successfully, the defense has to successfully prove that Carmelo Anthony had reasonable fear that his life was in danger. And by Carmelo's own admission, when you tell someone, touch me and see what happens, that lets everyone know that you are not afraid of him touching you. Because if he really thought that let's just say Austin Metcalf was Superman. Let's just say that Austin Metcalf was Superman. And let's just say that Carmelo Anthony knew that he was Superman. Right? Let's just say he knew, oh, there's Austin Metcalf. Yeah, isn't that the kid that, knocked off somebody's head? Yeah, he's got the strength of 10 men. Yeah, I wouldn't mess with him. All right, let's just say, okay? Austin Metcalf gets up. Hey, get up out of here. Get up out of here. Do you really believe that if Carmelo Anthony were afraid, do you really think that he would tell Austin Metcalf, touch me and see what happens? Of course not. Anyone who warns or threatens another person, touch me and see what happens, that's not a person. That's not a person who's in fear for their life. Black Rhyme 2 says, y'all all do this in a very safe place. There we go. See, more violence. Yeah, that's cool. Listen, fine. Maybe we all do this from a very safe place. Carmelo Anthony is still guilty. Now you're not even talking about the case. Black Ram. See, there it is. Mm-hmm. There it is. Yep, there it is. Black Ram, stay on topic, my guy. Stay on topic, Black Ram. Like, now we're not even talking about it. Now you're talking about how many black friends that I have and love, and you all do this from a very, very safe place. What does that have to do with Karmelo Anthony's innocence or guilt? My friend, you have lost the argument. Whatever the case may be. And I'll tell you what, Black Ram, I'm going to give you 5 minutes to pull up, or I'm going to ban you. You can either keep it on topic about the case, or I'm going to ban you. G. Lee says niggas always go to violence first. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. B. Black Ram, you've got 5 minutes to pull up, or I'm gonna ban you, because I've gone back and forth with you now for 20 minutes. I've gone back and forth with you now for 20 minutes. I'm not afraid to talk to people who disagree. I do not care. I don't care. We can disagree. We can go back and forth. Tell me you disagree. Blah 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 blah. But you're not even talking about the case now. Black Ram says, can you be a juror in this case? Well, no, because I don't live in Collin County. You see, a juror, let me educate you, because I know monkeys. I know monkeys like yourself. I know monkeys like Black Ram too. I know people like you are uneducated because you're monkeys, you're apes, you're gorillas. Can you be a juror in this case? No. Because in order to be a juror in a murder trial, you have to be a resident in the jurisdiction that the crime was committed in. So the answer is no. I couldn't be a juror in this case. But let's just say for the sake of argument that I did live in Collin County. No, they would absolutely dismiss me from the case. Because they'd be, okay, this guy is obviously biased. This guy thinks that Karmelo is guilty. He's heard and seen enough. Blah, blah, blah. All right, let's continue. When one person stabs another person unarmed, based on the facts that we know, yes, that is my opinion. My opinion is based on the facts. It's not based on my ideology. It's not based on my, oh God, he's mad, he's pissed. Oh my God, dude. All right, you're out of here. Here we go. Like the punk who unalived all those people. Now, oh, Jesus Christ. Now you're just talking trash. He's mad, he's pissed, I win. No, bro, you lost the debate. You lost the debate. You're out. You're out. Now you're just talking shit. Now you're just talking shit. Dumbass. Didn't say anything about anything else. How many black friends do you have? Blah, 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 blah. You're mad. You're pissed. See you later. See you later. This is what happens when these Negroes lose the argument. They go right to, well, you guys do this from a safe place. It ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. But no, you guys you guys try to obfuscate. I absolutely cooked your ass well done. And you know it. That's why you're trying to get your lick back. Time's up. Time's up, nigga. You out. It's not based on my worldview. This is just a simple matter of the difference between right and wrong.
Well, let me give you this, right? Because I think actually, I'm very careful with using this word to describe people.
Okay. Oh my God. This tactic right here is so disingenuous. I'm very careful when I use this word to describe people. I don't call people this, but I think you're X, Y, and Z. This dude. And he did this to try to set me up. The reason why he did this, he tried to call me a smart person, was for me to seek his approval. And by trying to seek his approval, he thinks that I'm going to agree with his sentiment. That's why he deployed this tactic. Just watch.
But I think you might actually be pretty smart.
Listen to this guy.
And the reason why I say that is because you're the first person who I heard give the take that you gave on Shannon Sharp, which is that he tried to
cheat the game.
Have sex with a sex worker for free.
Yeah. Yep. There you go.
I might actually have to clip that and respond to it on my.
Do you hear all of this? All this glazing? You're a smart guy. I never heard that before. He thought that I was gonna be like, oh, he thinks I'm a smart guy. I want him to continue thinking I'm smart, so I'm going to agree with what he says. That's the only reason why he said, you're a smart guy, Donovan. And then he was extra with it. Well, I don't use this word often. Oh, he doesn't use this word often, but he called me smart. I feel so special and honored. Let me make sure I don't say anything that he disagrees with so he doesn't think that I'm not smart anymore. This dumb nigga.
On show because
dude, clip it, man.
Nobody else is giving that take.
Yeah,
right?
Shannon Sharp tried to. And listen, you're familiar with the term "don't cheat." You can't cheat the game, and
right.
You can't cheat the game applies to every part of life. You want to know how girls are out here trying to cheat the game? Trying to cheat the game with BBLs. That's why girls are dying with BBLs. Why? Because they're trying to cheat the game. If you want a nice ass, you got to get in the gym and work for it. Going down to Brazil and getting a BBL, that's cheating the game. Okay. Just like you said, Shannon Sharp tried to have sex with a sex worker without paying. That's cheating the game. It don't go down that way. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's the first time I've heard that take like that. So that was a pretty good take. But the reason why I'm saying that, the reason why I'm complimenting you first is because I want to make sure that your mind is open to receive this.
There it is. I'm complimenting you first to make sure that your mind is open to receive this. Right? He literally just told me, I'm giving you a compliment first so that you agree with me. Sure,
when a black person says, oh man, it was self-defense, and then people have this reaction to it, in my space, and that's why I want to take it away from you. In my space where I'm at, I'm in the Angry Man Anton Daniels space.
Okay.
And
he said, I'm in the Angry Man Anton Daniels space. In retrospect, the reason why he used Angry Man and Anton Daniels is because he knows that I, myself, Angry Man and Anton Daniels, we all share and I don't know Angry Man and I don't know Anton. Like I've been on with Angry Man before. I know of him. I know of Anton Daniels. I like his work. I don't know that he likes or even knows who I am. But the reason why he just sat here and tried to say, well, I'm in the Angry Man Anton Daniels space. Just like that dude. And stay with me here, guys. Stay with me because, guys, this is a tactic. This is a tactic. I'm in the Angry Man Anton Daniels space. Do you guys remember at the University of South Carolina, that loser who came up and said, hey, Myron, good to talk to you. Yeah, I'm real good friends with Fresh, and we hung out, right? And then he said, yeah, it wasn't, I did what you told me to do, and I got it wrong. I did it my way, and I got a wife. I know Fresh, blah, 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 blah. The reason he said that to Myron was to try to lower his defenses in order to try not, oh, okay, you're friends with my other guy, Fresh and Fit, or Fresh and Fit. He did all that so he can turn right around and say, well, your stuff didn't work. I'm friends with Fresh, and I'm telling you your stuff didn't work. Guess what? He was lying, because I had Fresh on the very next day. Says, dude, I didn't know that nigga. This is what Beans tried to do. Beans little podcast tried to say, I'm going to compliment you first, okay? I'm going to compliment you first, and I'm going to tell you that you're smart, and I'm going to preface it by saying I don't use it that much, so that it means so much to you that no matter what I say, you're going to do whatever it takes to make sure that I hold this opinion of you. If you disagree with me, I'm going to say you're not smart. And he thinks that I'm thinking that. Nah, bro, no, I wasn't going for that. I wasn't going for that not one fucking bit. This nigga was not smart.
And in our space, those people will immediately be assigned liberal Democrat, right?
Okay.
But I wouldn't say that they were necessarily wrong if you did that, because if you start talking to them, it's probably more likely. But in the same way, with the people who are throw him away, put him in jail, he's a killer, and all that other stuff, they also happen to be conservative, right-leaning people.
He just made the same argument.
And so that's what I'm saying. It's like these takes are just being regurgitated from people, and it seems to be based on whichever side of the fence they're standing on.
And you could be right. Listen, you could be right. I'm telling you, man to man, I'm thinking for myself. So what Beans just said, what Beans just said is a lot of these conservatives are, lock that N-word up, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, there are a lot of guys out there like this. I'm not going to sit here and say that there aren't people who are out here who want Carmelo Anthony to go to jail for no other reason but that he's black. There are people absolutely out there saying that. They want him locked up for no other reason but that he's black. They don't care if it was self-defense or not. They don't care. All they care about is that Austin Metcalf is white, Carmelo Anthony's black. Oh, a black boy killed a white man. Lock him up. Lock him up. And I had to tell him, okay, I know that there are people out there like that. That's not what this is. Based on what I have seen and heard, I believe Carmelo Anthony is guilty of the crime of murder. Now, I will say this. A lot of people got up in arms when they heard that the bond got reduced from $1 million to $250,000.
Right.
I didn't really care. I didn't get upset with that because number one, he's got the ankle monitor on. Number two, he's not a flight risk, at least not yet. Number three, It's not like he's going to go out and start stabbing people in Frisco, Texas. He's got the world is watching this kid. Number four, the reason why I don't have a problem with the bond reduction is this kid is likely going to prison. I mean, listen, and I'm not trying to straddle both sides of the fence, but I mean, let's try to be humane and let's at least give this, if this kid has, a year or two of freedom left before he goes away for 20 to 25 years, the least we can do is allow him to spend it with his family. I don't think, and I'm not going to come on here and say, well, we should lock him up because he's going to go out and kill somebody else. Dude, Carmelo Anthony's not killing nobody else. Everybody's watching. We should lock him up because he's a flight risk. Carmelo Anthony doesn't, dude, everyone knows who he is. He's not flying nowhere. The world knows about this case, and they don't have they don't have the means, at least not yet, to fly him anywhere. So as far as I'm concerned on that, I can definitely be objective in that regard. All of that said, based on what I've seen and heard, I believe Carmelo Anthony is guilty. Now I will say this, and then I'll hand it back off to you. What I am starting to realize is that there are a lot of black people who want to see Carmelo Anthony skate, whether he's guilty or not. And the reason they want to see him skate is because of the whole oppression thing. They've been getting at us, slavery and this and that and this and that and the third. This was the same sentiment with the OJ case. Myself, I was 18, 19 years old when the OJ verdict came down. I was happy for the same reason. I was like, you know what? Those cops beat the shit out of Rodney King and they got off, and so they deserve to lose Nicole Brown and Ronald Goldman. And hindsight being 2020, that is not the right way to look at things. Wrong is wrong is wrong. Those police officers should have been convicted for beating Rodney King, just the same as OJ should have been convicted for killing Nicole, again, based on what we've known and what we've seen.
Well, I can't necessarily disagree with that. Because honestly, it would be the only thing that made sense technically, to your point, based off of the information that we have. Sure. If you're just automatically assigning a verdict either way, right? And that's my point, is that whether you're doing it for guilty or not guilty, it seems to be based on some sort of political ideology. Or feeling.
Dude, he did it again. He did it again. I'm not here. I don't want him to tell me about everybody else. I want him to tell me why he disagrees with me.
It's like you're mentioning now, right? Feelings about the country or people or colors or demographics in one way or the other. But it's like when people use he said he did it. I'm like, well, why don't you say the whole statement that he said? He didn't just run out and say, yeah, I did it. And what? That ain't what he said. He said, no, officer, I'm not alleged. I did it. Does that sound like somebody whose intent was to kill? Well, when nobody brings up the fact that he asked, is he going to be okay? I don't hear people mentioning this at all. They're just...
Yeah, Carmelo Anthony asking the officer if is he okay, that's not going to get him acquitted. Oh, well, yeah, like his defense, well, Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this was clearly in self-defense because Carmelo Anthony showed concern for the state of Austin Metcalf after he stabbed him. No, that's not going to happen. Stop it.
Just going with, he stabbed the kid, he took a life, lock that nigger up.
Okay, yeah. Guess what? He still deserves to go to jail, even if everything you're saying is the truth. Because I agree with you. There are some conservatives that, like, for example, I'll give you an example. Jason Whitlock, he is a black conservative, blah 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 blah, right? 100% black conservative. I totally disagree on his stance about Deion and Shedeur Sanders. He really does not like him and that kid. I think that his opinion is driven by that ideology. But as far as I'm concerned, here's the thing. Just because black conservatives, just because their opinion is based on their ideology and their conservatism, doesn't mean they're not correct in their opinion that Carmelo Anthony is guilty of first-degree murder in the murder of Austin Metcalf. And I remember there was one time, me and my brother were on a subway a long time ago, and we got into this debate about the NBA draft being rigged. John Mitchell says he was just trying to see how much shit he was in. Yeah, you're probably right. I hadn't thought about that. You're right. Is he all right? How is he? Yeah, am I going to get charged with attempted murder or murder? Yep. I don't know how old you are, but did you hear about have you heard about the NBA being fixed with like the frozen envelope and all that other kind of stuff?
No, I'm never.
Oh man, I'm not gonna bore you with it. I'm not gonna get into it. But he was like, Alex, dude, I'm telling you, it could have happened. And I said, you know what? You're right. It could have happened. But just because it could have doesn't mean that it did. Okay? Are there people who are racially motivated to say lock that nigger up because they just don't like black people? Absolutely. But guess what, Beans? There are people on the other side. There are black people saying, let that black boy go free because they are racist against white people. Whatever the case may be, whyever they have their opinion, the facts are the facts are the facts. Carmelo, and here's the thing, and here's the thing.
But Donovan, we don't actually have facts for first degree. That's my point. If you say he's guilty of taking a life, absolutely. But we don't have facts for first degree.
Let me ask you this. That's actually a very good point. He's still going to prison. He is guilty of. He might not be guilty, and I'm not a lawyer, and maybe he's not convicted of first degree murder. Maybe he's convicted of second degree murder. Maybe he's convicted of manslaughter. Whatever the case may be. Either way, Carmelo Anthony needs to be held account for his actions. And I've come on and I've come on and said unpopular opinion here. I'm just going to keep it real with you. I hope justice is served. If he is convicted of first degree murder, he's got to do all that time. But I don't, and I am, dude, I've made a lot of mistakes in my life, and I've always been one that says, hey man, you can't use someone's worst moment as a referendum on their entire life. But all worst moments aren't created equally. This child killed another child, and he needs to be held account to that. But the human side of me says, you know what? I was a young black 17-year-old at one point, right? And I had a temper problem, right? And so I can sort of identify with who and what he is and what he's going through. The only difference is I was on the outs because of the way I talked, right? But the point is I was like, man, if I had committed something like that, I mean, I wouldn't want them to lock me up and throw away the key. And so now I'm actually thinking from Carmelo Anthony's, standpoint. If I'm Carmelo's dad, I want him to be held account, but I don't want him to never see the light of day again, right? But that's easy for me to say because I'm not the one whose son is 6 feet under. I'm sure that the Metcalf family probably wants them to, lock him up and throw away the key. So I've tried to be as objective as I possibly can with this. But again, based on what we know, I believe that Carmelo Anthony is definitely guilty of murder. Whether it's first degree or second degree doesn't matter to me. He unjustifiably killed Austin Metcalf, and I think. And honestly, if I had to bet, I would not bet in the court of law. I wouldn't bet on his innocence or guilt because there is a better than average chance that he might get acquitted for reasons that have nothing to do with what he did.
Well, in my opinion, again, like you said, I'm not a lawyer, even though I've stood in front of a judge several times in my life.
Yo, real shit.
but the thing, I would say this, first degree, I can see there where he might get acquitted. It just doesn't fit. Just off what I've heard, it doesn't fit. Even second degree doesn't fit to me. Manslaughter is a better charge in this situation. It fits to me. And to be honest with you, now I'm willing to give my opinion. It should be involuntary because I don't think it was his intent to take the life, right? His intent was to harm and get out of there. Right, it's the same thing when they say if somebody big. When I was a kid, they said if it's somebody big or if it's 2 or 3 people, you hit the biggest one and you get out of there, right? And so he in this situation where it's him versus, in his opinion, from his point of view, it's more people in there. He's alone, right? So he hits the biggest one and he gets out of there. He just so happened to do it with a knife, and that ended in a life being taken. Now I'm gonna say this, and I'm not necessarily suggesting this, even though I'm not suggesting it here, even though I'm suggesting it elsewhere. Sure. When I was 17, I got caught with drugs. Okay. And I was going to court, and it was my first offense. Everybody and their mama was telling me you would be all right. They not gonna send you to prison. So, but I was still scared. So what I did was I signed up for military school. And the judge was like, oh, okay, so you're going to go to this military school? Okay, cool, then I'll give you 18 months probation. And I went to the military school. Now, I ended up getting kicked out of the military school for fighting, and I loved it, though. I'm not going to lie, I loved every minute of being at that military school. Okay. To me, they need to create more options like that. Now, people might say that ain't good enough for a situation where a life was taken away.
It's a start,
I'm just
right?
saying, in general, because I don't know what people think about prison, but the recidivism rate in prison is ridiculous.
Of course.
They get more prisoners back in there than corporations get people back on the job. Okay? Like you go in there, you got about a 70% chance of coming back. Okay, that's really horrible. So I'm just saying, like, we need something other than that, especially when intent matters. If you know about the case of the kid, and I'm just gonna mention it, he just so happened to be white, he just so happened to be affluent. He's driving, young, no license, under the influence of alcohol at a minimum, maybe even drugs. I don't necessarily remember. Driving, speeding, hits a van, takes the life of 4 people, critically injures another. He gets 10 years probation for 4 deaths and 1 other person critically injured. And they said his defense was called affluenza. I'm so wealthy that I don't understand the consequences of my actions.
It sounds to me, respectfully, hold on, respectfully, it sounds to me like you're trying to justify Karmelo's actions. And that right there, that was the point. See, I thought that Beans had successfully tricked me into thinking that he was looking at this objectively and in good faith, okay? He had me think, because again, you're a smart guy, I'm in the Anton Daniels angry man space, right? And so I'm you know, my mind was up, but as soon as he brought up a case that has nothing to do with Karmelo Anthony, that's when I was like, wait a minute, do you want this kid to get away with this? That's when I started questioning him, and then eventually the truth came out.
I'm not justifying his actions.
It sounds like it really, no, it sounds, no, hold on, it sounds like you are. And by the way, here are the elements for first-degree murder in Texas, also known as capital murder. Element number 1, the intentional or knowingly causing the death of an individual. Number 2, intending to cause serious bodily injury and committing an act clearly dangerous to human life that results in death. Or number 3, committing or attempting a felony other than manslaughter, and during the commission or attempt causing death by an act clearly dangerous to human life. Dude, he meets element number.
Wait, is it or and? Or is it or?
No, it's or, my friend. Or, and that this is where they've got him. Intending to cause serious bodily and committing, I'm sorry, let me repeat that. Intending to cause serious bodily injury and committing an act clearly dangerous to human life that results in death. That right there. Karmelo Anthony stabbed Austin Metcalf not in the foot, not in the shoulder, not in the arm, not in the stomach. He stabbed him in the heart. He stabbed him in the heart. Listen, based on what, who knows, maybe Google is wrong, but this is why they arrested him, is because the actions he took met the element of first-degree murder. Let me ask you another question. This is a good conversation, actually.
Yes, exactly. I agree with you.
What would you have to see? What would you have to see and hear to be convinced of Anthony's guilt? Actually, let me preface it with this.
Mm-hmm.
If there is video, and I just want to make sure I'm straightforward and 100% honest with. Hey guys, whoever's in the Rumble chat, guys. Like I've given you guys permission. I've given you guys permission to ban trolls. Like you guys gotta. That's on YouTube, not on Rumble. James Smith says, sounds like Beans was making a good point. No, he wasn't. People, if there is video, and again, James Smith, I have no problem with the fact that you probably disagree with me. I have no fact that you probably disagree with me. And there it is, Just 121. There it is. So Just 121 says free Mello. There we are. There we are. There it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. Yep. I told you. I knew Just 121. I knew Just 121 he wants Karmelo to walk. I knew he did. And I think James Smith wants him to walk too. I think he wants him to walk too. Like I said, guys, look, man, we got a lot of people in this community that are red-pilled on women, but not red-pilled on race. That doesn't make you a bad person. It just makes you an uneducated one. So, yeah, Just 121 says free Mello. I'm sorry to hear that, brother. I'm sorry to hear that. If there is video of the act, or of the activity, if there is video that exonerates Karmelo Anthony, I will be. Cassie Love says, you don't know all the evidence. No, but I know enough. I know enough. Be the first to come on here and say, guys, I got it wrong. I got it wrong. If there is a video that shows Austin Metcalf pulling out Alex Hopkins / Donovan Sharp not having all the evidence does not mean that Karmelo Anthony is not guilty. You got to come with something better than that, Cassie. Listen, if you're going to disagree, I don't mind. If you're going to disagree, listen, disagree, fine. But you don't know all the evidence. That's not a disagreement, okay? That's not a disagreement. You don't have all the evidence. No, I don't. I don't need all the evidence. Based on what we know right now, his ass is guilty. Now, Cassie, tell me why you think I'm wrong. Not, you don't have all the evidence. Pulling out a knife and saying, hey, get up. And James Smith says, sounds like he was making a good point. Okay, what good point is he making? Up out of this tent or I'm gonna stab you. If there is video of him, of him being ganged up on, if there is video of Austin Metcalf having a weapon and accosting Karmelo Anthony, and Karmelo Anthony, hey, you know what? I will be the first to come on here and say, guys, I got it wrong. I got it wrong. I'm gonna have to wait. If there's another case like this, I'm going to have to wait until I hear and see all the facts before giving my. So by the way, guys, I just wanna make it clear to you guys. Okay, Cass. Okay, you said it was self-defense. Tell me why you think it was self-defense, Cassie. Like, okay, I get it. You think it was self-defense. Tell me why. I'm watching the French Open, and right now I'm watching some dude named Arnaldi play Francis Tiafoe. The reason I'm pulling for Francis Tiafoe is because Francis Tiafoe is black. Okay? And the reason why he's black and he's American, but mainly because he's black. Okay? I don't see black people in tennis that often. I want the guy to win. And I want the guy to win because he is black. I will admit that. Deontay Wilder versus Tyson Fury. I admitted it. Straight up, I said, I want Deontay Wilder to win because he's black. I want him to win because he's black. That's it. Okay? At least I'm honest about my intent. Okay? At least I'm honest about that. But what people are doing here is they're not being honest with their opinions. Well, I think that it's self-defense because of X, Y, and Z. No, you don't think he's innocent. You just want him to walk because he's black. I want Francis Tiafoe to win because he's black. I'm telling you guys that straight up. Call me right, call me wrong, whatever. That's why I want him to win this match. Okay? That's it. Opinion. So now my question to you, Beans, is what would you have to... I just told you what I had to see in here to convince me of Karmelo's guilt. What would you have to see in here to convince yourself... I'm sorry, of Karmelo's innocence. What would you have to see in here to convince... Guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. Not guilt beyond the shadow of a doubt. Beans. Sorry about that.
That's not the case.
I asked this question for a reason, and I think we all point blank. Is there a world in your mind? And listen, I just sat here and told you, okay? I'm being honest with you. I want you to be honest with me. Don't talk around this, okay? Because you're a smart guy. You really are.
I'm saying.
Hold on. I want you to hear what I'm saying. If I see video if I see video that shows that Karmelo Anthony's life was in danger and that Austin Metcalf had a knife and that Karmelo Anthony literally feared for his life, if I see that video, I will be the first to come on here and say, you know what? Karmelo Anthony is 100% innocent. The reason I'm asking you the same question on the other side is because I want to know if you came into this conversation in bad faith. There it is. That's why I asked that question. I was a little late there, Mario. Did you come into this conversation in bad faith? Because I guarantee you ask anyone who says free Melo, there is not a world in which dude, the evidence is overwhelming, and they're still saying they want him freed, right? I just sat here and said, hey, look, man, if I see evidence to the contrary, I will admit that I'm wrong. The other side won't say that. The other side will not admit, yeah, you know what? There is a world where Karmelo Anthony should be convicted. No, They won't say it. They won't do it. And the reason why they won't say it and won't do it is because they want him freed because he's black and not because he's not guilty. Is there a world? What would you, Beans Low Podcast, have to see to convince you of Karmelo Anthony's guilt? I told you what I would have to see to convince me of Carmelo's innocence. I asked this question for a reason, and I think we all know what that reason is. So now, what say you?
Because I'll be honest, at first I didn't like the way you were framing your example, because it's we know that didn't happen. But I see now there's a premise to.
This is what niggas do. They like to talk about the conversation instead of having the conversation. I hate that.
You asking the question that way.
Well, no. What I was saying is that if I see evidence, if I see a video where Austin Metcalf has a knife and he attacks Karmelo, guess what? Dude, you got to drop the charges.
But what I'm saying is we both know that's not going to happen. You see what I'm
We
saying?
know, we
Because
know
that's not the case in the situation.
here, so what you are see now, this is what I was getting at. So what you're telling me is that there is nothing that you can see or hear that will convince you of Carmelo.
Well, I haven't
Anthony's
answered
guilt.
it yet. I'm just saying the
See,
way that
okay,
you framed
okay,
it.
well,
You're
go ahead.
saying
Well, then,
that
okay, well, then what? Okay,
that's not
okay,
gonna happen.
forget all that.
But
Forget
now
all
I
that.
understand why you asked it that way.
Okay, so now answer the question,
So
please.
yeah, so for me, it would have to be what if the situation went the way that the report says, because I'm gonna be
There it is. If the situation went the way the report says, the report says he put hands on me. That's it. He's guilty.
Be more realistic. If the situation went exactly the way the report reads, then I would say he was guilty. Because
let me stop you right there. Now, hold on. Let me stop you right there. No, you're right. You're right. Let me stop you right there. Here's the thing, Beans, and I think this is where a lot of people get tripped up. In criminal court, okay, the standard of proof is guilt beyond all reasonable doubt, not guilt beyond the shadow of a doubt. Beans, okay? There is a big difference between reasonable doubt and shadow of a doubt, okay? We are not going to know everything that even if there's video, we're not going to know what went through people's heads. We're not going to know what other people there are a lot of mitigating circumstances that could really change this. This is why the standard of proof in criminal court is guilt beyond all reasonable doubt, not guilt. I don't think he comprehended anything I just said right there about the difference between all reasonable doubt and beyond the shadow of a doubt. Beyond the shadow of a doubt. So you're telling me that the only way you would be convinced that Carmelo Anthony is guilty of first-degree murder is if you see evidence that he is guilty beyond the shadow of a doubt.
No. I'm saying, like, listen, like, use the words that I'm using, Donovan, right? Because we had a great conversation up to this point, right?
Go ahead, please, because I got other guys, but I think see there it is. Now he's trying to talk about the conversation. Don't talk about the conversation, Havoc. I think you're trying to skate around this, man. I think you're trying to skate around this, dude. I think you're trying to skate around it, man.
Well, that's unfortunate because I think.
Well, it's unfortunate, but it's also true. I don't think that there is a world. Listen, no, hold on. Okay, hold on. Stop it. I just need you to answer the question. Don't talk about how I framed it. No. Hang on a second. I'm going to say this one more time, okay? I'm not going to put words in your mouth. I don't want you to put words in mine. I'm going to tell you, okay? There is a world, and we can dispense with that thank you stuff. Come on, man. Like, really? There is a world in the world of Donovan Sharp, Alex Hopkins, where if I could admit that if I see that Carmelo Anthony's life was in danger, I will be the first to come on here and say I was wrong, okay? If I see, and if we want to go shadow of a doubt, if Austin Metcalf had a knife and he attacked Carmelo Anthony with it, and Carmelo Anthony stabbed him in the heart, guess what? He is innocent. He is innocent of all charges. He should get to go home. The rest is history. I'm asking you the same thing. And this is me being genuine. There is a world where I can see where Carmelo Anthony could be innocent. I'm not saying he's 100% guilty, but unless I see video that shows me the contrary, he's guilty. So now I'm asking you, what would you have to see to convince you of Carmelo Anthony's guilt?
Right. So uninterrupted, right? I answered that though. That's what I said. I said if the events played out the way that report reads, he's guilty. Because to me, that would say he went in there he went in there looking for a confrontation. That's premeditated. Because the way on my show, we actually pulled up the police report.
Oh, he said on my show, we actually pulled up the police report. Okay? We pulled up the police report on my show too. But the reason why he said on my show we actually pulled up the police report, the word actual implies that we haven't looked at the police report. Do you guys see that little tactic there? Well,
and
no,
we read what it
did
said.
that.
And I'm like, no conversation goes like this. Now, let's say they have a video and the conversation actually went exactly like that. Then he's guilty. No way around it.
See, he said exactly like that. Right?
Yeah, because that's what they said happened. So if it happened exactly the way that report read, yeah, absolutely, because that means he went in there looking for a confrontation.
Here's the thing, Beans. Okay, it takes a split second to develop intent. Okay, just because he didn't go into the tent with the now this is going to get a little bit. It's going to get a little bit hairy because a lot of these words sound the same. Yeah. If he does not have to have the intent to walk into the tent to stab and kill Austin Metcalf. It does not, it takes a split second for the element of intent to be met. Carmelo Anthony stabbed Austin Metcalf he stabbed him in the chest, right? He stabbed him in the chest. The intent was to inflict serious bodily harm. Unfortunately, the result was the death of Austin Metcalf. That is why I believe that he is guilty of first-degree murder. But you're and I don't want to get all into the weeds. So you're telling me is if Dana Gonzalez, good memory, says wasn't Beans the one who said he didn't know Donovan even though Donovan remembered him? Yeah. Because I was debating, I was on a roundtable discussion and he was a part of that. And I remember I was like, hey, haven't I seen you before? He's like, no. He's like, if I had debated with you, then I would remember. If it went exactly the way it said in the report, then you would say he's guilty.
Yeah, because in my opinion, that means he went in there looking for a confrontation.
In your mind, if you don't think so, hold on. Cassie, I'm gonna respond to your comment in a second. Hold on. So you're telling me that he didn't go into the tent looking for a confrontation, right? So what if it's proven that he didn't go into the tent looking for a confrontation? Is he not guilty?
Not of first degree, in my opinion, no.
Okay.
But I want to say this real quick.
No. Hold on. Let's keep going. No. Hold on. Let's keep going with this.
I get you. That's what I'm saying. I want to make sure you understand what I'm saying.
I hear you.
Remember when I brought up the teen kid who hit those people in the van?
See, bringing up the teen kid who hit those people in the van has nothing to do with Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf.
The reason why I brought that up is because what that shows is there is precedence,
there
right?
It is.
Set in cases a lot of times, just not with people who look like us. But what I'm saying is because when you think about it and you consider what they allowed, the grace that they showed for him, what I'm saying is in this same situation, it can be applied if you understand. You're saying now that intent can be just 1 second. That is crazy. First degree is
premeditated. That's the way the law. It's crazy, but that's hold on, Beans, brah. Listen, you might think that's crazy, my friend. That's the law. That's right. Okay, that's the law.
But that's my point about being able to set precedents because
I'm not looking at
that means it wasn't premeditated.
All right.
You see what I'm saying?
Okay, it doesn't matter. Okay. So you're telling me that because it wasn't premeditated, he's not still guilty of murder.
Not of first degree.
I think you're splitting straws.
Let me ask you a question. When we hear first degree, do we not say premeditated every single time?
No. First degree murder. I don't see. What do you do, dude? It says
I'm being
no, and I'm telling. Hold on. See, this is what I'm. Hold on. I really need you to stop talking. This is what I'm talking about. We're sitting here splitting hairs about what's first degree and what's intent. One of the elements that has to be met for first degree murder is intending to cause serious bodily injury and committing an act clearly dangerous to human life that results in death. Nothing in there says anything about premeditation. It says nothing about premeditation.
That's true. I understand what you're saying. That's why I asked you was it and or. You said it's or.
Yes.
I get that. But that's what I'm saying. The reason why I brought up the other cases because I'm saying precedents sometimes can be set, right? To me, if I am somebody is beating me up, right, and I just happen to have a bottle.
That's not what happened here.
I understand that, but the reason why I'm saying is because the reason why I'm doing something, right, should matter more than what actually happens to some degree.
You were wrong.
To some degree. Right?
Your qualifications still yeah, but guess what?
Just to some degree, all I'm saying, Donovan, just to some degree.
Okay. Do you want Carmelo Anthony to walk? Do you want him to be not guilty of this? And and I don't want to hear of what crime. I just want to hear your answer. Do you want Carmelo Anthony to be convicted of whatever crime having to do with the death of Austin Metcalf? Yes or no? There we go. There it is. That's it. There it is. That's when I knew. That's when I knew it was over. That's when I cut it because he could not admit that he wants. He cannot admit that he wants Carmelo Anthony to. He could not admit. He couldn't admit it. Couldn't admit it. Cassie says. Oh, Cassie says I don't want the problem. Oh, Cassie. Oh, baby girl. Oh, but I do. Oh, but I do, sweetie. Oh, somebody told Cassie to pull up and she said, you don't want them problems? Oh, no, bitch. No, you monkey ass bitch. Pull your bitch ass up here. I don't want those problems. Oh, no. Sweetheart, I want all the goddamn smoke. I want all the goddamn smoke, Cassie. Come on up, baby girl. You gonna talk tough? Let's go. Let's go. I am not afraid of your bitch ass. Let me break this down for you. Cassie says it's self-defense because this is not the 1960s. Black folks can stand and sit wherever they want, and we won't be bullied. Leave us alone and stop calling black people the N-word. It doesn't sound cool. Number one, it is not self-defense. And the reason why it is not self-defense is because Carmelo Anthony reached into his bag and told Austin Metcalf, touch me and see what happens. For the element of self-defense to be proven, you have to prove that the defendant was afraid for his life. That's why he took the measures he took. Someone who is afraid for their life does not reach in their bag and tell the other person, touch me and see what happens. I'm going to use this example again. If a big musclehead is in front of me and tells me to leave the tent, and I know this guy can absolutely stomp me out, the last thing I'm going to do is say, touch me and see what happens. Touch me and see what happens. And there it is. Cassie says corny bullies online. You see what happens in person. Yeah, there it is. There it is. There it is. See, that's it. That's it. So again, this is that monkey mindset that the so-called black community has. And now Cassie's getting upset. Now she's in her feelings. That don't happen. You see what happens in person? Yep. Yeah, we do see what happens in person. We do see what happens in person. We see what happens in person. Niggas are violent. The first thing you people want to do is resort to violence. This is why we can't talk to you people. Yeah, well, you talk shit. Well, you come to my neighborhood. Number one, like I said, this is not self-defense. Okay? Carmelo Anthony was not afraid of what Austin Metcalf was going to do. And the reason why we know he wasn't afraid of Austin Metcalf is because he threatened him. Touch me and see what happens. The reason why we also know Carmelo Anthony was not afraid of Austin Metcalf is because Carmelo Anthony knew that he had a knife and Austin Metcalf did not. He put hands, plural, on me. It says in the police report out of Carmelo Anthony's own mouth, he put hands on me, which means Austin Metcalf did not have a weapon. There's no weapon. Carmelo Anthony's words, he put hands on me. Austin Metcalf did not have a weapon. Carmelo Anthony knew that he didn't have a weapon, and Carmelo Anthony knew that Carmelo Anthony had a weapon. You do not threaten someone that you are afraid of if they're going to take your life. That's why this is not self-defense. That's the first thing. The second thing, no, this is not the 1960s. You're right about that. Number three, black people cannot sit and stand wherever they want. No, they cannot. No. See, this is that entitlement complex. This is that entitlement complex that the so-called black community has. No. You niggas can't sit and stand wherever the fuck you want. There's this thing called private property. Dude, I don't care what color you are. You're not gonna come and stand in my yard. No, you can't sit and stand wherever you want. Why is it that black people are the only people American black people are the only people on the planet who thinks that they can just do whatever they want? No, you can't sit and stand whatever you want and wherever you want, okay? This is why there are doors. This is why there are lots. This is why there are sections. If I get on a plane and I don't have a first class ticket, I can't sit in first class, right? No, you can't sit and stand wherever you want. If I buy a first class ticket, I don't want some nigga sitting next to me. No, you belong in the back. Yeah, that's right. I said you belong in the goddamn back. Oh, I said that shit with my chest to say what it said. You goddamn right. No, you cannot sit and stand wherever you want. You can't do that. Black people think that they can just be where. No, you can't sit and stand wherever you want. This is why we have borders. This is why we have rules. He said, then she says, and we won't be bullied. Leave us alone. I'm sorry. Leave us alone. I'm sorry. Carmelo Anthony was the one who went under the tent. You can't just decide to just go under I can sit wherever I want. How stupid does that sound? And again, Cassie, I'm not sure if you played sports. Probably not, because you're a black woman, which means you're probably at least 187 pounds. But if I'm playing a baseball game and I'm sitting in my dugout and somebody comes over from the other team and sits in the dugout, they can't sit in there. No, I'm going to give them static about that too. And stop calling black people the N-word. It doesn't sound cool. No, I'm going to call black people the N-word if they act like the N-word. Bad argument. Bad argument. Cassie's another dumb monkey. She's another dumb monkey, man. And I know you're afraid to pull. I know you're afraid. I know you're afraid to pull up. I know you're afraid to pull up because these monkeys, they're all cowards. They're all cowards. The only way these niggas really pull up is, you know what, Cassie, I'll tell you what. You can pull up. I'll let you bring 8 of your friends and we can all debate. How about that? That's the only way Cassie's gonna come up. The only way Cassie's gonna come up is if she has other people. Because kryptonite to niggas is 1v1. Give me a break. I said what I said. Leave us alone. You're not the boss. No, I'm not the boss. And if you really want to be left alone, then take your black ass to Africa. I said it. Black people, if you want people to leave you alone, take your black ass to Africa. Ain't nobody bothering y'all. Y'all are the one bothering other people. It's not that Austin Metcalf confronted Karmelo Anthony for just no reason. Austin Metcalf confronted Karmelo Anthony is because he was sitting somewhere he was not supposed to be sitting. Now, one mistake that Austin made was confronting Karmelo. He should have gotten an adult or a supervisor or whoever. He should not have gone over there and done it himself. But that doesn't give Karmelo Anthony the justification to stab him and kill him. You can't just sit wherever you want to sit. You can't sit or stand wherever you want. These monkeys, dude, you monkeys think that you guys can just do whatever it is you want to do. And then she verifies the monkey mentality. Corny bullies online. Here we go, the name calling. Now that I've defeated her argument, you see what happens in person. Yes, we see what happens in person. We do see what happens in person. When not black people, when niggas can't sit and stand wherever they want to pop off and do some dumb shit. Unbelievable. Dude, these people are all the same. These people are all the same. Oh, I'm missing a couple super chats. Oh, there it is. Panda Trucker with the $10 super chat says he wasn't looking for a confrontation. Bro, all he had to do was leave the tent and go to his team tent, or find a teacher and clarify where he is supposed to sit. Come on, Beans. Exactly. Exactly. Look, I'm not going to debate what Karmelo Anthony's intent was by going under the tent. I don't care. That's not important. Even if his intent was to go under the tent and start a fight, that doesn't matter. It's not against the law to want to start a fight with someone. It's not against the law to sit or stand somewhere you're not supposed to be and start a confrontation with the people who are trying to. That's not against the law. That's not illegal. Okay? Austin Metcalf putting hands on Karmelo Anthony. That is illegal. That's assault. Okay? But guess what? He's not going to stand trial for that. Want to know why? Because Austin Metcalf is dead. Why is that? Well, because Karmelo Anthony escalated the assault to murder. So there you go. There you go. Yeah, Cassie's, yeah, corny bullies, blah, 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 blah. Somebody get her out of here. Somebody get her out of here. Somebody get her out of here. She's just in here talking shit. She's not going to pull up. You don't want those problems. I swear to God. Corny bullies online? You don't want those problems? What does that sound like? I swear to God. Dude, black women, I swear to God. You got, oh my God. Oof. I'm so glad I don't have to live around you people. Like, I'm dead ass. I'm so fucking glad I live in a gated fucking community, man. Official Cyberfit with the $5 super chat says, hey, Uncle Don, I know this is irrelevant to the conversation, but I just had a mentally bad breakup. Any advice to get through this? Oh my God. Dude, hit the gym. You want some quick advice? I appreciate the $5 super chat. I really do. Bro, hit the gym, block her, and block her. Look, I'll tell you what, official. Send me an email, donovansharp@gmail.com, donovansharp@gmail.com, and I'll send you products, how to get over a breakup. There you go. There you go. I really do not like it when people, hey, I don't mean to derail the conversation, but like, dude, this is about Austin Metcalf and Karmelo Anthony. That was an inappropriate time, but I'm not going to ban you. And because you gave me a $5 super chat, I will send you products. donovansharp, ROK@gmail.com, and I will hook you up. I am Gary Austin says self-defense will be hard to prove. Yeah, it's going to be impossible to prove. Like, I'm sorry, self-defense is out the door. As soon as the words "touch me and see what happens" escaped Karmelo Anthony's lips, self-defense goes right out the door. Drippin' Up says calling someone the N-word isn't illegal, nor does it allow you to stab someone. Absolutely. Nope. God damn it. Oh, wait a minute. There we go. Nope. There we go. No, no. Calling someone the N-word is not illegal. Sorry. I am Gary Austin says, African Americans do not think we can sit and stand wherever we want. I'm sorry. You don't? What is this? She literally said black folks can stand and sit wherever they want. So I am Gary Austin. You're wrong there. Dude, I'm telling you what, man. Listen, I know you guys are getting impatient with all these trolls, but this is actually good. This is actually really good. This is actually really good because these trolls have really sort of forced my brain to go places about this case that I wasn't aware of before. And now I feel even more convinced of my position. So shout out to them. Shout out to them. James Smith says, just because you threaten somebody doesn't mean you aren't afraid of them. Absolutely. Okay? That's a very good point, James. But again, that doesn't mean self-defense works here. Okay? Afraid is the word you used. Okay? If you're afraid of someone, okay, you can fight back. All right? If you're afraid of someone, you can fight back. That's not what the law says. Well, I was afraid of him, so I stabbed him. No. Being afraid of someone does not give you license to stab them and kill them. What gives you license to stab them and harm them is if you think that they're going to kill you. If you think your life is in danger, that's when you can respond with deadly force. Getting pushed, getting grabbed, no. And again, James, let me point out again. Karmelo Anthony said, touch me and see what happens. Maybe he was afraid, but he certainly was not in fear of his life. Because if he really were in fear of his life, he would not have said that to them. And you want to know why we know he wasn't in fear of his life? Because he had a knife. He had a knife and he was ready to do, he was like, okay, touch me and see what happens. He touched him, out comes the knife. Out comes the knife. Good comment, but, I mean, listen, good comment, but wrong. Good comment, but wrong. A lot of you guys are red-pilled on women, not red-pilled on race. Ice Dragon Kid says, if you want to be left alone, then leave civilized society. Goddamn right. Get them out of here, man. Get them out of here. Oh, you guys banned I am Gary Austin. What the hell? Gary Austin says, I'm afraid to pull up. Of course you are, because you're a coward. He says, sending me to Africa. Okay, whatever. I don't care. Oops. Uh-oh. Keaton Mom 123 says, sit in another team's tent in Atlanta. It will be a fight every time. You goddamn right. You goddamn right. Cletus says, don't say you people, they big mad. Man, I call these motherfuckers whatever the fuck I want. I don't give a fuck. Like, seriously, like, fuck these Negroes, man. Like, dude, niggas, dude, these people ruin everything for everybody. And the people with the most black fatigue are other black people. Man, bro, I've had black fatigue since I was fucking 16 years old, man. Bakina Romero says, was the video released already? Yeah, it was released to the press. But the video didn't catch the actual act. Didn't catch the actual act, so. Drippin' Up says, provocation is going to fuck up a self-defense claim from the jump. That was not provocation. That was a threat and a warning. You don't warn someone, touch me and see what happens, if you think they can kill you. There's no way. There's no way. He ran his mouth, dude. Dude, Karmelo Anthony ran his mouth. Ryan Rhodes says, none of this would have happened if Karmelo Anthony had respected boundaries. Yep. Jay Flex says, thoughts on Chud the Builder? Same case, or it's a different case. It's a different case. And I just learned about Chud the Builder on this live stream. Based on what I know, Chud the Builder looks like he is guilty of attempted murder. That's it. As far as I'm concerned. I don't care. Like, dude, like, if somebody, just because somebody's talking shit and calling you names or whatever, that doesn't give you the license to just pull out your gun and start busting caps. No. No, man. Okay, so they called you, they called you names. Okay, so they threatened. No. You can't pull out a gun and shoot somebody. Sorry. Chud the Builder is guilty, just based on what I've seen or heard. J-Flex is kind of the same case per se. Maybe do another video, but of course it is relevant. Oh, J-Flex. Oh, J-Flex. J-Flex. Oh boy. It never takes much. J-Flex, now I'm talking to you, my guy. J-Flex, now I'm talking to you, my guy. Do you think Karmelo Anthony is innocent, or do you think he's guilty or not guilty? Guys, I'm telling you, the truth always comes out. Fastlane says there's already evidence Karmelo is innocent. And what evidence is that, Fastlane? Tell us what evidence that is, that Karmelo is innocent. See, anybody can come in here and say anything. You got to substantiate your claim. You got to substantiate your claim. Dude, I'm an internet nobody. And I'm destroying all of you guys' weak arguments. This is crazy. I'm sorry. Godfather Sports says under Karmelo law, Chud is going to use self-defense. Okay, there it is. J-Flex says, oh, he's guilty, my G. Okay. Yeah, it sounds like Chud the Builder is guilty. That's what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like to me. Like, you can't be like, dude, like, bro, like, you can't be getting all in your, just because somebody's talking shit to you. Okay, so somebody's talking shit. Okay, big fucking deal. Whatever. I don't care.
No, it's the.
And then a lot of people say, well, he shouldn't have been making racist content. I don't care that he's racist. You can't be shooting people. I don't give a fuck. Ridiculous. Let's go to 2 cents Jerome. Oh, this was a good one. Yeah, I absolutely cooked this nigga. Oh my God, dude, I cooked this nigga. I deep fried this Negro. Oh, I deep fried this Negro. Guys, make sure you like, subscribe, and share the video. Like, subscribe, and share the video. I appreciate you guys being in here and supporting your boy. We are... How far are we into this? We are 4 hours and 55 minutes into the live stream. We are 4 hours and 55 minutes into the live stream. Okay, 226.47. Let me find that stamp. 226. Oh, that's... No, that's Panda. Or that's Phantom 313. $226.47. All right. And I can remove these because there's nothing copywritten. Oops. Let me get that out of here. Oh my God. Fastlane says the video shows a big group charging after Mello. Dude, come on, man. Give me a break. Bro, come on, now you just, this is crazy, dude, now you're just making shit up. Bro, look, man, now that's not, see, I'm gonna ban you, not because you disagree, but because you're making shit up. Well, there's video of a herd charging Karmelo Anthony. You idiot. No, there's not. I swear to God. Legend says, talk to Byron about Chud. He has the best take on it. He will tell you why he's innocent from a law enforcement perspective. Okay, all right, listen, man. Like the Karmelo Anthony case, I'm open to having my mind changed. You know, I'll talk to him about it. It is what it is. Alaskan case says he got punched in the face, Don. Somebody getting punched. I mean, if somebody punched me in the face, I'm not going to... If somebody punched me in the face, I'm not going to take out a gun and cap him. Like that's just not what I'm going to do. But I'll figure all that out. I'll figure all that out. Okay. So, oh boy, we got some good debates coming up here. We got some really good ones coming up here, y'all. Some really good ones coming up here. This one is 2 cents Jerome with a G. Buckle up, y'all. Because this is 2 rounds. Copyrighted. Oh my God, that was dumb.
A grenade.
See, I caught myself out. Right. So Shannon Sharp put this statement out recently. Says my Real Rain says every hour someone asks about Chud, even though you keep saying I don't know, dude. Guys, I don't care about Chud. The only reason why people are asking me about Chud is so they can justify Carmelo Anthony's actions. Okay, based on what I know, what I've heard and seen so far, it sounds like Chud is guilty. Has nothing to do with Carmelo. A statement is found here, and it is the truth. The relationship in question was 100% consensual. Duties. Yeah, he still got caught slipping. To my family and responding, and started the NFL pre-season. Blah blah blah. There you go. So that's the Shannon Sharp situation. That's the Shannon Sharp situation. Oh, I do have somebody in here. All right. Oh, I got 2 cents in there. My bad. I didn't even see you. All right, 2 cents. What you got for me, man?
Yeah, mainly what I was just gonna say is just some, clarifying some different things. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, I got you loud and clear, man. Yeah. Cassie B says, "You mad? Nobody likes you in real life. Mad at the world." No, not quite. Cassie, this woman likes me. This woman likes me. The right-hand side of your screen, that's my wife. That's my wife. And what is she sitting on? She's sitting on our hot tub in our backyard. With a woman who looks like this and cooks like this, how can I be mad at the world? Oh, look at that. Look at it. Look at that. Look at that. Oh yeah. Cassie made another account, so she is big mad now. Oh yeah, hater bait. Let's go. Let's go, baby. There she is on my podcast. There she is working out at my gym. Mad at the world. Hey, listen, even if I were mad at the world, look, check it out. Even if I were mad at the world, Cassie, even if I were mad at the world, Carmelo Anthony is still guilty. Even if what you were saying is correct, he's still guilty. So there it is. Cassie knows she got her ass kicked in an argument again. And now she's trying to come in here. You're mad at the world, blah, 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 blah. Listen, even if you were right, that doesn't mean that you didn't just get your, this does not mean that you didn't just get your black ass kicked in this quote unquote debate. It is what it is.
Okay.
What's the over under on how much Cassie weighs? I'm gonna put a poll in the chat.
I'm gonna go back to what my man Jay Blaze was saying earlier. And say if it was on the other foot, if it was a black person type of deal.
Yeah.
You got to understand, Shannon Sharp is not a guy that goes on TV and says things about the black community like Stephen A. or people like that.
Right.
So he's gonna get more support than other people. Now, so people like Candace Owens, Jason Whitlock, Omarosa, they can never come back. So don't get that twisted when you say, yeah, they're gonna get support no matter what type of. No, even Stephen A. If Stephen A. lost his job today, it'll probably be some people cheering that he lost his job.
Absolutely.
So don't get that twisted because their skin is black that people cheering for them like that. We know who tear up the black community. Now, to get back to when you get the disparaging of the law, black people really do have a problem with it's the It's not that we commit crimes. We know we commit crimes. It's the disparaging of the law. When white people commit crimes or different races, they don't get punished the same.
When white people commit crimes, they don't get punished the same. Absolutely. 100% Jerome is correct. Jerome is correct. And I want you guys to listen. I know we got a lot of pro blackity blacks in here. I'm about to change y'all's life. If you guys are actually going to open up and listen, you're absolutely right. Black people get longer and harsher sentences than white people for committing the same crime. Absolutely, there is no doubt about it. But the time to complain is not after you commit the crime. Okay? The solution isn't prison reform. The solution isn't tort reform. The solution isn't we have to equalize the sentencing. No. The solution is you raise your children not to commit crimes in the first place. If you as a black person know that if you commit a crime in this country, you're going to get a longer sentence than a white person for committing the same crime, then don't commit the crime. Why are you committing about getting a longer sentence for committing a crime? How about don't commit the crime? Why are you upset about why are you upset about something that should not apply to you?
That's what they're upset about.
Right.
Is that okay? If I stab somebody, punish me accordingly. If I sold crack and you sold crack, you go to jail just like I go to jail. That's what they're getting upset about. So that's why you see people with their hands up in uproar. Now, you slide forward to the lady.
Okay.
Now, this is different. She's in civil court. It's different, and they're people are not understanding in the chat and around the world. In criminal court, is different. In civil court, it's just the preponderance of the evidence.
Yeah.
More
This
like,
is something.
Yeah, more likely than not.
Hold on. Let me. Listen. Hold on. Yeah. The chat is acutely aware of the difference between the standard of proof in criminal court and the standard of proof in criminal court in civil court. In criminal court, the standard of proof in criminal court is guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. The standard of proof, like you were saying, in civil court is the preponderance of the evidence, which means that you are more likely than not to have been responsible for the thing done to the accused. And so, and because of that, the burden the burden of proof in criminal court is much higher than it is in civil court. It's also, and also in civil court, you can get the money. This is why women who routinely make false accusations go to lawyers instead of the cops when this kind of thing happens.
Yeah, but see, here's what the difference is going to be. You have to understand when you're a high-profile figure, this is the reason why you pay money. Paying money doesn't admit.
He's talking about the Shannon Sharp situation.
Corporations and people do it. She might understand the fact he's going to get a bag for. The lawyer was probably going to take too much. Don't hear about Monica Lewinsky anymore. Probably living in a miserable life. Nobody want to do business with them anymore because this girl's going to get some money. Business with you in.
Sorry, guys.
Dan is okay. He's 56. He's in his. He's about to be in his golden year. About to land it right here. Okay. The ESP around with a drug dealer. You can't hang around with a ex whatever type of bad people. So I have to get. I love you to death, but just that association alone. Hell, Stephen A. could lose his job. Hell, man, you hired him.
Come on, man.
56 years old. He ain't no stop buying them little young people or whatever, what he's doing. He's going to be okay. We know he's still going to be okay. He ain't going broke overnight. We know that.
No, that is not happening. 2 cents. Thanks for your 2 cents, man. I appreciate it.
I appreciate you.
Oh, yeah. He made some. Wait a minute. I thought he was about to talk about the, what you call it? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, here we go. Okay.
Because I was on the panel for the DPD police chief, and I believe I had the locations.
Sorry, guys. I do apologize. That's ignorant on my part. Okay, hang on, Jerome. All right, Jerome, what you got for me?
Yeah, it's kind of early. I kind of want to listen to what you were saying about it, but you want me to hang around the back for just a little bit, and then we can speak. So
no, we can talk now.
Get your point out.
No, we can talk now. Let's do it.
Okay. Yeah. The way we got different points of views on it. I feel that when the evidence comes out, I don't know everything, but first of all, I mean, I'm in Texas and I'm familiar with the area.
Yeah, I don't give a shit.
I know
hold on, let me stop you. Hold on, bro. Let me stop you right there. I don't give a damn where you're from, bro. Just because you live in Texas does not mean that you know something that the rest of us do not. Please continue.
No.
So let's go ahead and skip
but
that.
I understand. But a lot of people, we got some different laws, and people might not be.
I understand. We got some. Hold on. Let me stop. No, hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. Look. Yeah, we got some different laws, my guy. But we pulled up the self-defense. In Texas, bro. Okay.
Okay.
Yes. Every state has different laws. Karmelo Anthony committed murder, my friend. Like point blank. Period. This is not self-defense. Austin Metcalf did not have a weapon. He got stabbed to death. Karmelo's guilty. I don't want to hear, well, I'm from Texas or no, bruh. Dude, murder is murder no matter what state, county, or city you live in.
Yeah, but I understand. But in what I do is I respect everyone's opinion, and we both know that it hasn't been tried in court. And if you want to try it in court right now, that's something totally different. I know for a fact. Here's some things. I'm not going to do the hypothetical thing with you. Okay. I know that you have the ability to carry a knife. And when you say a knife, you got to understand in Texas.
Yeah, it's intent. No. Let me stop you right there, bruh. Again.
Okay.
This is why hold on. Hang on. This is why Karmelo Anthony is being expelled, my friend, because he brought a knife to school. It's illegal in the state of Texas to bring a weapon to school. Did you know that?
Oh, of course. Yes. There
so
are
how do you
laws
justify that?
about bringing a weapon to school, but unfortunately, they were not at school. That is not classified a school property where they were at. Now, let me clear this up before you say something.
No, you ain't gonna do that.
Okay.
You ain't gonna do that.
Okay, go ahead.
This happened on campus, my friend. That's why they are expelling him. If this happened off campus, they would not have grounds to expel him. The kid brought a weapon on campus. So see, right? That right there told me when John Mitchell says they look for all the possible excuses. Right. When he tried to characterize, well, it wasn't technically on school grounds. What are we doing? Even if, and again, let's just say that this was just two people. It doesn't even matter whether they were on school grounds or not. The fact that he is arguing that automatically told me what time he was on. Oops. Listen, you're 0 for 2, my friend. You can't bring a weapon on. You cannot bring a weapon on campus. Number one. Number two. That was school campus. Please continue.
Okay. Let me explain this to you. There are rules. There are laws. There are policies. Oh my God. You are not allowed to wear certain things and stuff. I can expel you for this. If I get in a fight on school grounds, I got the power to be able to expel you, but I don't have the power to send you to jail. Now, if it becomes to a certain extent to where someone dies and things like that, that's something different. It's a reason why if someone was selling drugs, if someone was selling drugs outside of that stadium, it's a reason why he would get punished differently if he was selling drugs outside of the schoolyard. There are different laws.
You're confusing
laws and policies.
What does that have to do with this case? What does that have to do with this case?
Because you're confusing policies and laws.
Oh my God.
That's a policy.
Let me ask you something. No. Hold on, bro. Dude, the difference between a policy and a law has absolutely nothing to do with this. The kid stabbed another kid to death. Let me ask you something. Do you think Karmelo Anthony is guilty? Oh, there it is. When I ask these people, do you think Karmelo Anthony is guilty? That's when I'm thinking they're a nigga. That's what it is.
What, self-defense?
Oh, here we go. That's it. Here we go. Unbelievable. Oh my God. So you're one of them too. You are one of them too.
Look, I understand. It's hard to get someone. I can't show up to a KKK rally and try to convince anyone in there on that.
Now you're drawing comparisons to myself and a KKK rally.
Okay, no, that's the wrong one. I shouldn't say KKK. I can't go up to a different type of rally and they have strong beliefs on something. And because you can get overshadowed, I'm just saying, listen to my opinion, because it's all opinions, Donovan. And
No. Now let me stop you right there. There is no opinion, okay? There are facts. Karmelo Anthony killed Austin Metcalf. Fact, okay? Karmelo Anthony brought a knife to school, which is against school rules. Fact. Karmelo Anthony stabbed Austin Metcalf to death. Austin Metcalf did not have a weapon. That is a fact. Are you familiar with elements of the laws, sir?
Yes, definitely. All
right, go ahead.
But what you're not going to do is, I don't care if it was my sister. If two guys tried to jump my sister and she stabbed one of them and killed him, I promise you, they're not going to convict them. Bro, you tried to hurt or harm. I hate this guy was only 130 pounds, And
Oh,
to
here we go.
when the facts come out.
Here we go. When the facts come out. All right, here we go.
No, but listen to this, Donovan. Let me say this. Let me say this, and I'm gonna let you get back to the show. But you got to understand, it was people under that tent. It's a peanut gallery, and you've hung around enough white people in your life, and you know.
I've hung around enough white people in my life. There's an underhanded jab. I knew exactly what he was doing. I just decided to ignore it because I already knew what time he was on.
How the people, you know, all that, get him, and all that. You hung around those people. So stop with the cap, because I've been around black people that bullied white people. So you understand both sides of the spectrum, and you know what they did.
This
and
has
you trying
absolutely
to cover up
see now you're in your emotions,
I'm
nigga.
just assuming.
Now you're
I'm
in your
assuming.
now you're in your emotions, nigga. Nobody bullied that. No, nobody bullied that. Nobody bullied that goddamn kid, and you ain't gonna talk over me. Now you're talking nonsense because I think you want this kid to get off. I think you want this kid to get off. I think you want Karmelo Anthony to walk. No, yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Because you're sitting here, again, you like the rest of the other niggas who are in this, like Roland Martin and Dominique Alexander, you're trying to talk around, and give me, there are no opinions here. The fact is, Karmelo Anthony stabbed Austin Metcalf. Austin Metcalf did not have a weapon. But niggas like you want to come on and justify the reason that you're trying to justify his actions. Anybody who wants to justify Karmelo Anthony's actions against Austin Metcalf's is a nigga.
No, you know what? I hate that man died, unfortunately. I don't really think
No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't hate that man died. No, you don't, bro.
No, listen to me, man. Just trust me. Listen.
Unbelievable. You don't hate that man died, man. No,
okay, let me say this.
Listen,
let
you
me say
don't
this.
bro. Listen, you don't. No.
Donovan.
I'm not letting you say shit because now you're off the rails, bro.
Oh,
don't sit here.
Bro.
No. I'm going. No, come on. I'm going to fucking do it. You don't give a fuck about. I don't care about Austin Metcalf.
Right.
I don't give a fuck about him. It doesn't affect my life. No, hold on. I don't care about Austin Metcalf. Okay. And you're not going to convince me that you're sorry that he died. Get the fuck out of here.
Bro,
and I'm as adamant on the other side as humanly possible.
Pass away. Yes, I am. But here's what I want you to understand, and you, maybe you never understood. When you got into that trouble back in the day, you said you lost $100,000.
What does this have to do with the case?
No, understand this. I know you called me a nigga and stuff like that.
But you're not going to call me one because you're a bigger man than me.
Hey, Donovan, listen to this. I'm just saying, and we can exit. When you got arrested and you got into that trouble, you say it cost you hundreds of thousands of dollars over your life.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, yeah. Oh, yeah. He exited all.
No.
Yeah.
I said
I knew I was going to touch.
I knew I was going to touch him. See that? See that? He's got his girl in the background. He's trying to get me riled up. And he just admitted, he's like, I knew I was going to. Did you hear what he said? He's like, I touched him. I touched him. Right? He said, I knew I was going to. You see that? I knew I was going to get him with that jail stuff. And I just let it roll over because I didn't care. His intent was to try to obfuscate. And when it didn't work, I called him out. Listen again.
When you say it cost you hundreds of thousands of dollars over your life.
Listen.
Mm-hmm. Oh, well, yeah. Oh, yeah. He exited all.
No.
Yeah.
I said,
I know I was going to touch. Did I touch one?
Touch one.
I touched the soul. Oh, okay. You still there. My TV's still showing you on here. Okay.
See? Look at you.
Okay.
Oh, no. Hold on. Now you're going to shut the hell up. See?
No,
now
I didn't know.
No, don't do that. No.
My TV delayed. My TV delayed.
Did you hear what you just said? Did you hear what you just said, my nigga? Did you hear what you just said, my nigga? Oh, I touched him. I touched his soul. Nah. Fuck it. Don't give a fuck. Don't give a fuck. I don't give a damn. Fuck out of here. Somebody find me some. There it is. So the reason why I exited that, I wasn't ready to exit. I was going to let him talk. But the reason why I decided to cut him off, at that point and get him up out of there is because I knew at that point he wasn't going to try to talk about the case. All he wanted to do was, I just want to get under Donovan's skin and make him mad. Because he said, I knew I was gonna, I touched the soul. I touched the soul. Nigga thought I was fucking stupid. But by the way, he decided to come back not once, but two more times. Let's go to, one more time. Let's go to part 2. Let's go to part 3. 304. Nigga thought he was slick as hell. Jerome he's one of these secret haters. He's one of these secret haters. And by the way, Jerome. Oh yeah. He's back up here. Jerome. By the way, you said that we don't like black. No, we love black people, but we hate niggas like you. Please continue.
Okay. Yeah, I understand the difference because it's a difference between a nigga and a black person. Because at the end of the day, when you got arrested, you didn't put down white. You still black.
So?
But you ain't a nigga. And I ain't a nigga. And at the end of the day, I'm not a nigga. But what you're saying, but all I'm saying to you, just be rational. But what you're saying with me, I don't want no one to go to jail wrongfully. It'll play out in court. But what you're saying to me about Karmelo Anthony, I'm looking at it because, like I said, I stay in Texas. I understand the dynamics on what's going on.
Because you live in Texas, things are different. Listen, no matter. Look, now let me hold on. Let me give you a rational thought. Just because you live in the state of Texas and I don't, doesn't mean you know more than I do. That's rational.
I didn't say
Please
that.
continue.
I don't think I said that. Well, okay.
Oh my God. See, he didn't say that. He didn't say, and again, he's being ingenuine. No, I didn't say that. No, he didn't say that. But that's what he meant by it. When he says, well, I live in Texas, that's what it connotes. When you say I live in Texas, you are implying that you have more knowledge because you live in the state that the crime was committed against. Give me a break.
I didn't say that. I didn't say I know more than you. I'm just giving you context.
No. But when you say I live in the state of Texas, what you are implying is that you know more than me or my audience. Why else would you tell me you live in the state of Texas?
Okay. That's like me talking to you about something, and I stay in Africa.
Fine. You know what? You're fine. You're right. Please continue.
You're right. Yeah, it's just context. It's just context. I can understand.
You live in Texas.
I understand when people get into when they say things like that. I can walk into a room and say, "Hey, man, you look nice today." This person over here is gonna look at me and say, damn, I don't look nice today. So I forget. I have to tell people like you look nice too. Okay, bro? So quit getting in your feelings about things that I say and this implied things and stuff like that. Chill with that, bro. You are my peer. I'm older than you. So chill with that stuff that you keep saying. You are my peer.
Nigga, you
and your wife.
We are not peers. We are not peers.
We are peers. Yes, we are peers. I graduated in 1992. You graduated in 94 or 95. So hush your mouth. Say again?
Anything else?
You graduated in when?
It's 95.
That's what I just said. I said I graduated in 92.
Okay,
I don't know you from a can of paint. And I said you graduated in 94, 95.
Okay, we got it.
You
Can
are
we
my
get back?
peer.
Okay, we are not peers. Okay, can we get back to the Karmelo Anthony case?
You're right.
Hold on.
Okay, let's get back to the top. Get back to the top.
I'm going to make this statement. You want Karmelo Anthony to skate. You do. You don't want to admit it, but you do. You and niggas like you want this dude to skate because he's black and Austin Metcalf is white. I will give you the last word. There it is.
That's nice that you are implying because I'm implementing justice. He's not been to court. I know you want to convict him. All I did is said, I believe, in my opinion, that it was self-defense based upon what I've heard so far. If you want to go off on me about my opinion, that's fine. You can do that, Donovan. But all I'm saying to you is just my opinion. The man hasn't even been indicted yet. You have, hey, look, I get your dynamics. Yeah, that's what I was saying. You can have your opinion about me. That's fine. But I did not say those things just like you implied that I want him off. And this,
you do.
Another.
No, I'm not implying it. Okay. I'm flat out telling you. I'm flat out telling you.
Well,
no, hold on. Hold on.
Fine.
Please, let's not talk at the same time. I'm not implying anything. I am flat out telling you want this kid to walk. That's it. He was arrested. He was arrested and he was charged with murder. He will be indicted.
Okay. How about ask me, do I want him off or do I want? But
number one, I'm not going to ask you anything.
Uh-oh. Ask with your smart ass.
There he is, y'all. Now the nigga's coming out, and you go on. Let it out.
Boy, you the one being locked up, you damn convict. I ain't never been locked up. Now, how about that? You the nigga, you check all the boxes for a nigga. How about that? I served this country. I ain't never been locked up. So quit with the nigga stuff. You the one, the nigga.
Nigga. You actually now you're in your emotions and you sound like a woman.
No. At the end of the day, that's what you just said. I want justice for the Metcalf family.
No, you don't.
And for the Anthony family, whichever way it go.
No, you don't. You want Karmelo Anthony to walk. You do.
I'm about to block. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. I understand what you're saying. I appreciate you letting me come back up, but I understand what kind of room you got. You and the other family and stuff that's in here. I just wanted my girl to hear how other people think and the hateful things that they would say about children and stuff like that.
Children? What children were involved? What children?
I know how it is. I know how it is. Thank you, sir.
What children were involved?
That's a 17-year-old child died, and it's a 17-year-old child that could go to jail for the rest of his life in the state of Texas.
Yeah, the minute Karmelo Anthony plunged that knife into Austin Metcalf's chest, he became a man. Nice try with the infantilization. Though.
Yeah,
this is what niggas do. This is what niggas do. You try to infantilize somebody to make them sound more innocent. He was a child. Right. No, he did a grown ass man thing, and he's gonna serve a grown ass man sentence.
Right.
That's at the end of the day.
Yeah, the minute Emmett Till's whistled at that white lady. He's supposed to die. I get it. I got it. He's a child.
No, Emmett Till should not have died for that.
I know, but disparaging in the law. Let me let you go, bro. Appreciate you. Thank you for bringing me back up.
Yep. Thank you for proving that you're a nigga.
That's what I'm talking about. See?
Yep.
He's showing his colors.
Yep, showing his colors. Yeah, go watch. You should go watch Dr. Umar or Dominique Alexander. Let me ask you this before I let you go. How much did you donate to the Karmelo Anthony Give Send Go? Just out of curiosity.
The same amount that you donated. Man, I know you don't like black people, man. Quit. You ain't here with your white buddies. You ain't here with your white buddies, man. Stop it.
I love black people. I hate niggas like you.
No, you ain't here with your buddies. You supposed to do this. Yeah. That's why you got on that Crocodile Dundee and all them braces stuff, because you let people know. That's a dog whistle to let people know. I don't like black people and this, that, and the other. You doing exactly what you're supposed to do. Live your happy life with your wife, and that's what you're supposed to do. I'm just saying, man, stop with the hate.
My wife. No, I'm not stopping.
You don't have to hate, Donovan.
No, bro. No, I'm not stopping.
You're a good guy. You don't have to hate people.
I'm not stopping. No, I don't hate. I do hate niggas. I hate niggas like you. I can hate whoever the fuck I want. I live in America. This is what it is. I love black people. Dude, I'm a big fan of R.
You call me a nigga, man. You don't even know me. That's what I'm talking about. You don't even know me, but you're calling me a nigga.
I don't know you, but I know enough about you.
Okay, you know enough about me to call me a nigga. Is that your girl in the background? Go to jail.
Is that your girl in the back? Yeah, I went to jail. Yep, I actually went to jail twice.
I know that. But still, at the end of the day, man, you don't know me. This is the anti-black stuff that I'm talking about. You wouldn't know me, but you still gonna say, I hate this nigga. I'm a nigga to you in your eyes. This is the same thing other races do. You know how it is when you go around the country. I don't care, Donovan. You still a nigga in other countries too. You can play this white stuff and loving these people in here and they clapping for you.
There it is, guys. There it is. White people aren't gonna like you.
Have fun with it. Have fun with it.
Is that your? I have a lot of fun with it. I've been at this for 10 years and I'm worth 7 figures. What about you?
No, it doesn't matter. Hey, ask Shannon Sharp how much his money means.
Stay over there.
Ask Shannon Sharp how much his money means right now. So don't play the money game, bro. You know you still a nigga. You still a nigga.
Okay.
Okay, have a good day, sir.
You too. All right. That was 2 cents. Jerome, what's his face? Absolutely cooked. Absolutely cooked his black ass. Absolutely cooked his black ass. I knew it was only a matter of time. I knew that it was only a matter of time before he came out and showed his true colors. I know you don't like black people. That's all that was. That is, dude, that is all the hell that, I know you don't like black people. You got to do this for your actions. Unbelievable. 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 I got one more. Debate that we are going to react to. And this was oh my God, Queen, I said it. Oh my God, this bitch. Ay. This chick was crazy. Oh, actually, it's the same video. Hang on a sec. Hang on. 3410, where's she at? Boy, this is a hell of an episode. Oh yeah, there's, no, 3410. Oh no, not the same video. Oops, sorry about that. This chick was a dude. This chick was a riot, man. She really was. All right, we got somebody that pulled up here. All right, Brandon Truth, what you got for me? Yeah, that's what I thought. Let's see here. I'm living in Brandon's mind rent free. I pulled up to Donovan's show, and then when he wanted to put me on, I jumped out. I'm happy that I could make your day for you, Brandon. This is what people do when they know they've lost. When like this is when you know somebody has lost the debate, when they keep trying to come back to get that last word. Right? When they keep trying to get back that, Brandon, my guy, you got absolutely flambéed. And this is why I blocked you before. You were not a fan of mine. You never were. You came in, and I knew from the very first chat, am I blocked? I said, I've been doing this a long time, blah, 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 blah. Get it out your system. No, I just want to say blah, 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 blah. Nah, bro. You a nigga, you a nigga just like all of them. You niggas all the same, man. I agree with everything you said except for your views on black people. Bruh. Queen, I said it. All right, here we go. This bitch is so crazy. Wait, what's the timestamp here? 3410. This bitch is fucking crazy. Oh my God. You talk about an ignorant black woman? Good. All right, Queen something or other. Queen something. How do you pronounce your handle?
Dee Dee said it. I'm Queen.
Okay. Oh, Queen Dee Dee said it. All right. What's on your mind, Queen Dee Dee said it?
How are you today?
Doing good. How about you?
I can't complain. Hey, everybody in the chat. I want to tell you
good stuff.
Speaking, which is due, and I want to tell the host how you doing. Donovan, never met you before, but I had to come on your platform. I see you talking about the guiltiness of Karmelo Anthony.
Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to ask you a quick question. I want to know if everybody is waiting on the evidence, how did he become guilty already?
Well, he's not. He hasn't been convicted in a court of law.
But from what I hear, everybody feel like he's automatically guilty because when you say he don't have self-defense, so you can't claim self-defense, then that means he's guilty already. Because why can't you claim self-defense if you haven't been tried and called guilty?
Well, I'm not the court of law. I happen to be a part of the court of public opinion, and I think he's guilty.
Okay. You think him guilty? Do you think he's guilty? There was no self-defense anywhere?
No. I think he is 100% guilty. Because again, multiple, and I don't know if you're probably aware of this, but there are multiple news outlets that have been able to view the tape. And to a person, they all say that there was no physical altercation leading up to the incident. They said that they didn't have any clue. There was no precursor. It was just kind of everything was calm, and then it was chaos and all that good stuff. So, and of course, there are also multiple witness accounts that we're going to get into a little bit later if you want to stick around for that. That also verified that Austin Metcalf didn't bully him. He didn't grab him. He didn't touch him. He didn't have a weapon, et cetera, et cetera. This is why I think he's guilty.
Okay, so you going off what the news forecaster said, and it still didn't get to a jury.
Yeah, I'm going by. No, hold on. Let me finish. I'm going by what the news said, and I'm also going. Hold on.
It was my turn.
No. See, now here's what you not going to do, Queen. You're not going to talk while I'm talking. Okay. I'm going by what I've seen and heard on the news as well as the police report. And so I'm not going to. You know what's funny? We all doubt like the mainstream media, CNN, Fox News, blah 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 blah. Unless, of course, it's talking about something that we either agree or disagree with, and then, of course, we fall on that side. There have been multiple people from multiple news outlets who have said, hey, look, like we've seen the tape and there was no incident before the incident.
I know that's what the question I was asking, so you're going off what the news said. I wasn't over talking you. I was asking a specific question.
Yeah, I'm going by what the news said and what's on the police report.
Oh, okay. So
Sheila says, I partially disagree. Karmelo should be convicted for his actions. Yes, his parents are at fault, but he is a man now, so all decisions. Oh, that's actually a good point. A lot of people want Karmelo Anthony's parents to be tried and convicted. I agree with Sheila. This was something, don't get me wrong, Karmelo's parents clearly failed him, but they didn't decide to take the knife to school. They didn't decide to stab Austin Metcalf. So while his parents may be responsible, I don't think they're guilty.
From what I've seen on the police report, if it wasn't a guilt there, then why would you have to go and get your brother?
What are you talking about?
If you weren't intending on doing anything, why would you have to go and get a brother for any kind of defense of anything?
I don't understand what you're talking about. Please walk me through that.
You don't know the story of Karmelo Anthony and how it started?
Just answer the question. I know the story. What I'm asking you is, what does his brother have to do with this? It was Austin Metcalf who was stabbed.
Why was he approached? Because see, I guess what I'm trying to say is we always find ourselves running to the end of the story, but we need to start from the beginning of the story.
She's literally making no sense.
The beginning of the story. The beginning of the story didn't start when he stabbed. It was
the beginning of the story started. The beginning of the story started when Karmelo Anthony decided to bring a knife to school.
As of a lot of children. Let's keep going.
Okay, yeah, as of a lot of children, that doesn't make it right.
Right, so that doesn't mean you're going with an intent, but as you already know, there's a lot of kids that not only bring weapons to school, they also bring drugs to school, and they're found either on a possession or in backpack. So it's not nothing new.
Hold on. Drugs don't. You're right, but drugs don't have anything to do with this. Number one,
it's the same basis that you're bringing something illegal to school is what I'm getting at.
Okay, as did Karmelo Anthony. So because everybody does it, that makes it okay for him too.
And that's not the part I'm negating.
No. Let me know. Now you got to answer my question. I said Karmelo Anthony. You said the story started. We don't know where the story started. The story started when Karmelo Anthony willfully and wantonly decided to bring a weapon, a knife to school. And you said a lot of kids bring the weapon to school, which says to me, well, because other kids do it, that must mean it's okay for Karmelo Anthony to do it. Here's also another difference. Yeah, I'm sure there were a lot of kids with weapons. I'm sure there are. Well, you can answer that when I'm done. I'm sure there were also a lot of kids who had weapons on campus that day. Only one person decided to pull his out and stab somebody in the heart.
Right, when he was sitting up on the school's tent. Because he didn't just pull it out when he was not up under the tent. He pulled it out while up under the tent being bullied to get from under the tent while it's raining. So that's why I say the story don't start in one place where most people start the story ahead of the TV station. You got to start the story where it gets started at. It didn't start with that knife.
Hold on. It did start with the knife. It did start with the knife. It did start. Okay, I need you to. Okay, look. Let's have a good. Let's have a rational discussion. Let's not talk over each other.
I'm very rational.
Okay. Well, again, if you were rational, you would acknowledge that the story started when Karmelo Anthony decided to bring a weapon to school. Again, I'm sure a lot of kids brought weapon, and I really need you to quit talking while I'm talking. I'll let you finish. Just let me finish. Okay. I'm not, and I guess this is a fundamental disagreement between you and me. A lot of people speed. Okay, there are a lot of people who break the speed limit. If somebody gets caught and the police officer says, "Do you know why I pulled you over?" Well, why'd you pull me over? Well, you're going 70 in a 70 in a 45 mile an hour zone or whatever. If I then say to the police officer, "Well, officer, look around. Everybody else is speeding. Do you think he's going to let me off with a warning?" No, I broke the law. I got caught. I pay the price.
But guess what? But what if you said to the officer when you're looking on the other side of, "Hey, officer, yes, I know I shouldn't have had this done. Yes, I know I shouldn't have been speeding, but my wife is on the other side pregnant and she's in labor right now. Do I get a pass?"
Oh my God. Yeah, that no, don't do that. No, hold on, Queen Didi, what you've done is now you're obfuscating, okay? I gave you a simple example, and you brought in an extenuating circumstance. Obviously, if I have a wife, and hold on, let me finish. Obviously, if I have a wife and she's pregnant and I'm trying to speed to get to the hospital, of course I'm going to tell the officer, yes, listen, I know I'm breaking the law, but here's the thing, Carmelo Anthony didn't have a pregnant wife.
So, but listen, just like Carmelo Anthony didn't need anybody to tell him to get from under the tent, then go get their twin brother to make them move.
Oh my God. Carmelo Anthony stabbed Austin Metcalf in the chest, and he killed him. He is absolutely. Say again.
In self-defense.
No, you're wrong. It was not self-defense.
Why wasn't it not self-defense? If you have to go get someone to come back and approach
if you're going to ask, nobody went and got anybody to confront anybody with anything. The accounts from eyewitnesses and ma'am, I really need you to let me finish talking. Please, I'm begging you here. The eyewitness account says that Austin Metcalf, matter of fact, there's actually another story that Carmelo Anthony said, touch me and see what happens. Austin Metcalf touched him.
That's right.
Then he said, punch me and see what happens, right? Austin Metcalf clearly didn't punch him, but touching someone does not rise to the level of responding with deadly force. In order for the self-defense claim to be valid, his life has to be in danger. If you are going to respond with deadly force, you have to have a reasonable, there has to be a reasonable threat of physical violence. And clearly that was not the case, which is why the state of Texas has charged Karmelo Anthony with first-degree murder.
He haven't been found guilty as of yet. That's their opinion, and I believe they're outright wrong. And the next thing is, who determines my level of fear?
Well, the state does. And the videotape.
I'm talking about me. No. If I'm inside me, who determines my level of fear?
Yeah, you don't, because then you could just
I don't get to determine how I feel on the inside.
No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. Because here's the thing. Hold on. Let me finish. If I'm in a daycare center, okay, and I've got these cute little kids, walking around, all of a sudden I start kicking kids, right? I'm going to jail. Right. If I say, well, it was, hold on, please, Queen, I need you to let me finish. If you don't let me finish, I got to end this. And then I'm going to start calling names, and you don't want that. You're not ready for that.
I don't care. You can call names. I'm good on that.
Okay. Queen Didi said it. The point is if there's a, okay, just listen. If there's a video, I'm glad you're having fun. If there's a videotape that shows me kicking the crap out of these kids, and I say, well, Judge, Your Honor, I felt like my life was in danger. He's going to look at that videotape and be like, okay, Mr. Sharp, you're around a bunch of, 5 and 6 year olds, your life wasn't in danger. However, if the videotape shows that I'm in a room with a bunch of big people and they are accosting me and my life is in danger and they've got weapons and they're putting hands on me, this and that and the third, then it's a little bit different.
Well, you know what? If I can't respond to you, as stupid as I am as a black woman, if I walked in any room and seen any grown adult, no matter what the color is, and they're kicking children that doesn't have a voice, actually, I would not be sitting on this stand rallying for them. So let me be clear on that. So I'm rallying in a whole different manner of two kids that were of the same age. I would never put an adult on a child. So when I said that analogy wasn't going to cut it with me, that's what I meant. It didn't fly with me because I wouldn't compare those two, not with a person like me.
Of course not.
Maybe someone that's on the other side of the scope, yeah, but not me.
Do you want Carmelo Anthony to walk?
He will walk.
There you go.
It's not a want. It's a requirement.
Well, it's a requirement. Okay. And what if he doesn't? And what if because here's the thing, Queen. There is a world in which Carmelo Anthony is acquitted. Okay. Just because he's been indicted does not mean he is going to be found guilty. Okay. So what happens in your mind? What happens if he's found guilty?
If he's found guilty, then we're going to have to deal with that.
There it is. And how would you deal with that? How would you have to deal? No. Don't run from Queen, baby. Don't run from the question. If he is found guilty, how are you? If he is found guilty, how are you going to deal with that?
At 6'2" and wear heels, I won't run from nobody that walked this earth. And when I say what I said, I will answer that question when or if. But he would not be found guilty. We will deal with that on the other side of it.
So you're
So
going.
if you're
So
trying
it sounds
if
to
you're
me like
trying
you're.
to
It
act-
sounds to me. It sounds to me like you're going to respond with violence, and that's what you monkeys do.
but I never answered that. So are you going into violence? Because I never said that.
Well, that's you said you're
You
6'2" and you've
well,
never
a
run from
person
anybody.
who asks
Okay,
and
ma'am.
they're
We cannot talk over each other. Don't act like
Not
the
if you
typical
want me
black.
to answer
Don't
how you
act
want me
like
to
the.
answer,
Don't act like the typical black. See, guys, this is what I'm
go
talking
again.
about. Go on. Yep, there you go. Laugh and smile. But you literally just sat up here and indirect. Okay, see now I got to mute you. You just sat up here and indirectly said we're going to deal with that. Be specific on how we're going to deal with that. If it's not violently, then how are you, the black community, going to deal with that? Be specific. If I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. Because I think you're talking about violence. What say you?
If I thought you was talking about violence, I said you would be there too. Because if the KKK come, they're gonna get both our black asses.
There it is.
You're
So
not of
answer.
the other color.
Okay,
So I would
that's
be able to
fine.
give
That's
you
fine.
the- I
Answer.
would be able to
Answer.
give you the
And
answer.
see, you can't
We
answer
don't
the question
always
because
have
you're
to
talking about
retaliate
violence.
Because you would be retaliating like that as well.
Dude. Now you're acting like a monkey.
That's
this
okay.
is the way
you are a monkey too. You
this
think
is
your
the way.
beard is not silky.
This
You
is
don't have a
the way.
silky beard.
Oh boy. All right. Well.
You have
know
a
what? You're
happy
probably.
beard.
Yeah, you're
Exactly.
probably right.
So do you think you would be opposite of me as a black woman?
Yep,
Just because
sure
she's
will.
not on a white shirt doesn't
The difference between you and me is that you're a nigga and I'm not.
And I could be, but then what makes
No, you are. No, you are because you still haven't answered my question. I asked you. I asked you. No, you did not answer the question. I'm asking you. Okay, no, hold on. No, I didn't. The reason I'm not saying I didn't like your answer because you didn't. No. You didn't give me an answer. Okay. I need you to answer. You said, I asked you, if Karmelo Anthony is convicted, what are you going to do about it? And you said, we'll have to handle that. I think you're talking about violence. You say you're not. So I need to know from you specifically what you meant when you said, if Karmelo Anthony is convicted of first-degree murder, what dealing with it means. Now you can answer.
I love it when I come on a platform and I have to shake their ass like they sassy cats. I said what I said and I'm not taking it back. That's what hashtag said.
You weren't specific.
I said what I said. You didn't like my specificness.
Then what did your what specifically did you say? You said we're going to have to deal with that.
Deal with that if we have to.
And how would you deal with that?
How would you deal with it?
No, I asked you first. How would you deal with it?
You're a man. I gave you the floor. You like the lead, don't you?
Oh my God. Yeah, you would respond with
how
violence.
How would you answer that? How would you answer that question?
Well,
and
if
don't get silly dilly when you do it.
Okay, I'll answer when you answer. If Karmelo is convicted, what are you people gonna do?
Why would we have to play this game? I'm at your platform. This is Kool-Aid, y'all.
You don't want to answer the question because you know you'll respond with violence. That's my
appeal process, right? We'll go through appeal. How about that?
Okay. Oh, yep, there we go. I wanted to hear the truth. Are you going to be a part of that appeal?
That ain't my truth, though. I told you what you
want to hear.
I pacified you with what you want to hear.
Oh my God.
We would deal with
guys. This is why most black women are single, y'all. This is why black women. Ark Survival says, get ready for riots when he is sentenced to prison. They're going to riot whether he is convicted or acquitted. Okay. They're like let me make one thing very crystal fucking clear here. There is going to be violence at the end of this trial, regardless of the verdict. Regardless of the verdict, there will be violence from black people. If he is convicted, black people are going to riot because they're pissed off that he got convicted. If he gets acquitted, black people are still going to riot because that acquittal made it okay for black people to commit acts of violence against white people and get away with it. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The city of Frisco, Texas needs to be prepared for riots, whether or not this kid is convicted. This man now is convicted. It doesn't matter. This is what these people do. Okay? This is what these people do. They didn't riot when OJ got off. Okay? The reason why they acquitted OJ is because they didn't want the Rodney King thing to happen. Okay? This time is different. This time is different. Whether Karmelo Anthony is convicted or acquitted, niggas are absolutely 124% going to riot in the city of Frisco. Straight up. Robert Anderson says maybe even the surrounding areas, maybe even nationwide, y'all. Maybe even nationwide. They're gonna riot. Dude, they're gonna riot, and they're probably gonna riot in New York City. They're gonna riot now. Dude, there's gonna be nationwide riots, guys. Whether Karmelo Anthony, guys, there are nationwide riots now for no reason. Teen takeovers. I can sit and stand where I want. Don't touch me. Self-defense. Niggas are always looking for a reason to go out and commit crime. And whether Karmelo Anthony is convicted or not, they're still gonna go out and commit crimes. And she let it slip. She let it slip. If he's convicted, we're going to deal with that. She let it slip. She's talking about this appeal process. That's not what she was thinking at first. She says, we going to deal with that because that's the way niggas deal with shit. When shit don't go their way, they get violent. And I called her out on it, and she tried to backpedal and obfuscate and all this other kind of stuff. Finally, she's like, okay, we'll do the appeal process. Right? It took her, what, 7 minutes to answer that question? Yeah, exactly.
That when we get to it.
And how would you deal with that? Be
And we
specific.
would not get to that with him.
How do you know?
Why are you upset?
Why am I upset?
Yeah, it seemed like you're upset. You're supposed to be treating me like a guest in your house. You treat me like them Karmelo brothers when they went and slaughtered that pig a couple weeks before they this incident of self-defense took place.
I haven't raised my voice.
Did y'all realize that? Did you know? I'm not being funny. Did y'all know?
See, there it is. She tried to get me with the "why are you mad" thing. Like, why are you upset? That's what niggas do. Why you mad? Why you mad?
Oh, they knew karate.
No.
You didn't know the karate. Go look at my channel. They knew karate. They were slaughtering pigs a couple weeks before. They was at the shooting range. Then they turned around and went and played football. So they was very built up to do what they wanted to do. So what would little Karmelo Anthony do when he's never been in the woods?
He wasn't in the woods. He was in a tent.
Of course he wasn't in the woods. Go up under the ground. You two at the surface for me. That's why you need to retaliate.
He was
got on that white vest. You're not paying attention to life. You have on that white vest and you're not paying attention.
Oh my God, you're way off we're way off the rails. I don't even know what you're talking about at this point.
Off the rails.
One more with the $10 Canadian super set says, get your channel ready, Don, because when the verdict gets handed down, you gonna be busy. Yep. Absolutely.
You don't like the truth?
The truth is what? I asked you a question.
What's your new question? The last question you asked me was what would happen if he's found guilty? And I told you we'll deal with it then. You didn't like that answer.
I asked you.
I said we'll file an appeal. What was your next question?
So you're no. I'm not done with that question yet. Who's gonna file? We are gonna file an appeal?
You're going too goddamn far. You don't even ask the white man no dumbass stuff like that.
Here we go.
You didn't even ask Trump what was he going to do once he get out of office and got to face those damn felonies. So why are you asking me to go so far past the appeal? What is it that you want to hear? You got on a white vest, you're riding like a goddamn angel, and I got my sage for you, and I'm dressed in my army gear. Hey, listen, I don't got no hoodie to put on, but I'm gonna give you my hat, goddamn.
It sounds to me. You asked me why I was mad. I would ask you the same thing because it sounds to me like you're very upset.
I'm not mad, but I'm getting. It's hilarious because I can tell that I've.
Legend said with the $2 super chat says you should get the "why you mad" sound effect. Oh my God! Right?
Stunned you.
You've stunned me.
You think I'm joking? You better know who I am. I'm at DD Said it. When you want to rumble this floor about Karmelo Anthony, make sure you bring the right footage because I'm gonna react to everything that you have going on. Until you realize that if something happened before the stabbing, I'm gonna be on you, and you better know it.
I promise you, I'm afraid. I promise you, I'm afraid.
And I'm afraid too.
Wait, hold on. Repeat that one more time. Hang on. I got a super chat here. Loaded Locks Gaming with the $2 super chat says Karmelo was a football player too. Stop capping. Yeah, he was a football. No, but you. I mean, no. Hold on. No. I think what he was trying to say, and this is actually true, is the Metcalf brothers are much larger than Anthony. I think Austin Metcalf was like 6'2", blah 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 blah. Yeah, that nigga's still guilty, and that nigga's still going to prison.
He could be. And then again, we'll see. Because I'm not going to call him out the name. I don't need the N word and the C word and all that stuff. But I'm going to tell you like this.
What's the C?
They knew karate. They've been in the woods slaughtering pigs.
What is that?
Y'all
so that
got
makes
that
them...
much shit and stuff. You didn't need to go get your brother as a backup muscle. So why did you go get your brother?
Where are we talking?
What were you going to get your brother to do?
What? So if he did go get his brother, wouldn't it be hard for him to stab one of them?
What would you go get your brother for? To fight me, move me? Both of y'all gonna jump me? What are you gonna do?
How do you know he went to go get his brother?
Did he go? How do you know what you know?
I'm just going by what's on the police report, man. That's
okay,
it.
so if you're going back what's on the police report, you should know what the truth is.
Well, the truth is that he said no. Well, no.
That's the truth.
Okay, well, we'll see. The state would not have. Hold on. Let me finish. The state would not have charged him with. Do you know what the elements of first-degree murder? Do you know what the elements that have to be met?
Hell. They over there stealing from the people in New Orleans
There it
and
is.
in Texas.
There
what
it
the
is.
state got to do with their regular people like
What
me
does that
and
have to
you. When
do?
they-
What does
they
this have to
eyes
do
at
with the
night,
Carmelo Anthony? What does that have to do with this case?
You bringing up what the state said, that don't mean the state right. You know how
Well,
many
no,
cases-
I didn't ask. Well, hold on. I didn't ask you what the state said. I asked you do you know what the elements in the state of Texas have to be met for first-degree murder? That's what I asked you.
And did you not hear my answer? I don't care what they are. They can't
Okay,
be
well,
trusted.
ma'am, you better care what they are, because if they can prove that he met those elements, that nigga's going to prison, and there's nothing that you or any of your monkey friends can do about it.
Listen, so when you tell me about a monkey is brown, right? Like I thought.
Janelle's with the $5 super chat says the tribalization of the black community is crazy. You have the patience of a saint, bro. Dude, I've dealt with these people my entire life. Like these
And because he
people are-
black ass himself. What color
Yes.
you think he is? Because he got on a white vest.
Yes, the reason I'm wearing this is because it was the only
You
thing
ain't
I had
white.
clean. It's be.
And you
Wait,
got a
what'd you say?
nappy beard, just like the black men.
Wait, did you just
Stop
tell me I'm not?
acting like the
Did you
cake-
just?
the cake
Did you?
won't come
Hold on.
after
Did you just tell me I'm not white?
You're not.
Oh my God.
Tell me what you mixed with.
Are you serious? I'm not white?
What are you mixed with?
Both of my parents are black, sweetheart.
Okay then. So what
Yeah.
makes you think
Yeah.
that you're not a monkey?
Because I don't act like one.
That don't bother me. When you blessed, you can walk in the room and they can call you what they want to. Matter of fact, y'all get them super chats up. If you send them $2 down here, you can save them.
Yeah, I think you need it a little bit more than I do. I'll give you the last word.
The super chats come to you. You gonna zeal it,
Sweetheart,
to me?
fine.
You gonna
I'll give
zeal
you.
it to me?
I'll give you the last word. No, I'm not sending you anything. You people
Okay
don't
then.
deserve
So
anything.
get them super chats up. If it's a $2 super chat, you can send it to yourself. I don't need it.
Of course you don't. I'll give you the last word.
When the KKK come, which one they gonna get, me or you?
They're gonna get you.
Oh, okay. Why? 'Cause
You want to
got
know
on
why? You want to know why they're gonna get you? You want to know why they're gonna get you? Because you want to know why they can get you? Because they can just walk into your house. They can't walk into my house. I live in a gated community. They ain't coming to get me.
Because you crossed the water somewhere.
That's right.
They don't got-
You're goddamn.
they
You're
don't got
goddamn. You're goddamn right. You're goddamn right. I did, and I don't live around you people.
That's why. They don't got
It's so-
jurisdiction to you. That's why you over here wanting to be in the United States.
That's exactly right. I'm proud to be an American. Both my father and my brother served,
I didn't
and
ask you that.
I love my
I didn't
country.
ask
Yeah,
you
but
that. All I asked you
I'm
was
telling you that.
KKK.
Reverend B with the $2 super chat says the Coal Bunnies
$2?
strike again. Wow, the Coal Bunnies
$2?
strike again. Now look. See, now she's looking for anything. Now $2, blah 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 blah. Now she's trying. Dude, I have just absolutely eviscerated this woman. I've destroyed her. I've made her look like the ignorant monkey chimp she is. And now she's trying to get me to explode and to get loud so she can be like, oh, you mad? And I wouldn't let her do it. She tried at every turn. Yeah, actually, that's actually kind of high. Actually, I usually get like dollar super
That's
chats.
good. You need it in your pocket and probably say pay some of the taxes.
Oh, Jesus Christ, man, you are not kidding. Taxes fucking suck.
You telling me I know it's horrible.
Sweetheart, you don't pay taxes. Stop it. Give me
I don't pay taxes. That's why I
no,
can
because
sit
you're
here and talk
probably.
to you.
Let me ask you this: how long have you been on welfare?
I've been on welfare. I'm 50 years old right now. How old are you?
47.
Oh, you 47. So I've probably been on welfare as long as your mom was.
Yep, that
I'm
explains
sure
a lot.
she's a little bit old. I'm sure she's a little bit older than me. She had a lot.
Yeah,
of
my mom is. Yeah, my mom is. So my mom was born
You don't have to
in.
tell me about it. You don't have to tell me
See
about
that?
your
Do you see how she gets mad when I don't get upset? Like, and when I just free flow through the conversation. Well, I don't want to hear it. No, of course you don't want to hear it because I'm not responding the way you want me to. This is funny. I made an idiot out of this
That's not
woman.
my business.
Okay,
We were just
that's
talking
fine.
about food stamps. What's your next question?
No, see, the reason I did that is because you thought that you would upset me by talking about my mom.
That didn't
and
upset
you didn't.
me.
Yes.
You
No,
calling me a monkey or a bitch?
I said that you thought that you would. Well, that's because you are a monkey. But you thought
And
you would
you are
upset me
what?
by talking about my. Yes, I.
So let me ask you a question.
Are you?
If the
Hold on,
KKK
Queen. And I'm being dead serious here. Are you
It's just not
serious?
serious to me. We got off Carmelo Anthony, so it ain't serious. no
See,
more.
she
Go
knows
ahead.
she's done. So you're telling me that I'm not white? Are you actually revealing to me that I'm black?
I don't know what you are. All I know is you ain't in the KKK. The only thing white coming off your ass is that shirt.
So you're telling me that the KKK is
Why
going
did
to
you
come
do
and
that
kill me?
with your nose? Why did you say
Because my nose itched.
it
See?
was itching because your ass be lying?
See, she's just looking for anything. My nose itch. Why you do that with your nose? Because your ass be lying. What are you doing?
Sitting up here telling these people all this fake ass, false ass stuff, and sitting there with a beard blacker than me. You got on more black than me, and you think the KKK gonna come for me before you? Tighten up.
The KKK can't get in here.
Of course they can. Go ahead. Next.
Yeah, see, you know I'm right. That's why I
I
can't
thought
say
we was
anything.
talking about Carmelo Anthony. How did we get to
I
this?
asked you to give the last word, and you're rambling on and on about KKKs and white this and that and the third.
Would you like me to come back again or no?
Say again?
Would you heard me say? Would you like me to come back?
I didn't hear you.
Would you?
No,
like
I don't. No. I don't deal. I don't deal with animals on a regular
You
basis.
don't? Why not?
Well, I mean, I think this is proof enough, right?
So why am I an animal? Because I have my own opinion and I said he's not guilty? That made me an animal?
No, you're an animal because you're out of pocket and you're acting like
How
an
am
ape.
I out of pocket? Because I'm at your house and I didn't agree with you?
You're
but
not
I'm respecting
in,
you.
You're not in my house.
It's your channel. I call it your house. Make it at home. You know you work
All
here.
right. Okay. All right. It is always something with you people. Jay Hancock with the $2 super chat says, Don, you're not white. I am shocked. Hold on real quick. Chongo with the $5 super chat says Metcalf went hunting and her people killed other black men in a drive-by that day. I did not hear about that. Did you hear about that?
Because it ain't got nothing to do with Carmelo Anthony. He don't live that way. That's who we're talking to, so keep it at that. Next time, give us a $10.
Justin Consciousness with a $2 super chat says, you need to read a book. He's talking to you. What do you say to that?
I don't know, because $2 is too low for me to respond. Book bearer. Go ahead.
Praise this woman. I'm sorry, he said, I lost after the $2.
Boo, you got that one. Boo, $2.
Okay.
Boo. Go ahead.
Fine. Loaded Locks Gaming with a $2 super chat says his brother. See, this is why she's flustered. This is why she's flustered. She sees that what she is she sees that I am completely unaffected by her. That's why she's $2. What you doing with your nose? Crazy. Brother was sitting in front of them. Yeah, just because his brother was sitting in front of them doesn't mean that Austin Metcalf didn't try to either directly or indirectly recruit his brother. So, Bad Rasta with the $5 super chat says, this is all about whataboutism, not addressing none of the arguments. No, she's not addressing any of the arguments. All she's doing is running off at the mouth.
No, you mad 'cause I
Kyle2020 with the
addressed my
$5 super chat says, Batman pointed out in the 60s that karate is a defensive form that requires an attack. In order for you to make a move, I must move, and I won't. What's your response to that? Because the Metcalf boys knew karate.
And they slaughtered pigs. And they played football, so they was very athletic, so they weren't scared. What's the next super chat?
Give me a second here. Okay. I don't really have anything else for you. I'll give you the last word on the Austin Metcalf, Carmelo Anthony situation.
Are you done with Austin Metcalf, or you just tired of my opinion?
No, I mean, I don't have anything else for you. That's why I'm giving you the last word.
Oh, okay, so when I leave here, you're going to understand that my opinion is not guilty, and I stand quite firm on that.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Well, listen, I do appreciate you making the time to come up and give your opinion.
Okay, so would you welcome me back? Tell me, don't come back. Don't come back to your house no more?
Hold on. Tell the people where they can find you. Drop your Instagram and YouTube and all that, X if you're on that.
That's me right there where it says Didi Said It. It's at Didi Said It.
Okay, very good. All right, Queen Didi, I appreciate you coming up. If you guys want to pull up the... There it is. Absolutely made sport out of her ignorant ass, and she couldn't stand it. She could not stand it. She couldn't stand it. She thought she was going to come up here and get me all riled up, but only niggas get riled up at, well, shit like that. We have just crossed the 6-hour mark. I've been at this for 6 hours, y'all. Show your boys some appreciation. Let's get some super chats in here. Let's get some cash apps in here. I've been doing this for 6 hours, y'all. 6 hours. Hook your boy up with a super chat. Hook your boy up with a cash app. Hang on. There was another point I wanted to make. Give me a second. Uh-oh, did I lose that? Oh, Cali West. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to watch the Cali West. Cali West. Cali West, 239.24. Hang on, y'all. Whoa. 239.24. Oh, this is during the Hard Art podcast. Okay, 239.24. Hold on. We going to get to Cali West. There was another one too with the dude. I just absolutely wiped the floor with him. Cali West. Janet L'Italian says, as the late great Kevin Samuels said, you can hear Newport. You can hear the Newports in her voice.
Yep.
Absolutely. Sean Morris says 6 hours. Donovan rivaling the whatever podcast. Jesus Christ. Dr. B84 member for 74 months. 74 months says 74 months. Man, I'm old as fuck. That chick was a shithead, fam. Holy moly. I'm gonna have to come up with another, like, honestly, for Dr. B84, I'm gonna have to come up with like a layered Don DeMarco. Don DeMarco. Holy moly. Holy Moses. Holy Moses. Shout out to guys like Dr. B84, man. 74 months, guys. 74 months. That is 6 years and 2 months. 6 years. Robert Anderson says, Donovan, are you going to cover the latest Myron debate? Yes. Yes. Arc Survival with the $2 super chat says, good show. I'm hyped for day one of the trial. I thought today was day one of the trial, but apparently they are just doing jury selection. They're just doing it. Oh, Dr. B84 says, just make it echo. Oh, how about that? Wait, hold on. Let me see. Test. Does that echo? Hang on. I think my earbuds are charged up again. Hold on. Hang on, guys. Hang on. And the thing, guys, is debating and having discussions like this, it's easy. It's very, very easy when the truth is on your side. When the truth is when the truth is on your side, guys, like, this is easy. Like, dude, nobody in here pushed me. Nobody in here pushed me. Like, nobody in here challenged. Nobody in here challenged. Oh, I am connected. Nobody in here challenged me enough to maybe say, you know what? I didn't think of it that way. Edward Cross with the $20 Cash App. He says, for a Don DeMarco, he said Dan DeMarco. G. Lee with the $5 super chat says, throwing in a few shekels. Appreciate that very much. Panda Trucker has just gifted 5 Donovan Sharp memberships. Appreciate that. At John Mitchell. At O'Shea Naylord. Oh boy. Oshana Lloyd O'Connor. Wow. At Stellus Gortnios. At all of those people to welcome them to the TSR towers. Dog Plus Man 1 on the Rumble side says, yeah, man, look, can't beat the truth. No, you can't. Dana Gonzalez with the $5 super chat says, for the 6-hour live stream, thank you. It's a good one. Been waiting to get back to this conversation. Absolutely, Dana, thank you. Arc Survival with the $5 super chat says, if you have next time stream, check out the Fresh and Fit episode where this mud shark had a meltdown and tried to fight Myron. Are you serious? Oh my God, holy moly. Coming in hot and heavy, James Hancock with the $5 super chat says, been in and out of the stream, Don. Been so long since we heard anything. I'd almost forgotten about Karmelo. So many idiots defending him. Absolutely. Panda Trucker says, welcome to the family, folks. Yes, sir. We have a good time over here, guys. New members, if you guys are new here, we're not a very big community. I'm not a guy who gets, thousands of people on my live stream. I'm not a guy who's got millions of subscribers. Followers, whatever the case may be. But I do have, for my money, I think I probably have the most astute, well-learned, educated, and loyal following. Like you guys are, and it's interesting. The fact that, and not that I'm complaining, But the thing is you guys are so smart that I don't feel the need to explain basic tenets, fundamentals, and principles. And if I don't do that, a lot of people come in and they listen to me talk, and then they dip out because they can't really understand what I'm saying, right? They can't really understand what I'm saying. That's just, it is what it is. Whereas with you guys understand what I'm saying. That's why I sort of cater to you. So if I'm talking about red pill tenets that I've talked about in the past, forgive me. It's just because I want to make sure that I educate the people that are in here. James Hancock with the $5 super chat. Oh wait, oops, I'm sorry. My bad. Hold on.
A grenade.
Yeah, my bad. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. King Penguin 150 says, Donovan, you should have much more subscribers. You speak truth on a regular basis. Love, Myron. Hey, appreciate that, King Penguin. Appreciate that. Listen, man, like, look, and again, and I appreciate that, King Penguin 150. I really do. It doesn't matter to me. Like, I appreciate that, you think I should have more subscribers. It's not, should I? Listen, the algorithm is what it is. The algorithm is what it is, all right? And you guys all know, of course, I did obviously discover Myron Gaines. Everybody knows that. I discovered Kevin Samuels. I helped put Pearl Davis on. So my legacy's set. My legacy's set. Would it be nice to have a few more subscribers? Sure. But, dude, like, I live a good life. I live a great life. Like, I'm straight. So I appreciate that. I appreciate that very, very much. All right, let's go to the Cali West interview. Let us go to the Cali West interview, 239.24. And again, keep in mind, Cali West was a friend of the show before. He was a friend of the show before. Oh, this was so disappointing. Hang on a second.
Warrior gene, and we're not all savage monkeys that want to kill people. That's all. That's all.
Thanks for clearing that up for us. I appreciate that. My man Trey Ball in the house, man. Listen, yeah, and I've seen Trey Ball. I've seen Trey Ball in here on numerous occasions. All right, let's bring up Cali West. Cali West, what's going on, brother? It's been a while.
Yo, salute, Donovan Sharp. What's going on, man?
Doing good, man. Doing good. You still down there in Miami?
I am. I'm actually in Broward County.
Sheila says, I've been burned way too many times spending money on stuff like this. No, you ain't got to worry about that. No, guys. Oh my goodness gracious. No, Sheila, Jesus Christ. No. You are under you are under no obligation to super chat, cash app, whatever. Only give what you can and are willing to give, right? If you don't think it's worth it, totally cool. But if you can't afford a cash app, or if you just don't think it's worth it, do me a favor, okay? These likes are free, right? Give me a like, give me a subscribe, give me a follow. And if there's someone that you think could maybe benefit from my video, then you can share that. You can share my videos. Because I'll tell you what, Sheila, if you like, subscribe, follow, and share, that in the long run is worth a lot more than $5, and it costs you absolutely nothing but a few seconds of your time. But I do appreciate you. There is no need for you to feel bad. I'm not going to sit here and pour mouth. Oh, please. No. Like, I'm good. I'm okay. I just want to be paid for my time. But if you can't, hey, look, I don't take offense. It is what it is. I appreciate you being in here. Let's go to Cali West. Let's get it.
Yeah, I had to kind of make my little rounds and stuff.
Okay.
And I had a couple things. I'm actually at the Harbor Freight, not trying to.
Dennis K. Old School says, best part was, I don't care what the law says, shit. Dansky Old really did not like Queen I'm Your Mama. Queen Dee Dee said it. Let me give my man Dennis K. Old a shout out, man. That nigga hated that bitch. He said, yes, queen. Love it.
give them any advertisement, but I have a couple things I need to pick up. And I was just listening to your show, and I just listened to your show, and I got caught up in this. Plus, it's raining, so I figured I would just chime in a little bit.
All right,
what I wanted to say
do you guys see how he tried to come in? Hey, I come in peace. It was just riding around, blah 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 blah. Cali West disagrees with my stance, but he's afraid to say it. Watch how this unfolds.
Regard to this whole situation is, yes, we could say, black culture does have an influence. Well, well, I wouldn't say black culture because unfortunately, black people don't really have a culture, or the culture that they're sticking to is not something that's really
Sustainable.
redeemable. And
Yeah.
when I say black people, I'm not talking about black people on a whole.
Okay.
I'm talking about, ninjas. You feel me?
Niggas.
And all right, if that's what I mean, that's one way to say it,
I
right,
got you.
right. But what I wanted to actually say too is I think maybe it's a little too early to maybe assume. And yes, you could definitely say that this Carmelo Anthony guy, he definitely did something wrong, but there is a caveat to it, right?
Okay.
If someone comes up to you, right? Because he didn't come up to the guy mano a mano. He was there with his brother and like some other
Here we go.
athletes or other guys who were there at the
Here we
track meet,
go.
and they're backing him up. And it said for him to move, right? He said, okay, well, make me. At this point, once he took his bag, right? I guess the right thing would have Carmelo Anthony to do would have been to just get his bag back, right? But then we know that would end up in a fight, right?
Sure.
And maybe just maybe, I'm just playing devil's advocate for a moment.
No, I got you.
Maybe just maybe, if Carmelo, like, come on now, Jonathan Sharpie, you're a tough guy. You've been in the trenches before. You know how sometimes, not necessarily like in a bar or situation, you end up getting your teeth knocked out.
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't gonna want to get his ass whooped, and maybe he got a little, I would say, a little knife happy. And I think he only hit him one. I think he only stabbed him one time.
I think he only stabbed him one time. Oh my God. But again, I'm thinking Cali West is an ally in this. So, I let it slide. Let it slide.
Think about a knife. A lot of people take knives for granted, but all you need to do is hit someone with a knife one good time, and it's almost certain death, right?
Yeah.
So, so I think that he definitely overreacted, but there's a little more of a little bit of a nuance. I don't think it's because he's listening to I don't know, NBA YoungBoy, so he wanted to stab somebody. I mean, if anything, some people could argue that thugs or hood niggas' choice of weapon is a firearm, not a knife. So maybe that's not on some.
Ooh, Sheila says I spent way too much on a woke group. I didn't know it was woke. No, I get it. I understand. We're not woke over here, man. We're not woke. We want the truth.
White boy shit, because if you look in the pictures, he hangs out with white kids. I mean, yes, he might have two black parents, but he lives in a predominantly white community. I don't really think this is really necessarily him being a ninja.
Yeah,
this is him just being just a crazy guy.
Dennis KJ Old says it's amazing how far they stretch hypotheticals to justify taking a life, but if the races were reversed, it would be a much different tone. Of course. Dude, you switch the races and Carmelo Anthony is already in prison. Look, I gotta push back and disagree with you, man, because there are pictures of him all over social media with AK-47s and wads of money.
Right.
He didn't get that from white boy.
Wait. What you said? You said wads of money?
Yeah. Like there are pictures of him like with AK-47. I think he had like it was what's the fake money called? It was like fake money. I forget what it's called.
Counterfeit money?
Yeah, yeah, but it's what do they call it? It like money they move for money they use for the movies. I forget what it was called. But yeah,
prop money.
That's it. Thank you. Jesus fucking Christ. Hold on.
Okay.
I gotta give myself this.
Right. I'm listening.
Yeah, but I 100% believe that the culture is the culture got into this dude's head because again, I mean, he hung out with white people, or he hangs out with white people. He has white friends and this and that and the third. Yet the nigga came out in him. That didn't just come from nowhere, Kelly.
Okay.
That had to come from somewhere. That came from this hip hop nigga culture.
Right.
If somebody disrespects you, then you need to react violently. And I used to be that person, but that's how it goes.
Hey, but Donovan, a lot of people cut people. White people cut people. White people are known to have more.
Are you kidding me with this, Cali West? Are you really coming at me with the white people do it too? Are you serious?
No, I didn't say the white people do it too.
But that's exactly what you just said. You said white people cut. No. Hold on now. You said white people. Hold on. You said white people cut each other too. I'm sure that does happen. One can
So
listen.
is there-
Hold on. Let me finish.
Right.
This is the reason why the black community is fucked up, because we're not putting the blame. I'm not even gonna blame. Listen, Carmelo Anthony deserves to, justice needs to be done. Now, on the flip side, he is 17 years old, and I guess I don't know. I guess I'm trying to look out for everybody involved, and I mean I might piss some people off to say, hey, maybe you put him in prison for 20 years, maybe he gets out when he's 40 something. I don't know, whatever the case may be. Carmelo Anthony needs to be held in account for what he did.
I agree.
If we're not going to lay the blame at the feet of this fucked up nigga culture, it's going to continue to happen. You said it yourself. Carmelo Anthony lived in a white community. He hung out with white boys and this and that and the other. Then why all of a sudden did he just break out and do some nigga shit? Because that's the culture that he is endorsed by, is nigga shit. I can promise you he probably listened to rap music and all this mumble rap. So Carmelo Anthony is not, and I don't even think he's probably not some demon seed. I think by all accounts he seemed to be a pretty good kid who just had a nigga moment. When you have a nigga moment, it's because you endorse nigga shit. Go ahead.
Okay, I mean, we could agree to disagree. I mean, I'm not saying that that's not too. That's definitely to say that it's not probable or plausible. That would be disingenuous.
Sure.
I can't disagree with you with that, Donovan Sharp. What I'm saying is though, is that white people do stab people too. What I'm saying.
What does that have to do with
he's
this?
Black.
What? Okay, no. See, you literally just made the white. Listen, and here's the thing. I actually agree with you. White people do it too, and I guarantee you this, Kylie West. I'll bet you there are more white people who have stabbed other white people and black people than all the black people combined. Here's the problem. What percentage of white people commit these crimes, okay? Because whatever that percentage is, I can promise you it dwarfs in comparison to the percentage of black people. Lest we forget that not 2 weeks ago, some bitch at a track meet brained her fucking teammate, another black girl. Why? Because of the culture. I'm just saying. And just because white people do it, and just because we can point out the fact that white people do it, that doesn't mean that it's okay for black people to do it. So when people say, well, white people cut other people too, okay, and it's equally as wrong, but you're not going to get a not guilty, well, Your Honor, white people do it too. Oh, well, if white people do it too, then he's not guilty, right?
Yeah, right. But I never tried to quantify that just because white people do it too, that he's
you should.
Guilty. He's still still guilty. I'm just giving a different realm of thinking, because yeah, it could be some nigga shit, but it could just be he could just be on some white people shit too. I mean, because
no, don't do that, Kelly, don't do that. He was not. No. He was not on no white people shit, bro. Are you seriously going to blame white? Are you seriously going to blame white people for what he did? You're really gonna do that? I am shocked at this point.
He could have just shot him,
but he didn't. He stabbed him. He didn't. He stabbed him. That's some nigga shit. And by the way, niggas know how to use more weapons than guns, my guy. Like, let's not get it. Look. You know, niggas be. You remember those switchblades from back in the day where people.
Of the conversation.
Like, dude, niggas know how to use more than just guns. I mean, I'm saying.
Hey. I mean, that's definitely plausible too. But I just wanted to point out the fact that he does hang around with a lot of white kids, and him hanging out with these white kids or whatever culture that they're part of as well is also part of it, because...
Ooh, Dennis KJ Old School says, we used to hang people for stealing horses. Now you can stab someone at a school and get $1 million and a new car and a new suit and a new house. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. You know it. You know it. No, it's not part of it. I'm sorry. No, it's not. Listen, I'm telling you. No. Hold on. I'm not going to let you get away with that. White culture doesn't endorse the type of shit. Dude, I swear to God, dude, we black people, we are the only race of people that does not hold each other accountable. Every time one of us does some fucked up shit, we always want to point out, well, white people do it too. And well, he hung out with white friends and you never know. No! His white friends have nothing to do with the fact that he stabbed another white dude to death. Because if he were a part of white culture, he certainly would not have stabbed another white dude to death. This was nigga culture, and as a man who has had many nigga moments, I can firmly attest. I can firmly attest that this is definitely a culture problem. I'll give you the last word.
Okay, I have a question for you. What do prominent white people call other white people who do nigga shit? White trash, right?
Okay. Yeah.
How do
okay.
we know that he's not chilling, hanging out with white trash, and did some stab another white guy type shit?
Are you telling me? So you're telling me? So let me ask you this
I'm not
question.
telling
Do
you
you-
anything.
No. Let's not be indirect. Do you blame this on black culture? Yes or no?
I don't know what goes.
There it is. Then that's the problem. That's the problem. Listen, I love you to death, Cali West, but this is why we have the problem. The culture is the problem. We want to blame it. Well, he was hanging out with white people and maybe white culture. No, this is nigga shit. Because I'm gonna tell you what, if a white person did this to a black person, white people be all over this dude. We need to throw this kid in jail, blah, 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 blah. White people, Indian people, Mexican people, well, it could have been, no. Other races of people, get that shit up out of here. American black people, we are the only race of people that justify nigga behavior. Any other culture, any other race be like, yo, this is wrong. We need to be done with this.
Here's the only caveat,
Hold on. Any other culture is like, we need to be, this is wrong. We need to be done with this. Yet in our quote unquote culture, we're coming up with every excuse as to why this dude did what he did. It is the degenerate black culture that caused this. If he hung out with all white people and endorsed white culture, he probably would have shot him with a rifle. No? Am I wrong? I'm not laying this at the feet of white people. This is a black, and you want to know something? I'm gonna point this out to you too. Karmelo Anthony is also a victim. He is also a victim of the black culture.
Like I said, I never said it's not plausible, but we don't know anything other than the case, other than what the media is telling us. We don't know anything. Like I said, this young black man could have been listening to rocker music and watching slasher films.
God, you gotta be.
I don't know much to say about him much now, because Metcalf he had pictures of guns as well. I'm just pointing out it's a different perspective. That's all, Donovan Sharp. That's all.
Okay. Well, I mean, listen, I appreciate your different perspective, but once again, man, we're not holding our own accountable. We are the only only group of people in America who don't lay the blame at the feet of our culture. We're sitting here saying it could be this and could be that. No, it is the culture, my friend.
Oh, okay. Well, can I mention one thing though? One thing I do say for the record though. I don't think he should necessarily just get off scot-free or anything like that.
Well, no,
that is one thing that I would definitely agree with you about. Whether he should go to the jail for the rest of his life, whether there's a litigating circumstance, that's how I say that we should hear more about the case than just.
I'm with you. Now, I'm with you. I'm with you on that, because it's like anytime somebody does something, like we say all the time, a person should never be defined by their worst moment. Clearly, this is Karmelo Anthony's worst moment. He's only 17 years old, but by the same token, I'm sure the Anthony family would have wanted Austin Metcalf to be put in prison for life if that was their son. So, I don't know. Now I will tell you this.
Definitely.
Yeah, it's a slippery slope. But I'll tell you what, we will find out. We'll find out the facts. We'll find out the facts. On the trial. During the trial, we will find out the facts. Yeah.
I have to be honest with you, Donovan. I don't know much about the case either. That's why
I don't know much about the case either. I don't know much about the case either, Kelly West, but I know enough. And it's the nigga culture is responsible for this.
Well, look, I have to be honest with you. That's why I'm tuned in. I want to learn more, because for the most part, the media hasn't really shown much information. We don't really hear about any other testimony. All we've heard was from his twin, and his twin could be omitting information. And it's really interesting. And like I said, man, I like to hear you cooking. And let's just be real, Donovan. Let's just say, for example, let's just say this was.
I swear to God, I think. Hold on, Kelly West. I think you are low key trying to justify this kid's actions.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Why is that?
Oh boy. Because you're not telling me you're not. There it is. This was the point where I realized. Oh, wait a minute. And it took a while. I really thought that he was just trying to be devil's advocate. If you disagree, just say you disagree. Well, let me play devil's advocate. No. If you disagree, just tell me you fucking disagree. It is what it is. Look, listen, watch. This is the point where I'm like, holy shit. I think I think you think that this is justified. Watch.
Example. Let's just say this was.
I
the red
swear to
herring.
God, I think. Hold on, Cali West. I think you are low key trying to justify this kid's actions.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because you're not telling me you're not. I just told you straight up. Because you're trying to come up. See, here's the thing. You're trying to.
I
you're
disagree
telling.
with that. That's not what I said.
Well, hold on. My assertion is that the biggest reason Carmelo Anthony did what he did is because of the degenerate black culture, and you're telling me, well, it's plausible that might not be the case. Let me ask you a question. Is it possible that Carmelo Anthony was on some white people shit? Absolutely. Is it possible that he secretly, is a white boy on the inside and this? Absolutely. But how likely is that? Not very. And again, that's what we teach here. And this is sort of what we teach here. The reason I can speak with such conviction, and listen, if I'm wrong, I'll be the first to admit that I'm wrong. But I don't think I am, because it is far more likely than not that nigga culture is the reason why, and otherwise, I don't want to say he's like a law-abiding, upstanding kid. This kid is 17 years old. Yeah, and I would strongly advise you to watch the rest of this podcast, because I'm gonna James Hancock with the $2 super chat says, so much stupidity just to make an excuse. Absolutely, every time. Tell you what, Cali West, anytime you hear a story, a group of teenagers were seen rioting at the mall. What color do you think those teenagers are gonna be, Callie? Yeah, exactly. When you hear a group of teenagers, ran roughshod over a hayride, what do you think the rate? Listen, stereotypes exist for a reason, Mr. West. That is all there is to it. And it is this degenerate black culture that we absolutely need to be speaking against this. Do white people do it too? I don't give a fuck. What I care about is the black culture and the so-called black community leading young black men astray. The responsibility is laid at their feet.
Like I said, I feel like I think we're jumping the gun a little bit.
I don't.
Like I said, maybe he listens to drill rap, and maybe that's what he's into.
No,
but
there's no maybe.
Would you bet on
it? No, let me ask you. Would you bet on it? Would you bet an amount of money that mattered? Hold on. Would you bet an amount of money that mattered to you? Would you bet an amount of money that mattered to you?
You got at least. What is there a reason why I couldn't say what I was just saying though, Donovan? I was just in the middle of rapping to you though.
Okay, listen. This is my show, and I'm going to interrupt you when I think you're talking shit. This is just how it goes. When you have your own show, you can cut me off. I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you right now, we are the only group of people in America we don't hold the culture accountable. We all agree that Carmelo Anthony is wrong, right? We all agree that what he did was wrong. But then when we ask why, we want to deny the reasons why. It's the black culture. Dude, there's a reason why American black men and women are the laughing stock of the world, and we prove it week after week. We got fucking girls on the track team fucking braining each other. Where the fuck does that come from? I ain't never seen no white people. No, look, listen, white people do it too. Have you ever seen a white girl knock another white girl out on the track? No, I didn't think so. I'm telling you, it's the culture.
Okay. Okay.
Wait a minute, real quick. Here's a good question. T-Law says, next question, why was he sitting at the opposition's tent? What was the purpose? What do you think? What are your thoughts on that? Why do you think Carmelo Anthony was sitting at the opposition's tent? What was the purpose of that?
All right. All right, and I answer that. I don't know why that man was there. So my question is that he decided it is his job to make his ass move, right?
Oh, you're talking about Austin Metcalf?
Yeah, because obviously it was the other person's tent. He was not supposed to be there, right? So because he was supposed to be over there, the other person should have been able to move his shit. Right. So basically just saying that he was in the wrong. I never said that he was not in the wrong. Did I ever come on the show and say that he was not in the wrong?
Okay.
What I'm saying is that we don't really know what culture he's into. Maybe his name is Karmelo Anthony. He's named after a basketball player, and he has 2 black parents. I guess it's safe to say that he was on some nigga shit, but we don't really know that definitively. That was just my argument of what I was saying. I never said that. I never said that there's not thousands of black people killing people on some nigga shit all the time. I'm from LA. I understand that the black culture is very detrimental the culture that we celebrate is very detrimental to the black community. I'm just pointing out to the fact that this man grew up in a white neighborhood. I don't know if he is just a new transplant into that area, but there's a possibility that it probably wasn't a black influence. It could have just been he just been on some white boy shit and cut somebody up.
You're wrong.
That was just my whole. That was just my
dude,
whole.
you
That was
know,
just my
dude,
whole attitude.
Callie, you know damn well he was not on no white people shit. Come on, man. Really? We're gonna see. So you're seriously going to tell me that it's possible that the reason why he stabbed this white boy is because he was on some white people shit. If he was really on some white people shit, why would he stab another white person?
White people. Oh.
Because white people do it too. Is that what you were gonna say?
What was I gonna say?
Go
What
ahead,
was I gonna
answer
say?
the question.
Let
You
me
said
ask
he was
you
on some white boy
something.
shit. If he was on some white boy shit, then why did he stab another white boy?
Prove that people who kill mostly white people are other white people. This is a statistical fact.
Okay.
So why would he?
Okay, hold on.
You're right, you're right,
Hold on.
you're right,
Stop talking. Now we're getting into the weeds. The black culture is responsible for both of these deaths. You can either choose to acknowledge it or choose not to. The fact that you refuse to acknowledge it does not make it untrue. The nigga community and nigga culture is responsible for now 2 lives being snuffed out far too soon. And any
So every
person,
time a
black,
white person
white,
kills another white
every
person because they didn't sell
any person, black, white,
Every time a
Hispanic,
white
whatever the
person
case
kills
may
another
be,
white
I
person, they'll
need
go
you to
for nigga
stop
shit.
talking while you're a good friend of mine, but I need you to stop talking while I'm talking at this point. See, because this is what we're
Because you-
talking about.
because
No,
you know that- you
Kelly,
know
nah,
that-
bruh. Now I'm gonna finish talking and you're gonna listen. See, now you're in your feelings, okay? The nigga community is responsible for this, and for you to sit here and try to diss it. Well, he might have been on some white boy shit, nigga. You don't believe that shit. Come on, man. He's on some white
don't know
people
what to
shit, so he
believe, to
stabbed
be
somebody else. Come on, Callie, bro. Come on, man. Unbelievable. Like we now have people blaming white people directly or indirectly for this kid's actions. Give me a break, man. Come on. That's crazy talk. Oh wait, hold on. I got a super chat.
Donovan, I
Yeah, go ahead, go
appreciate
ahead.
you for having me on though, my brother.
Okay.
I appreciate the work that you do, my brother.
Joe Black Tai Chi with the $2 super chat says per cap P ta MF. Do you know what that means? Per
No.
cap. Per capita? Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh,
Go ahead.
no,
Go
no, no.
ahead, Callie. Go ahead.
Oh, me?
Yes.
You
Go
talking to
ahead.
me or the chat?
No. You. Go ahead.
Oh, no. I was just saying, I appreciate you for having me tuning in, though, Donovan. You know, I'm going to keep on tuning in, though, man. I appreciate you for having me come on the show, man.
Yeah, like I said, stereotypes exist. Stereotypes exist for a reason, and if we as black people can't acknowledge the fact that the fucked up black culture is the main reason for this kid acting the way he did, then I mean, I guess just like you said, we'll agree to disagree in that regard.
I appreciate you, Donovan.
Callie West is in the house. I do apologize, guys. I'm having a little bit of an issue. I'm sorry. Did you have something else, Callie?
Oh, no, it's all good. I
I'm
know
doing
you're
two
doing
things
your
at once here.
thing,
Sorry
man.
about that.
I was just saying I appreciate you for having me tuning in and
Yeah.
having me come on the show, my brother.
Okay, appreciate it. Yeah, Callie West down there in my... So there we go. God, that was so disappointing, man. That was so disappointing. I just couldn't believe it, dude. I was like, dude, you gotta be kidding me. Not you too. Incredible. James Hancock says it's so damn annoying when they won't let you make your point. No, they'll let you make your point if they think that your point's not going to defeat their argument. But if they think that what they're going to say is going to defeat their argument, that's when they try to cut you off and obfuscate and all that other kind of stuff. Ay. All right, let me read these last few chats here. Happy 777 ABC says there's no way to get around this. Dude is a menace to society and evil person needs to be locked up for good. Yep. As Dennis J.K. Old says, or you make your point and their selective hearing kicks in and they never address it. Yeah, that's a tactic. That's a tactic. Yeah, Luke Perry says, took me a while too. Never knew Callie was blue-pilled with race. Dude, like I said, a lot of people in my audience are blue-pilled on women. They're not blue-pilled on race. Or they're not black, or I'm sorry, they're not red-pilled on race. They're red-pilled on women, not red-pilled on race. Like racial idolatry, man. This is the best case. This is the best case I've seen. I still cannot believe that black people are defending this. I still can't believe it. And the thing is,
help. That doesn't.
I'm gonna tell you what. I disagree with this nigga for real. I really do. But I'm gonna tell you what. The realest nigga was the dude who said, "Hey, look, man, I'm gonna defend Karmelo because he's black." At least he's telling the truth. At least he's telling the truth. Unbelievable. Oh, I was so disappointed with Callie West, man. I couldn't believe it. I was like, bro, not you too, man. We've lost Callie West. We've lost Candace Owens. It appears that we have lost, I guess, shit, man. I guess I'll speak on what's going on with Minister Jap, man. I guess I'll end the show by speaking on what's going on with Minister Jap. Guys, I don't know what's going on with Minister Jap, y'all. I really don't know what's going on with Minister Jap. Apparently, he seems to have a problem with the fact that Myron said some sort of a slogan or whatever the case may be and didn't give him credit. I don't know what it is, man. I've actually did a little bit of research. Like, he's disavowing the red pill. Like, I'm not a part of those niggas, whatever the case may be. Like, he's talking shit about. Guys, I honestly do not know what's going on with him. I honestly don't know what's going on with him. I actually texted him. What is today? Monday. I texted him on Saturday. I didn't get a response. Man. And like losing Nick Fuentes, big deal, whatever, Losing Candace Owens, whatever, I couldn't care less. Candace Owens is a woman, and it's obvious, like, dude, she's a straight up grifter at this point. Like, it's, oh my God. Candace Owens, honestly, she acts like a woman who is in love with Charlie Kirk. She really does act like she's in love with Charlie Kirk. Like, she's made millions off of this dragging Erica Kirk. It's just unbelievable. But I don't give a shit about that. I don't give a shit about all that. I don't care about that. I'm not surprised with Candace. I'm not surprised that Candace is jumped the shark. I'm not surprised that Nick Fuentes jumped the shark. Let's see, who else is there? Marquette was always a little seedy. He was always a little seedy. Marquette is a very well-spoken individual, but he just seems a little bit snaky to me. He seems very untrustworthy, I don't know, man. Something about Marquette. And now that we've lost him, it's sort of, And I don't know Marquette. I've never met him. I've never collaborated with him, but I don't care that Marquette left because I didn't know him. I don't like the fact that he, tried to dog Tommy Sotomayor. And it's clear that he was dogging Tommy Sotomayor because he just doesn't like him, not based on the facts. But when I heard that he had jumped the shark, I was like, okay, whatever. I didn't know him. Minister Jap, man, that hurts, dude. That fucking hurts, dude. It really fucking does, dude. It really does. And I remember, dude, it was maybe, I think the last time I actually talked to him on the phone, I think the last time I talked to him on the phone was actually in here. I remember he called me up and he's like, hey man, like, he's like, I forgot the conversation. I forgot how the conversation went, but he's like, hey man, what's going on? He said something about YouTube fucking up his channel or whatever the case may be. He's like, yo, Donovan, he's like, man, you gotta help. He's like, you gotta help me out and da-da-da. I was like, yeah, of course. Like, you're my homeboy, man. Like, what do you need? He's like, man, let's do a show together, blah, 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 blah. I was like, yeah, dude, of course. Let's absolutely do a show together. I'll put you on. We'll do some live streams together. I told him, I said, but you need to do something for me. He's like, anything, my nigga. I said, bro, you gotta leave Pearl alone, man. I said, Pearl is a good friend of mine. She's not what you say she is. She's not racist. She's not all of these things that you purport her to be, man. I said, Pearl is a very, very good friend of mine. And I don't like that you talk trash about my friends. So I said, I don't mind helping you out. I really don't. Because, like, dude, and you guys got to understand, Minister Jap is the only other panelist other than myself that has been on every episode of The Six. Every episode. Every episode. Every episode. There you go. Every episode. Every episode. Every season. Every episode, every season of The Six, Minister Jap was right there. He missed a couple of episodes here and there, but he was always a part of the panel. He was always a part of the panel. Always a part of the panel, man. And him and I, man, in the old days, dude, we had some great collaborations, dude. Dude, I flew him out. We did a one-on-one with Donovan Sharp. We were in New Jersey. You know, took him and his lady out for a nice dinner, nice meal, man. It was good. Look, hold up. Matter of fact, hang on a second, y'all. Hold on. I'll show y'all a picture. Hold up. Hang on. I'll show y'all a picture. Hold up. Hang on, y'all. Yeah, look, man. Like, I'm not sitting here just talking. Oh, I don't know why I did that. I'm not sitting here just talking shit. Like, this was that day, y'all. Look at that. Like, bro, we were cool, man. We were cool. Like, dude, like, fucking A, man. Like that. Sucks. It really does. Because he was, man, he was almost, I wouldn't say it was one of my day ones, but he was up there with it, man. He still hadn't even seen my message, man. So I don't know. He might have blocked me. I don't think Jap is a bad dude, man. I don't know, man. Like I don't know. There's something going on, dude. I don't know what it is, dude, but like Jap, like, look, Jap, bro, you got my number, man. You got my number. I'm not worried about what anybody else says. That's fine. I know you're beefing with friends of mine. Like me and you, as far as I'm concerned, we're cool. Like, whatever it is, dude. And I'm not even gonna go public with nothing. Like, dude, shoot your boy a text. Give your boy a call, man. Right? Like, let's talk this out, man. Like, you're like I still consider you to be a very good friend of mine. Like, are we really just gonna throw away, what was it, like 5 years or something? I don't know. I you know, it's always tough, dude. I just wish he would call, like, dude, I just wish he would call me. If he would. Dennis KJ Old said he paused the video because he's not wearing pants. I do the show bottomless on occasion. Fucking Dennis KJ. Oh, that nigga's stupid. Yeah, I do tend to do the show bottomless. Oh my god. Like, I don't know, man. Yeah, Luke Perry says he's not a bad dude. No, Callie is not a bad dude either. He's not. Man. Alan Ducks Fuck says, let time heal it. Yeah, you're probably right, dude. You're probably right. You know, it's interesting. Quick story. Completely and totally irrelevant, but not really. So Devin and I, we actually vacationed here years ago. It was maybe 24 or 20. It was like 20. It was either in 23 or 24. We took a vacation here to Reno just to kind of check the place out. You know, got an Airbnb. We got an Airbnb very close to where this house is now, and I was oh boy, I don't want to go too far in the weeds, but I'm good friends with so I lived in Hawaii twice, and the second time I lived there, I became really good friends with a group of Hawaiian kids. We all went to the same church. And so when I came out here before I moved to Vegas, I stayed in Reno for a couple of weeks. And this group of Hawaiian people I knew, they had this other friend. She was an older woman, looked to be in her 40s maybe. Okay? But she had three children. She had 3 sons. One son was like, my memory's foggy on this. He was 13 or 14. Another one of the kids was like 10, and the other one was like 7, right? And they were like, dude, they were the sweetest kids. They're the sweetest kids. And their mother treated them like absolute dog shit. Like, guys, man, I don't know, man. Like it really, like it broke my heart. It broke my heart the way those kids were treated. Right? I'll never forget the very first day I met them. They're kids, they're children. Right? I remember we went to Chinese food, then we went and played at the park, and I'm having fun with these kids. And I remember one of my other Hawaiian friends says, yeah, you know, the boys were asking about you. They wanted to know where you were. And I'm like, oh, okay. You know, I just figured it was just, you know, some random dude or whatever. Right? And so their mother asked me to babysit them while she went to work. No problem. No problem at all, man. Dude, no problem. Dude, we'll sit around. We'll fucking eat junk food. We'll play video games, whatever. And guys, it was great. Dude, we go outside, throw on the football. We'd play video games. We'd watch Spider-Man. It was great. It was awesome. It was awesome. 7, 10, I think in 13 or 14. So when she asked me to babysit her kids, I was like, yeah, absolutely no problem. And we always had such a good time. And oh, man. I remember this one time, dude. The youngest one, 7. I was real close with him. And I remember the mom texted me that she was on her way to come pick up her kids because she had just gotten off work. And the youngest son he asked me if he could stay with me because he didn't want to go home. You know, and yeah, they were boys, they were rowdy, they were rambunctious, but that's the way they're supposed to be, right? They weren't the perfect little angels. Yeah, they acted up, they're boys, right? He didn't want to go home, dude. He just didn't, guys, it just absolutely broke my heart. It crushed me. Fucking crushed me. So, the 2 weeks go by, I go to Vegas, find the red pill, the rest is history. Now let's fast forward to 2023. I think it's when we took this vacation. It was either 22 or 23. I think it's 23. I think it was 23. I think it was 23. No, I wasn't gonna call CPS or anything. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. But She treated her sons very poorly. It was very, very, very sad. It was very sad. I love those kids. So I come back in 2023 and I get together with all of all of my Hawaiian friends. And I took them all to sushi. I was like, hey man, I'm taking you guys to sushi. Of course, now the 7-year-old, Jesus Christ, now the 7-year-old is he's older. What is he? He was 14. I think it was like 14, 16, something like that. No, he was, I can't remember exact, but they were young teenagers at that point, right? They were young teenagers. Alex, oh my God, good to see you, blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? And we all, we're all sitting around having a good time, blah, 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 blah. And I just, again, and her and her 3 sons lived in the same area. So they lived in the same apartment. Son had dropped out, her oldest son had dropped out of school. The middle son, he was the smart one. He was really, really, really smart. But you could just tell he had you could just see that he was just broken. He was the smart one. And then the youngest one, you could just tell he was a little bit more feral. He was a little feral. And I'll never forget, I remember looking at Devin and being like, you know what? I gotta get out here. We gotta get out here very, very soon. I cannot remember if it was 22 or 23, because we moved out here in 24. Okay. But I'll never, ever, ever forget. I said, Devin, I gotta get out here. She's like, why? I was like, dude, I gotta take care of these boys. Right? This is why the house we have is so big. I was actually like, well, I don't know. I was actually thinking about maybe taking them in, As sort of like because their apartment was trash. It was a bad situation. And I felt so like my heart broke for these boys. Man. And so I told Devin, I was like, hey man, we got to get out here. Because when we got out here, I'm gonna give these boys a job, maybe let them stay with us, teach them discipline, just try to be the father figure they did. A couple of white kids, there were 3 Hawaiian kids actually. No, actually they were 50-50. They were half Hawaiian and half. Anyway. And so I remember I was like, dude, I gotta get out here or shit is gonna get real. The oldest one has already dropped out. The oldest one's already dropped out of high school. I gotta get out here so I can maybe help these boys. So we get here in 2024, send everybody a text, hey, we're here, blah, 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 blah. And, they all come over. Except for one. The oldest kid was in jail. The oldest kid was in jail. The smart middle son, he had dropped out of high school. The youngest one, who was 18, I guess he'll be 20 now. He was 18 when he came over. He had a girl with him. Couldn't have been, dude. He was 18. She had to have been 17 or 15, whatever. I think she was like 16. And the youngest kid walks in, big hug, hey, Alex, what's going on, brother? He's like, hey, I'd like you to meet so-and-so. He moves to the side, and she's pregnant. Alan Dutzfuck says, I remember this story. No, you don't. I've never told this story before. What are you talking about? Like, I've never ever told this story before, ever. Ever. Like, I've never ever told that story. I don't know what you're talking about. But they came over and it was, so the point is, guys, is that I was too late. I got here too late. The oldest had already dropped out of high school. The middle son, who did well in school, was struggling in school, and the youngest son, no telling what he was up to. 1 year later, the oldest son is in jail. The middle son has dropped out of high school, still living at home, and the youngest son, at 18 years old, now has a pregnant girlfriend. She gave birth to a baby boy about 6 months ago. Yeah, maybe, I don't know, maybe Alan, maybe I've told the story about the boys, but I haven't told the continuation. And I knew something, like, that's what I was, I'm not want to sit here and say, well, something told me. No, it's not that something told me. They were headed for fucking destruction. When I was here back in 22, 23, oldest had dropped out of high school. The middle son, who was really smart, was struggling in school. And the youngest kid wasn't even going to school. Wasn't even going to school, okay? Oh, okay. So Lenny Burke says, nah, hold up, Donovan. I do remember you telling stuff like this about the past, but not in detail. Oh, okay. All right. So maybe, okay. So maybe I had mentioned those three. Okay. All right. So I stand corrected. Sorry about that. So maybe I had mentioned those three boys just, you know, in passing. Good memory. Good Lord. Good memory. So yeah, I guess you guys do know about the, you know, the three Hawaiian boys. Like, it didn't take a rocket scientist to see what was happening. Like, these boys are headed for nowhere. Dude, year and some change later, I get back, oldest is in prison, or oldest is not in prison, but jail. We'll see what happens at his trial. Oldest is in jail, probably headed for prison. The middle son had dropped out of high school, and the youngest son had a girl his age pregnant. That was it. It was too late. It was too late. And the reason I told you guys that story is because whoever said that in the chat said, yeah, time will work it out. Well, unfortunately, time did not work that situation out. Had I stayed in Reno, had I stayed in Reno, which was not feasible at that time, I probably could have helped them out. I said all that to say this. Somebody said time is going to take care of it with Jap. I don't know that. I don't know that, man. I don't know that. I wish look, somebody get a hold of Jap for me. Somebody get a hold of Jap. Let him know, hey, man. And you got to tell him, hey, look, I guess I'll tell you. Send him this clip. Make this, you know, timestamp or whatever. Jap, bruh. Call me, text me, okay? Let's get the, like seriously, let's get this straightened out, man. Okay, I know you and Myron are going back and forth. Look, man, you know, due respect, look, I'm not worried about that, okay? I know you don't like Pearl, I'm not worried about that either, all right? I'm not worried about them, I'm worried about you. I'm worried about you because I'll never forget, Jap, I'll never ever forget. The very first time I shot you a message on Facebook, I couldn't believe I was talking to you. I said, is this the Minister Jap? Like, I couldn't believe I was actually talking to this guy on Facebook. He's like, oh, man, I'm humble, blah, 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 blah. Bro, we've had many, many wonderful collaborations together. Bro, you've been to 2 of my CMEs, man. You were there in Vegas and you were there in Miami. You were a member, like, you're a member of all of the 6s. I'm not, like, I don't want to throw all that away, man. Like, okay, you've said some shit to some people. Okay, fine. They're words. You know, we can work that out later. But my guy, if something's up, man, like if something's going on, and listen, man, I got a lot going on in my life too. Heaven knows. But like, and I'm not gonna tell, hey, Jap got a hold of me. Nah, we can keep this between you and me, man. Reach out to me, dude. Let's figure out what's going on. You know what I mean? Like, bro, I texted you on Saturday, man. Just get a hold of me. And look, I don't care. You don't have to explain anything. Okay? Whatever is going on, dude, I want to help. All right? We've all done and said shit that we regret. That's fine. You've never said or done anything to me that has broken my trust. I still love you as a brother. I hope you still love me as a brother. And if you're, you know, if there's something going on, if you've fallen on hard times, bro, reach out, man. Reach out. Let's get this fixed. Let's get this fixed, man. So somebody send him that clip, man. Cause Jap's a good dude, man. He really is. Listen, I know Myron doesn't like him. I know he doesn't, and at least not anymore. You know? Pearl doesn't either like or dislike Jap. She just doesn't understand why he goes after her all the time. I just wish he would. I just wish he would just call me, dude. Just give me a call, man. Give me a call. I don't even care if you've talked shit about. I don't care. I don't care. Just give me a call, dude. Give me a call. I want to help. James Hancock says, time heals all wounds, but it can also compound the ruination of your current life.
Yep.
Absolutely. Yeah, P-Dub says, everyone needs help. Sometimes no one's perfect. Right. Like, dude. Like, I miss the old days, man. I remember I was talking to MLD the other day. Or not the other, it was actually months ago. He was like, dude. He's like, he said, this community was at its best when we all worked together. When we all worked together, that's when we were unstoppable. And the only people that we really had, first it was the feminists. They couldn't break us. They couldn't break us. We were on a fucking mission. We were on a fucking mission. Alan Ducks Fuck says you might have to give him a call, man. Bro, I've tried, dude, I've texted him and hold on. I'll actually show you. Hold on. Oh God, hold on. Ooh, that's itchy. Hang on, where is that text message? Where is that goddamn message? Hold up, y'all. Give me a second. Where the fuck did it go? Damn, where the fuck did it go? Oh, there we are. Hold up. That's not it. Here we are. Look. Well, I don't want to... Well... I gave him a call on Thursday. I'm going to take a screen grab of it. Like, I gave him a call on Thursday, and then I texted him on Saturday. I'm like, yo, bro, call me, man. There it is. Jap. I called him up on Thursday, dude. There it is, dude. You know, nothing lasts forever, you know. I hate it when stuff like this happens, man. Cause like I know him well. I know him very, very well. We are, I thought, good friends, man. But like, he has gone completely off the rails. Alan Ducks Fuck says, okay, again time, dude. I called him and I texted him. I'm not gonna chase this dude. He's a grown ass man. I'm not gonna chase him. I've called him and I've texted him and I'm on my live stream telling him, hey man, like, let's go. Let's like, give me a call. Nobody has to know. Let's work this out. But yeah, in the beginning it was the feminists. They couldn't break us. Then it was other guys who attacked the red pill. They couldn't break us. Well, guess what? What eventually cracked the manosphere was, well, the manosphere. It was the manosphere. And you guys know, listen, I love Rolo. I'm still on speaking terms with him. We play fantasy football every year. But dude, what the fuck was he doing? Like, what the fuck is he doing going after Pearl all the goddamn time? Like, that was crazy to me. Like, that was crazy. I was like, dude, Rolla, what are you doing? It just doesn't... I just wish he would call me, man. Because I just, for some reason, I think that there's something really going on with him. And I was completely, dude, I was completely unaware of this until you guys started telling me in the Discord. And I put a message in the Discord. I was like, yo, guys, get this. Like, I might be a little bit late to this, but we've lost Jap. We've lost Jap. Jap, call me, text me, something, man. Robert Anderson says, it's the infighting you talked about years ago that's tearing the manosphere apart. Yep. Yep. Anyway. Luke Perry with the... Oh, I'm sorry. Luke Perry, member for 18 months. Says it's on him. You did nothing wrong. Yeah, I know. I just hate to see... I just hate to see people that I care about, you know, going through tough times, man. So I guess I'll end the show with a little bit of nostalgia here. A lot of people, and a lot of you guys have seen this video because I played it a couple of times. But a lot of people were unaware, grossly unaware of what happened between Kevin Samuels and Myron Gaines. And there were a lot of rumors out there. He said this, they said that. No, nobody knew the truth except for me because I was right in the middle. I knew Kevin very well. Obviously, I've known Myron since before he was even on YouTube. And then Kevin blew up, and then... So I'm going to play this video. In closing. This is what really happened between Myron Gaines and Kevin Samuels. Thank you guys very much. Thank you guys very much for tuning in today. Wait, let me see. Hold on a second. Actually, we've been on the air for how long? Wow, 7 hours and 9 minutes and 43 seconds. That is a record. That is a record. That is a record. Wow, I really did live stream for 7 fucking hours today. Goddamn. So without further ado, thank you guys for watching. I'm not going to appear after this. Actually, hang on a second. Oh, wait. Hold up. I know a lot of you guys, and it was interesting. I didn't actually plan. I didn't plan. Oh, Millennium's in the house. Haven't seen you in a while. Where is it? Oh, there we go. Oh, perfect. Perfect. Okay, excellent. So what I'm going to do, guys, is in closing, I'm going to play the video entitled What Really Happened between Kevin Samuels and Myron Gaines and Fresh and Fit. Thanks for watching, guys. We'll see you next time.
The way things started, and I don't think anybody, I don't know, you guys may have heard other versions of this, but I'm going to tell you the 100% truth because I am very, very good friends with the both of them, right? Kevin and Myron are two of my very best friends. Kevin was one of my very best friends. And so Kevin had blown up. He'd gone viral on World Star Hip Hop a couple times. Then, of course, he was 300,000 subscribers. He was on his way up. Then Fresh and Fit also hit the algorithm, and they started to grow. Well, Fresh and Fit had been doing Fresh and Fit After Hours at the same time Kevin was doing his show.
Kevin never had a problem with it until Kevin felt that Myron and Fresh's live streams were infringing on his audience. He said to me, Donovan, that is my time slot. He said this to me. He said, that is my time slot. I said, Kevin, I said, you're one of my best friends. You don't own any time slots, okay? People can live stream whenever they want to live stream, number one. Number two, Myron and Fresh have been doing Fresh and Fit after hours probably longer than you've done your late night show. So it became, now listen, I don't know what Kevin's motivations were. I'm not going to pretend to know because he didn't tell me. But my guess is that listen, it appeared to me like there were some economic reasons. He wanted, so Kevin asked me, he said, look, man, you got to talk to Myron for me. I said, okay, I'll talk to him for you. So I called up Myron. I said, Myron, look, check this out. Kevin is feeling some type of way. He's feeling some type of way about the time slot. And of course, Myron tells me what I told him. Hey, man, he doesn't own the time slot. He says, but maybe we can come to an agreement, right? So while they're hashing that out, Kevin calls me the next day, and Devin was in the car with me. Kevin calls me the next day, and he's telling me, he's like, Myron and Fresh still have that Amanda video on their live stream. They still have the Amanda video. I said, okay, Kevin, what's the issue? What's the problem? He says, they need to be giving me a cut of that revenue. I said, Kevin, you're on their platform. Like, that's their platform. Like, yes, people watch, the zillions of views and all this other kind of stuff, but that's on their platform. If they don't have a platform, you don't confront Amanda. You have to. He's like, no, they need to take the video down, or they need to send, guys, this is my hand to the man. My hand to the man. He said they need to take the video down, or they need to pay me half of the revenue from that video. So I said, okay, here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. Devin was driving. We were on our way to the bank, and you guys might remember this. You guys remember Devin's trainer, D, her dog, Nugget, had gotten hit by a car, okay? Her dog, Nugget, got hit by a car. We found out about it when we were actually in the bank, right? So on our way there, I said, Kevin, I'm going to get Myron on the phone. I'm going to get Myron on the phone. So I get Myron on the phone, and they're hashing this out, right? Myron's like, "Yo, Kevin, this is my platform, blah 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 blah." You know, they both made their choice. They both made their choice, but in the end, Myron said, "Okay, here's what we'll do. Here's what we'll do." He said, "I'm going to give you." I said, "I'm going to pay you half of all of the revenue from here on out." From that Amanda video. Kevin on the phone agreed to that. He said, all right, cool. That's good, right? So I guess Myron sent him, I don't know, it was like I think it was like a $5,000 or $6,000, whatever it was. So Myron sends the money to Kevin. I'm thinking everything is all good except for the time slot. I get a call from Kevin the next day. He says, Donovan, the video is still up. I said, Kevin, didn't Myron send you the money? He says, yeah. I said, but wasn't that the point? He's like, no, I wanted half of the revenue and for them to take down the video. I said, Kevin, like, due respect, this is unreasonable. This was their video on their channel. You made the unilateral decision to call into the show. Yes, you added to the show. Yes, you brought viewers, but the platform was already theirs. It was already theirs. I said, I was under the impression that if they paid you the revenue, that you'd be okay with the video being up. Then Kevin launches into this diatribe about how Fresh and Fit wouldn't be anywhere. He said they've gotten all of these subscribers ever since I made that appearance with Amanda, and they're eating off me and this and that and the other. I said, Kevin, I don't know what to do here, man. I said, I thought that I helped you guys broker a deal. I thought that if it was cool with them to keep the video up, I thought that I thought that if they paid you the revenue, it'd be cool for them to keep the video up. Like, that's what I thought. He says, never mind. He hangs up on me. I'm like, okay, he's heated. And I've hung up on Kevin before, too. I hung up on Kevin when we were squabbling about the O'Shea, me and O'Shea shit from back in the day. But it is what it is. We got past that. He goes, all right, fine, whatever. We're heated. He's heated. It is what it is. And so Kevin says, and so he calls me back a few hours later, and I'm thinking, okay, all right, so he's cooled off and everything is cool. And I'm like, yo, what's going on? He's like, yo, the video is still up. I said, Kevin, I don't know what more I can do. I don't know what more I can do, man. Like, he paid you the $5,000 to $6,000. You still want the video taken down. And I'm like, Kevin, look, I love you. You're my guy. We've known each other for 5-6 years. But you're being unreasonable here, man. Like, you're being unreasonable. He's like, no, if not for me, they wouldn't have XYZ amount of subscribers. I just had to let him talk because I just could not. I couldn't for whatever reason. And this was a shock to me because Kevin was uncharacteristically emotional about this. And you guys know Kevin, he's as stoic as they come for the most part. Even when these bitches are going in on him and this and that, Kevin is as stoic as they come. But for whatever reason, he just could not reconcile things with, he just could not do it. Could not do it. And so at that point, he says, that's it. I'm done with Fresh and Fit, da-da-da-da-da. They didn't want to change their time slot. And by the way, rewind a couple of days, Myron and Fresh said, hey, listen, man, like if you guys remembered, Fresh and Fit After Hours moved their show back to midnight. They moved their show back to midnight to accommodate Kevin. They said, all right, we'll move it back to midnight. They did it for a week and a half. Guess what? That still wasn't good enough for them. Because Kevin is calling me, talking about Donovan. They're still on while I'm on. I say, Kevin, dude, I said, they're waiting until midnight. They got guests that are booked. Nobody, dude. Like, After Hours starts at 10 o'clock. Sometimes 10:30, but hey, okay, they pushed it back. Dude, Myron and Fresh bent. Listen, Myron and Fresh are no saints, right? We all know that we've all made mistakes in this content creation game. We get that. But for whatever reason, I guess, I don't know. I'm not going to speculate on the reasons. Kevin never really liked Myron, but for whatever reason, that was that, right? And so, and then of course, Myron is like, yo, I've tried everything I can. I've tried everything I could to accommodate this guy, and it's still not good enough. It's still not good enough. I said, Myron, I don't know what to tell you, man. I said, dude, look, and I told them both this. I said, Myron, Kevin, Myron is a good guy. I understand where you're coming from. I understand where you're coming from. You guys are just going to have to do what you have to do. I've tried to work this out, being the guy in the middle. Guys, I can't, it was incredibly difficult for me to be in that position. Because I love them both, man. Like, I've known them forever. I've known Kevin longer than Myron, but I've known Myron since 2018. We used to call into my show. It's just, it was just incredible. And so, that was that with Kevin and Myron. Or so I thought. Then the Abba and Preach thing happened. All of the lies and the bullshit that came out about Myron and Fresh, Kevin took that to be the gospel. He called me up. He said, Donovan, I'll never forget this. I'm in fucking Connecticut, filming Save-A-Ho. Kevin calls me up. He's like, yo, you got to separate yourself from these dudes right now. And I'm like, why? You didn't find out? Myron got a girl pregnant and he raped some white influencer. He crossed the line. They've got to go. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. I said, Kevin, you know what we teach here in this community? We don't believe all women. He's like, Donovan, the proof is there. And I'm like, Kevin, bruh, these women could literally be saying anything. They could be saying anything. And then he said to me, and the people on Myron and Fresh's side, they're using your video to defend them. Remember the video that I did on Nina Unrated? Remember that whole shebang where she was talking about how creepy everything was? I picked that apart piece by piece. It was all capped. Kevin was upset with me for putting out a video defending my friends. He was upset with me for that. He said they're using their video, they're using your video to defend them. He said, you got to take that video down right now. I was like, you know what? I don't want to fucking deal with this anymore. And this was the wrong thing. I made the wrong decision. I took the video down. I took the video down. I did. I took the video down. That wasn't enough for Kevin. That was not enough for Kevin. Kevin wanted me to do a scripted out. He wanted me, and I'm not doing this to besmirch his name. We all have demons, right? Myron is, dude, Amru Fuddle, aka Myron Gaines, he ain't all peaches and cream. Neither is Fresh, neither am I, neither is Kevin. This is just the real, this is just how it went. So Kevin called me and told me, he's like, yo, you need to sit down. You need to write a script, get in front of a camera, and publicly separate yourself from Myron Gaines. You need to say X, Y, and Z. And I'm like, Kevin, why do I need to do this? He's like, Abba and Preach have exposed Myron and Fresh. And I said, Kevin, Abba and Preach are a couple of fucking softy. Kevin's all in my ear talking about Preach used to be an MMA fighter. And Abba is respected in this community and this and that and the third. And I'm like, I could not believe what I was hearing. I could not believe what I was hearing. So he wanted me to write this whole thing out. He wanted me to write this whole thing out, right? He wanted me to write this whole thing out and publicly separate myself from Fresh and Fit. That's where I drew the line. That's where I finally just had to tell him no. I said, Kevin, you're one of my best friends, man. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing it. He says to me, well, then you will go down with them. And I'm like, Kevin, I have nothing to do with this. He says, yes, you do. You're the one. You're the one. You're responsible for them being on YouTube. And I'm like, look, Kevin, I'm staying out of this. I'm staying out of this. I hope we can still be friends. I hope it's all good. And that's the way that phone call went. Right. So then everything simmered down. Things settled into things. Things settled. Myron and Fresh were doing their thing. Kevin was doing his. Everybody piled on. And you guys got to understand, dude, last year was a crazy fucking year. Anthony Johnson came out with the hit piece in March. I'm trying to put together the CME. My very first CME. I'm in Arizona about to stroke out. I can't pee. Abba and Preach are piling on Myron and Fresh. Kevin is trying to convince me to publicly separate myself from Myron, from Fresh and Fit. All of this is happening all at the same time, right? I regret not having come to Myron and Fresh's defense from the very start. I should have done it. And I'll never, oh my God, I remember that, dude, I remember it like it was fucking yesterday. I'm in my gym, and I watched the very first Abba and Preach video where they said, Fresh is capping about blah, 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 wanting a woman's soul. You guys remember that first video? I watched that video. I was so pissed off. I was going to go upstairs. I was going to come right up here and do a response video right now. I called Kevin before I did it. I was like, yo, did you see what they said about Fresh and Fit and this and that? I thought that they were cool. I knew that they weren't cordial, but Abba and Preach attacked Fresh and Fit like this was an obvious trap. I'm like, yo, Kevin, I'm about to go up there and I'm about to cook these dudes and blah, 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 blah. He said, Donovan, don't do it. I said, why not? He says, don't do it. Don't do it. He said, if everybody piles on them, they're going to pile on you. I said, Kevin, I don't give a fuck. I said, Myron's my boy, man. I'm riding for him. Dude, I'm riding for his ass till the motherfucking end. Kevin says, Donovan, don't do it. You don't know what proof is out there. I was like, okay, so what? You're all of a sudden now you're believing anything everybody says? And I told Kevin, I said, keep in mind that Myron was actually on my platform on the 6th defending Aubin Preach. Aubin Preach talked about the red pill, and they all of a sudden they lost their YouTube partner program, and then they got it right back. In between that time, that was one of our best. That was actually one of our best panels. The original 6. It was the original. It was either the original 6 or 7. I don't know if Steve the Dean was still on that. I didn't know if Steve the Dean was still on that. If he was still on the panel, right? But we had talked about it, and Myron said, "Hey, man, you know what? This is why we got to protect Aubin Preach. This is why we got to, stand up for our guys, blah, 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 blah." Had Aubin Preach in the studio, and then for Aubin Preach to go back and do that to Myron, that didn't set right with me. I wanted to come up here. I wanted to fucking fry those. I didn't care. This was my mistake. This was my mistake. I should not have let Kevin talk me out of it. I was heated and I was upset. And Kevin says, "Donovan, you're emotional right now, and that's okay." Okay? He says, "You're upset, you're pissed off." He said, "Take a couple of days and think about what you're about to do." He said, just take a couple of days. If you decide you want to do it, that's fine. But he said, "Don't do it right now while you're angry." I said, "Okay, you know what? All right, fine. Okay, he's got a point. I was pissed. I was heated. Cool. 48 hours was not enough to quell the flame. I called up Kevin. I was like, "Yo, I'm getting ready to fry these fuckers." Kevin spent an hour and a half on the phone with me, convincing me not to do this response video to that original Aubin Preach. By this time, guys, the floodgates had opened. Myron had already fucked up and did the thing about Preach's wife. All hell broke loose. All hell broke loose. All hell broke loose. Myron and Fresh were eviscerated by everyone. They lost 40,000 subscribers. Everyone was piling on them. It was insane. It was absolutely insane. And there was dude, every fucking day. I don't know what, and for whatever reason, man, and I'm not trying to speak ill of the dead. I'm not trying to speak ill of Kevin here, but I really did believe he had my best interest at heart. I thought the reason why he was trying to prevent me from jumping in was to not get caught up in the fire. I thought Kevin was doing, and Kevin had me convinced that if I took Fresh and Fit side, that my channel would be deleted because I was already under attack from Anthony Johnson, right? But the longer things went, the worse it got. Every week, dude, I'm talking to Kevin. I'm like, "Kevin, this is fucked up. This is absolutely fucking fucked up." He's like, "Donovan, don't do it." He's like, "Don't do it. You're angry. You're upset. You've built your brand and this and that and the third. Myron's got this Miss Cheeks pregnant. He raped a white girl. You don't know what Walter Weeks, a.k.a. Fresh. You don't know what his past is like. These guys are bad news. They're bad eggs. They're bad apples." And I'm like, I just couldn't. And I honestly thought he had my best interest at heart. I really did. Okay. All right, Kevin, you're doing this because, you want to stick up. Okay. All right, cool. You don't want me to lose my channel. All right. Okay. All right. So the Aubin Preach thing started to settle down a little bit. But then O'Shea started talking shit about Myron and Fresh. O'Shea, the lead attorney, started piling on Myron and Fresh. And so what I did is I didn't make a response video to all of their detractors. It was too late by then, which fucking blew. Nope. I decided to replay the video of my response to O'Shea's accusations that I tried to start a Black 21 convention behind his back. As soon as that video played, guys, Kevin called me immediately. He said, "Donovan, what the fuck?" I was like, "What are you talking about? Why are you reopening old wounds and da-da-da-da-da-da?" We had a shouting match. And in the end, Kevin says, "Donovan, I can't swim with you anymore." He said this to me. He said, I can't swim with you anymore. He said, "We're still friends." These were... And it sucks that I have to admit this. But Kevin's last words to me were, "We're still friends, but for me, no mas." And he hung up the phone. That's the last time I ever talked to Kevin Samuels. And I know I told guys, and listen, I lied to you guys. I did. The reason I lied to you guys is because I didn't want anybody to speak poorly about Kevin. Yeah, there were grumblings of this and that, but, you know, I told you guys that Kevin kept me in the loop and that Kevin didn't do any of that stuff, man. Kevin didn't do any of that stuff. As soon as Kevin hit 150,000 subscribers, he never really had anything to do with me again. Not on the air anyway. Right? The last time I had him on the air, I think he had 150-something thousand subscribers. He never came on the show again. He never had me on the show again. He never shouted me out on his show. He shouted out Obsidian, who does nothing but who spent 3 years bad-mouthing me. He shouted out O'Shea on his show, who does nothing, who did a bunch of shit talking about me, but he wouldn't shout me out. It's not like, and listen, man, Kevin didn't know me anything. He didn't know me anything. But goddamn, man. Like Kevin, like I'm the guy who had Kevin Samuels on the most. I am the channel that Kevin Samuels appeared on the most, and it's not close. It's not close. The very first time I had Kevin Samuels on was 4 years ago. He's been on my platform 47 times. Nobody else can say that. Nobody else can say that. But as soon as he started getting DMs from Brittany Renner and Cam Newton and Future, that was it. He forgot all about me, man. And that shit hurts, man. That shit, oh my God, dude. That hurts. It really fucking hurts. It fucking hurts, man. And like I said, I didn't expect anything in return from Kevin, but I didn't expect him to try to turn me against one of my closest friends because of some personal vendetta. Because think about this. So let's say that I foolishly decide to do the whole, publicly disputing Myron Gaines. Now, Myron and Fresh won't have anything to do with me. Kevin is off doing videos with Future, making appearances on ATL. Where does that leave me? Nobody. I'm a man without a fucking island. Man, I flew Kevin out here. Anyway, man. Kevin's not a bad dude, guys. He's really not. We all have our frailties. We all have our weaknesses. We all have some shit with us. Like, I get it. But one thing, you can say what you want about Myron Gaines. You can say whatever you want about him, man. But that dude is ride or fucking die. That dude is ride or die. I talk to Myron every other day. This dude's about to hit 1 million fucking subscribers. Myron is friends with celebrities, Adam22, Tekashi 69, George. I mean, dude, he rubs elbows with the who's who of who's who. He still calls me, man. We still text back and forth. 800,000 plus subscribers. And he still treats me like a friend. I didn't hear much of anything from Kevin after he hit 150. So that's the real story. That's the real story. That's what happened with that's what happened with the Kevin Samuels, Myron Gaines situation. It was a bad deal. It was a bad deal. It really was. And I was just, and it sucks because it hurt when Kevin died, man. But I'm going to tell you what, dude. It hurt to see him shouting out and, giving people like, dude, he'd go on these huge podcasts, Vlad TV, and talk about one of the most influential men is Obsidian. And I'm like, dude, like Obsidian had you on his channel 3 times, man. Like, dude, I flew you out. I put you up in a hotel, man. I gave you a platform when nobody knew who the fuck you were. But this dude Obsidian, who clearly is hating on me, any chance he get, he's talking shit about me, and you want to shout him out? But then you don't want to say anything about me? And I lied to you guys. I said, Kevin, I lied to you guys. Kevin, and I told you guys, Kevin wanted to shout me out, but I told him, please don't do it. It was never like that. It was never like that at all, man. It was never like that at all. Kevin never had an intention. He never had any intention on shouting me out. God forbid Kevin Samuels admit that he's friends with Donovan Sharp. All right? So the one regret that I have, man, the one regret that I've got many regrets. I do. I've got many regrets. But one of my great regrets was not going on blind instinct when I saw that Abba and Preach video come right up here and fucking cook those. I should have done that straight away. I allowed a man who was older and wiser and smarter than me, I allowed him to manipulate me for his own purposes. Does this mean Kevin Samuels was a bad guy? Of course not. Kevin Samuels, he was and always will be one of my best friends. But that was fucked up. That was fucked up. He was not thinking about me in that situation. He was only thinking about himself. He made me think that he was looking out for himself. He made me think that he was looking out for me. He wasn't looking out for me. No. He wanted Myron and Fresh gone so that he could own the 10 o'clock hour. This dude almost had me sever one of my longest standing and most trusted relationships so that he could own a slot. And it damn near cost me my friendship with Myron. And rightfully so. Rightfully so. So there you have it. There you have it. That's the whole story, man. Dude, that is the whole story. I mean, that's the story verbatim. Maybe some of the phone conversations maybe had 1 or 2 words off. That's how these phone calls went, man. That's how these phone calls went. Kevin decided to pick a fight with Myron and Fresh because he was on his way up, and Myron and Fresh represented a speed bump, even though they had both been streaming at the same time for about the same time. And in the end, as soon as Kevin saw an opportunity, when now all of a sudden, Abba and Preach are above reproach. Everything they say is gospel. Now that they're speaking out against Myron and Fresh. So, I'm glad I was able to get that off my chest. I didn't want to, make this public or anything like that. But that's what happened, man. That's the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And like I said, man, the way Myron handled the Abba and Preach situation, yeah, Myron screwed the pooch when he did the hoo. It was funny as a motherfucker. Yes, it was. But that was all the ammo they needed. That was all the ammo they needed. And now, it's interesting. In retrospect, my guess is that if Myron had to do it again, he would have just ignored him. We all learn, right? We all learn. We all learn. So I am an excellent judge of female character. I am an excellent judge of female character. It does not take me long to realize that, nope, I do not need to be involved with this female personally or socially. Very good at that. I made a mistake with Tori, rectified that mistake immediately. Immediately rectified that mistake. Right? Pearl, Allie, Janelle, ding, ding, ding. Rebecca Barrett, ding. Tori, I'm not a good judge of male character. I have a blind spot for this stuff. I trusted O'Shea. I trusted Anthony Johnson. I trusted Steve the Dean Williams. And I trusted Kevin Samuels. And they all ended up burning me. The difference is one of them, I still consider them to be a friend, even though he's no longer with us. So that's it. That's what happened. That's what happened. So I figured I'd get that off my chest for anyone who was maybe in the dark about the whole thing. Oh, Tallulah. Yes, absolutely. Oh, yo, Tallulah, she's a made girl. Yeah. Tallulah, 100%. Yeah, she's yeah, dude. Tallulah's fire. She's what's up. Amy and Hanma. Oh. One more thing. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I got one more thing to tell you. I don't even think I have this text message anymore. It wasn't a text message. Check this out. So months after all of this bullshit happened, everything finally settles down. Myron gives me a call, or he sends me a text message. He said, "Hey man, can I talk to you about something?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure. Let me finish my workout." So Myron calls me up, or I call Myron. I'm like, "Yeah, what's going on?" He's like, "Look, man," he's like, "I know you're still friends with Kevin, and I know that we have this long history." He says, "But for the good of he said, I think it would be a good time for us to call a truce. I think it would be," he said, "I think it would send a positive message to the red pill community to see that, hey, you know what? Even though brothers can sometimes have a disagreement, they can always come back together for the greater good." He said, "I know it's going to be tough to convince him." He says, "But if he's willing to do it, then so am I." Myron called me up and told me this. He called me up and told me this. He says, "Look," he's like, "I'm not asking you to do anything, but if you want," he said, "reach out to him and see what's going on." He said, "Don't tell him that I asked you, because if he thinks I'm asking you, if he thinks I'm asking him, he's not going to be as receptive to the idea." He says, you just have to make it sound like you're." I was like, "I think it's a great idea. I think that's a great idea." Dude, Myron and Kevin with a truce? That's a win-win. That's a W. That's a W. So I texted Kevin. I said, "Kevin," I said, "Look, man, I just talked to Myron. Give me a call as soon as you can." A couple hours later, Kevin calls me up. I'm like, "What's up, man?" He's like, "Before you start." This is what Kevin said. He said, "Before you start, the answer is no." I said, "Kevin, you don't even know what I'm going to say." He said, "Donovan," he said, "there's only one reason that you would tell me to call you about Myron." He said, he's probably looking for some sort of truce or whatever. I was like, "Well, yeah, I think it would be good for the community." He's like, "No." He said, "Not interested. I'm not continuing this conversation." So there you go. So even after all of the bullshit, Myron was able to compartmentalize things. Hey, man, look, we're not going to be on each other's Christmas cards, but let's get together for the good of the community. That was it. RG Shadow says, "I remember Donovan talking about it, and it was a tough situation." Psh, man, you got that right. Dre Raven says, "You were in a no-win situation, Don. Pardon me. You had shit coming at you from all sides. You had your channel taken down twice. You were already under attack, dude. Oh my God." Dre Raven also, Jay Blaze says Steve is teaching how to suck. Yeah. God, what a fucking scam that guy is. Dre Raven says, "I remember listening to how you addressed the situation initially, and we knew you were on Fresh and Fit's side." Yeah, I know. Dre Raven says, "In a stressful situation like that, Kevin Samuels' advice would sound pretty reasonable." Exactly, man. Dude, I'm under attack from Anthony. I've got these health issues. I'm about to I'm getting ready to stroke the fuck out. I mean, all of this stuff is going on. So it made sense. It made sense for me to to not do anything. I should have done what I knew was right. Dre Raven says, I suspected something along those lines, sadly. Yeah. Ox Craig says, in the end, you have to defend your boys. Yeah, man. Dre Raven says, you're a good friend. Don, you protect your friends. We know this. Yeah. Damian Hanma says, wow, stuff changes people. Yeah. Yep. Dre Raven also says, it hurts when friends try to use us as pawns, even if it's unintentionally. Nah. Kevin knew what he was doing. Kevin's the smartest person I've ever known in my life, man. He knew what he was doing. Damian Hamna says, like all of us, Kevin was a good guy, but he had some shadows. I think success changed him. Yeah. Yep. King Life says he was selfish and the money took him over. Mark Whitmore says, true, I think the bigger goal would have been to hear all sides for the facts, then make the peace. Exactly, man. Exactly. Jay Blaze says, Donovan, you'll always be my #1 RP mentor. I appreciate that. Dre Raven says, Kevin's monologue about this not being personal, being business, hinted at something like this. Yeah. He would take subtle shots at Fresh and Fit. Oh, boy. It was just a bad situation, man. It was just a bad situation, dude. It was just... Dude, oh my God, I'm getting it from all fucking sides. Oh my God. Jesus fucking Christ. 2021 was a rough year, man. It was fucking rough, dude. It really was. All right, guys. So that is going